At the beginning of the story, we see a boy going to a store. He looks very sad and dejected while buying something. He thinks to himself, I'm sick of this. Instead of a triangle kimbap that has hard rice and very little filling, I want warm, shiny rice with different ingredients in it. Instead of a can of beer with a mild taste and little bubbles, I want a beer with a strong scent and the right amount of bubbles. Then he buys kimbap and beer and returns to his house. Again, he starts thinking sadly while eating, instead of this place, I would like to go somewhere else where I can enjoy life with everyone. We learn that this boy belonged to an ordinary family. His family was very hard-working. After finishing school, he got into a good university, and by chance landed a job at a reputable company. But one day, both his mother and father passed away. Because of this, he fell into depression and remained that way for 4 years. Suddenly, he loses his job. Now he is working at a small game development company. While thinking about all this, he smells cigarette smoke coming from the direction of his window. When he goes to see who is smoking, he opens the window and sees a gate to another dimension. He is quite surprised. At the same time, he receives a notification on his phone about the seal gate. He wonders, am I the only one who can see this gate? If this is some kind of gate to the future, that would be even better. Still, if this is a way to change my life, I'd like to try it. But how should I use it? He tries to put an item inside the gate, but it doesn't go through. He then realizes that none of his items can pass through except for the one he had kept with him. He thinks further, it could happen that if I go inside I may not be able to return, but it doesn't matter. Let's go inside. Upon entering the dimensional gate, he arrives at an old house. Looking around, he thinks, this house looks very old. Everything here must be expensive. He looks out the window and enjoys the view of the village. After a while, he notices a shiny paper on the side table. It is a contract related to the dimensional gate. According to the contract, he can travel back and forth between 2 places, but the gate will only work twice. There is also another item called the subspace pocket. This pocket is connected to the gate and can be used to lift any item from Earth as long as the item's weight is within a certain limit. To use it, you must place your right hand on the item and your left hand in empty space. There are no restrictions on what you bring in, but the only thing you can take back is gold. The boy is shocked to learn that he is initially being given 1,000 gold coins for staying there. He reads further, if you sign this contract, you will learn the language of the Manhwa Empire. You have 7 days to think about it. If you do not sign within 7 days, all memories related to this dimensional gate will be erased. If you die for any reason, the contract will be automatically destroyed. If you want to sign it, place your right hand on this paper. The boy thinks 7 days is too much. I'll just sign it now. As soon as he signs, he learns the language of the Manhwa Empire. The boy is welcomed into the empire and given the name Cho Isu. He wonders, what can I become in this world? A nobleman? A feudal lord? A wizard? Well, it doesn't matter for now. I just want to stay here and escape the small problems of my life. A lady says to him, did you not like the food? He replies, no, it's not like that. I was just thinking about something. Anyway, maybe this food won't be enough to satisfy me. He once checks his room to confirm whether he exchanged all the gold for cash. He plans to return to that place again, but he loses consciousness and falls asleep. When he wakes up, he notices that he looks much younger. His skin has become shiny, the color of his hair has changed, and his nose is a bit sharper. He jokes to himself that maybe money was deducted from his gold for this new face. He then goes back to the same village and wonders, will my phone work here? Well, I don't really need to use it while I'm here. Opening the window of his room, he is once again shocked by the beautiful view. He sees a lady in the room next to his. She sees him too. Yasu thinks, is she a villager? My eyes made contact with her. Should I greet her? But the lady speaks first and asks, who are you? Yoziu introduces himself. The lady replies, this house has been empty for a long time. Did you just move in? Who are you? Did you get permission from the village chief? Izu answers, I'm an adventurer. I'm planning to stay for a week. If I decide to stay longer, I'll ask the chief for permission. Then the lady says, since you're here, come and have a meal. Oishi didn't expect her to be so polite. Then he goes to have a meal with them. In the next scene we see him sitting down to eat, but the lady gives him just one bowl of soup. Seeing this, he feels that the food is very simple. However, looking at it, it seems delicious. Anyway, it's better to try eating here than sitting alone at home drinking beer and eating triangle kimbap. Since he's going to stay here for some time, he thinks he should get used to the food. He then asks the lady her name. The lady tells him her name is Maggie Humphrey. He further asks, "Do you stay here alone?" Aunt Maggie replies, "My husband has gone to the bar to work, and my son lives in another town. Tell me, where have you come from?" Isu says, "I have come from Sioux City, Korea." Aunt Maggie replies, "You've really come from quite far." Then Isu says, "Now I would like to try eating this. Anyway, there's no spoon or fork here, which means I'll have to dip this bread in the soup and eat it." Looking at the soup, Isu thinks, "This kind of soup is also sold in our city, but many other types of ingredients are usually added to it." Aunt Maggie asks, "Won't you eat this?" Isu replies, "No, I will eat it." Aunt Maggie says, "Eat it before it gets cold." Isu thinks, "The bread is a bit hard, but when I dip it in the warm soup, it becomes soft and actually tastes really good, but something is missing. Oh, black pepper." Then he says to Maggie, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you have black pepper?" Maggie looks a bit surprised and asks, "Did you not like the food?" Isu replies, "No, it's not like that. In our city, black pepper is added to every kind of soup, that's why I asked." Aunt Maggie responds, "Maybe it's cheaper where you live, but here it is very expensive, so expensive that only noble people can afford it. I've never bought it in my life." Isu thinks maybe she doesn't like talking about black pepper. Then he says, "This bread and soup are really delicious. There's a deep hint of corn in it that makes it taste so good." Aunt Maggie replies, "Don't talk so much, just eat it." Isu says, "Forgive me, but if you don't mind, can I know the recipe?" Aunt Maggie, who was making something, says, "Okay, you want to know the recipe? Fine, come behind me." Then both of them go out of the room. Isu thinks, "The air here is much nicer and fresher than the air of the city." Aunt Maggie says to him, "Come here." Isu starts following her. Then he asks, "By the way, what's the name of this village?" Aunt Maggie replies, "This is Ladine." Isu starts looking around. Aunt Maggie says, "What are you doing? Come here and look carefully." We see some ingredients kept there, which include corn powder, Aunt Maggie's homemade butter, and onions grown in Ladine. Then Aunt Maggie explains the process of making the soup. First, the butter has to be melted, then fry the chopped onions until they turn brown. Onion acts as a sweetener, so there's no need to add anything else sweet. Isu thinks, "I didn't know onion could be used like this in corn soup." Aunt Maggie continues, "Next is this corn powder. I bought this corn from a local trader. He said it's a new crop, so we won't be able to get it for some time." Isu thinks, "It seems corn isn't very common here." Maggie says, "I thought I'd try making powder from this corn. It actually worked, so I continued doing it this way. Just mix a little of the corn powder with the fried onion, then add water and milk together, and boil it on a low flame. Finally, just add a little salt. Now it's ready." Isu is amazed watching the soup being made. He thinks the process is so simple, but even if I try making it, it probably won't taste this good. Aunt Maggie starts going inside the house with the soup. Isu takes something out of his pocket and gives it to her as a gift. Aunt Maggie looks at it and is very surprised. It is a mirror that looks quite expensive. Isu says, "You invited me to your house for food, so this is a small gift from me." Aunt Maggie thanks him, but then rudely hands the mirror back to Isu. Isu thinks, why is she acting so cold now? Then he asks her for directions to the library. Aunt Maggie gives him the directions, and Isu puts the rest of his thoughts aside and heads toward the library. As he walks, we see him looking through a window where he notices a girl. When she sees Isu, she runs away. Isu thinks maybe she's shy. He continues walking and eventually reaches the library. Upon entering, he sees a boy with a name tag that reads Shara, who is eating something. The boy welcomes Isu. Isu greets him, "Good morning," and thinks, this man must be at least 30 years old. By the way, what is he eating? The boy says, maybe we haven't met before. Isu replies, I'm an adventurer who has come to this village for a short time. My name is Isu. I'm from Seoul City, Korea. Isu looks around the library and thinks, this is a library, but it's better than the bookshelf at my home. There are only around 50 books here. Maybe these are all rare books. Still, I don't understand one thing. Why is such a good man taking care of this library? The boy asks Is, have you come here to look for something? Isu replies, yes, can you give me a map of the IR Empire? The boy brings him a map. Isu asks, can I borrow it? The boy replies, no, only people of this village are allowed to borrow books from the library. You have to read them here. As Isu starts looking at the map, the boy also starts observing it with great curiosity, seeing which Isu thinks. He seems genuinely interested. He is very worried and thinks, I will have to flip the pages carefully. If a page gets torn by mistake, it will probably cause me a lot of trouble. Looking at the map, Isu says to the boy, this is a map, there's nothing on it except the sketch of the coastline and the continent. The boy replies, in Man it's illegal to put cities or villages on the map. He then points to a place and asks, is this Lauren village? Isu says to the boy, is it because of war? The boy responds, yes, that's why a detailed map can only be read by the royals and the military. Isu thinks, I hope there won't be a war here. I wouldn't like to live in this world, suffer the wrath and serve only the military people. Isu then asks the boy if war happens often there. The boy replies, it's not like that. Recently a wizard's family helped prevent war in our empire. Looking at the current situation, it seems unlikely that anyone would have the courage to attack our empire. Isu feels happy and thinks, it's good that I won't have to serve the military. Then the boy introduces himself and says his name is Hans. He is in charge of all tasks that require strength in the village. He says to Isu, if you're around my age, let's be friends. Isu tells him that he is 23 years old. Hans is shocked and says, do you use any drink or lotion to look young? I'm 17 years old. Isu is surprised to hear Hans's age. He didn't think Hans would be so young. Then both of them become friends. Isu asks Hans about the food he was eating. Hans says, this is bread with raspberries on it. First we cook the flatbread and leave it for a few days, then top it with different kinds of food. On this one I used crushed raspberries. Then Hans says to Isu, do you want to have a bite? Isu thinks, after seeing it, it doesn't look so tasty. Then Isu asks Hans, by the way, which is the nearest city around here? Hans replies, Pushing City is the closest, but it takes 3 days to reach there by car. Then which is the biggest city? Hans replies, Armenia City, but I've never been there. Some merchants come to our village and I've heard about it from them. It's the capital city of our empire. It takes more than a month to reach there by car. When Hans hears the sound of some people coming, he thinks the merchants have returned. He asks Isu, can you take care of the library at this time tomorrow? I need to go meet the merchants. Isu gets a little confused. Then Hans says that Isu can also get the things he needs from the library. Isu couldn't refuse. Both of them come outside, where we see some merchants. Isu feels very excited seeing them. He goes to say something to Hans but sees that Hans is already gone. Then we see Hans asking Aunt Maggie where the merchants went. Everyone is in a hurry. Hans wants to return home because he has to buy something and needs gold. After coming home he thinks he should take a shower. Then he thinks further, I cannot go from this world to the other world with anything. Going to another world wearing just underwear is a bit too much. It's strange, but what can I do? Then he thinks, yes, it's better to take my box of gold coins to the other world than to come and go again and again. That's why I need a subspace pocket. He goes to another place, takes 2 gold coins and heads out to meet the merchants. He goes to a restaurant where the merchants are going to stay. There are a lot of people there, which Isu finds very pleasant. He sees Aunt Maggie there. Aunt Maggie asks Isu, have you come to eat food? Well, you'll have to wait for it. Isu replies, no problem. Then Aunt Maggie says, I'll bring food for you in a while. Till then, drink this. Isu says, thank you, and starts thinking, If she gives me beer, how will it taste? I had beer before, will this one taste different? Then Ant serves him beer. Seeing it, he gets very surprised because he has been drinking this kind of beer for quite some time. He doesn't let even a single drop spill and drinks it completely. He finds the taste very delicious and drinks it again. Then Aunt Maggie comes over and says, "You'll have to give 1 silver and 5 copper coins in exchange for this drink." Isu gives her a gold coin. In return, he receives 8 silver coins and 5 copper coins as change. He thinks this means 10 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin, so the cost of 1 cup of beer is around 15,000 won. Then he asks, "Do I have to pay separately for food as well?" Aunt Maggie says, "Don't worry, you've already paid for both. By the way, is the price of beer also cheaper in your city? Because here we get 1 cup of beer for 2 copper coins." She adds, "Well, now I'm going to prepare food for you." Isu says, "Till then, I'll enjoy this beer." He looks around. There are a lot of people, and he thinks he should go and talk to some of them. Then Hans comes, calling Isu. Han says, "Have you also come here to eat?" Isu replies, "Would you like to join me?" Hans says, "No, I came to eat with my family. In our village, it's a rule to spend time with your family during meals. But my family gave me permission to go and meet the merchants. That's why I came here." That's when Isu gets to eat. This time the food was pork stew with bread. Isu thinks, "I also feel like eating with my parents." That's when Hans says, "Your food has come." Hans looks at the food and says, "This is usually eaten in winter, and now it's summer. But I'm sure it will still taste very good." After the meal, Hans says, "Let's go meet the merchants." Isu replies, "That's fine." Then he looks at the food and starts thinking, generally people keep pork like this for 2 days, but that can spoil it. That's why common people eat it as quickly as they can. Fresh pork juice and vegetable soup preparation tastes very delicious. At the same time, they've used essential herbs and salt, which gives it a unique taste. I remember this taste. My mother used to cook food like this. My mother used to make very spicy food, which I liked a lot earlier, but now I don't like spicy food. While thinking about all this, he remembers his mother a lot. When Isu is done eating, Hans asks him again, "Mr. Isu, what will you do now?" Isu says, "I'll go see the merchants." Hans gets excited and says, "Okay, let's go quickly." Then both of them go toward a small festival. Hans says, "You'll find a lot of things here." Aunt Maggie asks the price of a mirror. The shopkeeper says, 8 silver. Isu sees Aunt Maggie asking about the mirror and thinks, "I'm sure the one I tried to give her had better quality. Anyway, 8 silver is 80,000 won. If I were to sell 3 a day, 90 a month, I'd earn 7 million won a month. Awesome." Then Aunt Maggie asks for a cheaper mirror. The shopkeeper shows her a wizard's mirror for 3 silver coins. Aunt Maggie understands that this is a mirror made by a wizard. On the other side, Isu sees a man and thinks, "I've never seen this face before." The old man says to Isu, "Where did you come from?" Isu replies, "I am an adventurer from Korea. My name is Isu." The old man says, "It's my first time hearing such a name. It must be really far from here." Isu tells him, "It's a miracle that I came this far alive. By the way, how much does spice cost nowadays?" The old man replies, 6 gold per pound for black pepper, 6 gold for nutmeg, 1 gold for sugar, and salt is 2 copper. Isu thinks carefully. 1 pound is about 450 grams, so 1 kilogram of black pepper would be 12 gold. That's about 1.2 million won. That's awesome. Then he asks, "Is that standard followed everywhere in Armenia?" The old man replies, "Well, we can say that the prices are similar here and there." Hearing all this, Isu starts forming a detailed business plan in his mind. He thinks, considering the transportation fees, city taxes, and store rental fee, I think it's okay to sell it a little cheaper here. Judging by how they react, they must have increased the prices since they are dealing with innocent rural peasants. Anyway, spices are quite expensive here. If I just find a route to sell them, I might become the richest person in the Armenian Empire. If that happens, I'll be done with you, Manager Park. We see that the same girl starts watching Su from behind a tree. Isu starts asking the old man how much did it cost you to get the black pepper from the port. The old man replies, "Of course, I can't say that." Then Isu says, "Did I mention that black pepper is really cheap in the place I come from?" Isu gives an evil smile and continues, "If we talk about this further, I might be able to provide those at a reasonable price." The old man replies, "3 gold." Isu asks, "Where is that continent anyway?" He continues, "Since they come here and that reduces their burden of having to go to the big city, I think they will buy it for 2 gold coins, right? By the way, I'll ask other merchants too before deciding the exact price." Hearing these lines, the old man says, "So why don't you sell all the black pepper you have?" Isu starts looking at the man with suspicious eyes and says, "Looks like you're lacking in supplies, is that it?" The old man replies, "Of course I am. Every time this crop grows, the royal family and the elite people buy it. Because of that, ordinary people like us are not able to buy it even if we want to. That's why this time I could buy only 5 pounds of black pepper." Isu thinks, "I can understand why it's so expensive. It's brought from such a far distance. Even bringing 2 kilograms of black pepper from that far is a big deal." Then he says, "Forgive me, but for today I don't have anything." The old man gives him a card and says, "Take this." It was written on the card, "Spy Store, Colin Mug Wall, Central Market of Armenia City, Spice Street number 5. Then the old man says, "If a trade route opens to your continent, come to my store. And now, goodbye." In the next scene, Isu sees a kid sitting. He thinks he should go and talk to that kid. He goes to the kid and asks, "Hey kid, do you live here?" The kid says, "I'm not a kid. I'm 10 years old." Isu says, "Forgive me." Then the boy asks, "Where do you come from?" Isu replies, "From Korea." The kid says, "Liar, I've read 100 books but I've never heard of Korea. What are you talking about?" Isu says, "Do you know I'm 23 years old and I've read more than 1,000 books, yet there are still many things I don't know. And you think you know more than me?" The boy replies, "I'm the son of a general merchandiser. Mino strives. What about you?" Iso tells his name, to which the boy says, "That's a very intellectual name. By the way, since you've read thousands of books, are you rich? Because in this place thousands of books are equivalent to several 100 million won." Isu says, "Anyway, I have a question." The boy gets surprised and asks, "What do you want to ask me?" Then Isu gives him the same mirror and says, "Can you check this out? How much do you think this mirror would be worth?" The boy replies, "As long as it's sold officially, about 3 gold. Then Isu asks, "Sold officially?" The boy says, "With this quality I'm sure it's made with magic, but there isn't a seal that means this was made by an illegal wizard who wasn't approved by the royals." Then Isu asks, "So you mean it can't be sold? I guess I should just quietly sell it then." Eso says. The boy replies, "Yes, you can sell it on the black market. Noble families go crazy collecting unique things, so this would be an easy way out." We see that the boy likes the mirror very much. Isu says, "Can you keep this?" The boy gets very shocked and says, "Really, I can keep this? But wait 1 second. Will you have any conditions in exchange? Because there is no such thing as free in this world." After that, Isu asks the boy, "Then let me ask a question. You came from Pussing, right? Aren't there any other villages around?" The boy replies, "There's a big village named Rin that's 2 hours away from here, but I like Ladine more." Isu asks why. The boy says, "Because the people here aren't greedy and they also sell good quality hay at a cheap price, so the horses like it. And of course I can't forget the delicious food made by our Aunt Humphrey." Isu thinks in his mind, "It seems everybody loves Aunt Humphrey's food." Then Isu asks, "What about Armenia City?" The boy says, "It's really a good place to live, it's just that the houses are really expensive." Isu asks, "Is it too expensive?" Then Isu thinks, his words remind me of Seoul's prices. Then the boy tells him, "A hut in this village is 20 gold, that's about the price of a horse." "By the way, Mr. Isu, wait for a while. I want to give you something." The boy gives something to Isu and says, "This is our house. The first floor is a store. If you have any thoughts of working, you're always welcome." Isu asks, "So suddenly?" The boy says, looking at you, I can tell that you belong to a rich family, that's why I'm suggesting it, and it looks like you will be popular with women here, but of course you aren't my type. Then Isu replies, that's too bad, but you're not my type either. The boy laughs and says, I'll go back to my father now. While leaving, the boy tells him, if you get us another mirror I will sell it for you. Isu asks, you will? The boy says, yes, with this quality, if we put it in an auction it will be worth a lot. If you promise to supply us the most, we will give you the best rate. In the next scene, Su is back at his home and thinks, I want to go back again. He is feeling very hot, so he turns on the AC and thinks, when will this hot season end? I just want to live in Ladine, selling black pepper. Then he opens the fridge and takes out ice cream. He enjoys eating it and says, that soft ice cream inside this fluffy bread and the sweetness of the cookies and cream and the little cookie pieces embedded, it's giving a nice chewing texture. He becomes happy and finally decides that he will leave his job. Then he starts searching for the price of black pepper on the computer. He sees 1 kg of black pepper 101, which is very cheap. Then he thinks, if I were to sell it for 2 gold per pound, that means 4 gold per kilogram. I can get 4 million won for 10 kg. Thinking about all this, he becomes very happy and says, tomorrow I will go to the office and submit my resignation. In the next scene we see Iso going to his manager, Park. Manager Park tells him, I've told you a couple of times already, why are you changing the source code? You don't like it. Isu replies, distressed, but Manager Park shouts, shouldn't you be trying to find a more efficient way instead of just using open source? Isu hesitates and says, but that efficient source is where the error came from before. Then Isu starts thinking in his mind about all those things which require a lot of hard work as a programmer. Manager Park shouts again, hey, are you even listening to me? He drops some of the papers that Isu had worked on, then scolds him saying, are you thinking of using your dead parents as an excuse to zone out like that? Isu gets surprised and thinks to himself, is he really crazy? Then his manager continues, this is the problem with brats with weak mental health. They affect other innocent people too. Isu makes a decision, he will have to resign. In the next scene, he goes to someone's room. That guy asks him to sit politely. Isu says, I think I have to resign for some personal reasons. The guy asks, is this because of Manager Park? Isu tells him, till now, I've done everything they told me to do. I've heard every taunt and insult, but now they are saying terrible things about my parents. That's something I can't tolerate anymore. The boy replies, all of us are thinking of complaining against Manager Park. He continues, but the CEO is only listening to our complaints. He isn't able to do anything against Park, because very few people support us. That's the reality, and when it comes to Park's ability, he doesn't do a bad job. It's only because of that we haven't been able to fire him. Isu thinks, I could not even concentrate on my work while remembering. After what Manager Park had said, the man tells Ayo, I can understand. I kept you on the job because I knew your situation, but now things have worsened. I still understand where you're coming from. That's why I won't stop you from leaving. Even I don't know how long this company will survive, but I'm hopeful we'll get projects again. He adds, you are really a very good person. You should take care of yourself. Isu thinks to himself, if this dimension gate wasn't there, I would have had to give more years to Manager Park. Then he says to the man, thank you for understanding. I'd like to ask your permission to leave now. The man replies, okay. Coming out of the office, Isu thinks, I hope this company runs well even without me. Even if I go away, I believe the people who remain will take care of it. As for Manager Park, well, now I have nothing to do with him. In the next scene we see Isu preparing to go to another world with both black pepper and sugar to start a business. He says to himself, I had 41,000 won in my bank, and I had 100,000 won in cash. Together that makes 41,000 won, which I used to buy black pepper and sugar. He continues thinking, now I feel scared to try new things, but I can do anything, and nobody can stop me now. He travels to another world, and after looking at his room he says, this place is really comfortable. I even made a secret space to store the black pepper and sugar. It's under my bed. Then we see him visiting Aunt Humphrey's house. Aunt Humphrey thinks he has come to eat food, but he says he has something to show her, and also something to give her. Aunt asks, "What is this?" Isu replies, "These are barley flour, apricot seed flour, and honey. I'm going to make something called a mask pack. We'll mix the ingredients and apply them to our faces." Aunt asks, "All that on our face?" Isu says, "Yes, it will lighten blemishes and give our skin elasticity." The aunt feels a bit weird and says, "But I don't feel like putting food on my face." Isu happily replies, "This is how women in our continent take care of their skin. Try it once." Aunt agrees and wears the face mask, which looks very strange. Aunt Maggie didn't leave any gaps while applying the mask. Seeing this, Isu starts laughing and says, "Aunt, you should have left space around your eyes and nose." Aunt thanks him, and Isu says, "It's nothing." In the next scene, he returns to his room and says happily, "I like this freedom very much." This is how he starts to heal and how he spends his days in Seal City. Then there is a knock on his door. Isu opens it and sees Hans. Hans says, "I haven't seen you in a while, so I thought maybe you had left." Isu replies, No. Hans says, "Can you spare some time? Would you like to join me in picking hops?" Isu asks, "Hops, what's that?" Hans replies, "It's used in making beer. I make it myself. Anyway, how long are you planning to stay here?" Isu says, "I'm not sure. I'm going to talk to the village chief first." Hans says, "He'll be happy if you decide to stay for a long time. We always need manpower." He continues, "There's a lot to do: harvesting hay, feeding animals, fetching water, making beer, grinding grains, and I also have to protect the library." Then as Siu asks Hans, "Recently I saw a blonde-haired girl. Who is she?" Hans looks surprised and says, "Blonde hair? There's no such girl in our village. There's only one girl here, but she's a little weird." Isu asks, "Weird? How?" Hans explains, "It's been 10 years since she came here. She lives with her mother, but they don't interact much with the neighbors." Isu says, "Really?" Hans continues, "But they do everything they're asked to do. People have to work if they want to stay in the village after all." Isu asks, "Is that why you want me to go with you to pick hops?" Hans laughs and says, "That's not the only reason. If we think about it carefully, we realize that after taxes, most of our earnings are spent quickly. That's why when merchants come, they manage everything: rent, collection, supplies, and more." Isu comments, "So do you consider them your wallet?" Hans starts laughing. Then Isu thinks, "The kid was right. Villagers here only make enough to get by. They'll take whatever you offer without bargaining." It's hard to imagine that in our modern society. I guess this is what it means to live like flowing water. It's good. Both of them arrive at the place they were heading to. Hyen shows Isu a sample fruit and says, "You have to collect fruits that look like this." Isu takes one, smells it, and thinks, "It smells good, like a mixture of grass and fruit." Then he says, "I heard that beer in a world without hops tastes awful. It's fortunate there's hops here." Lost in thought, Hans calls him Mr. Isu. "What are you doing?" Isu says, "Nothing. I was just thinking about something. I just need to put this in the basket, right?" Hans says, "Yes." Then we see them collecting the hops together. A lot of fruit was filling the baskets. Hans said, "This is enough." Isu replied, "It finished earlier than I imagined." Then Hans said, "Let's go now." On the way home, Hans told Isu, "The firewood is running out. Can you come tomorrow as well? We have to shave the sheep before it gets hotter." "Do you know how?" Isu didn't say anything. Then Hans said, "I'll take this to the inn. By the way, you must be tired. Take some rest for a while." Isu said, "Okay, thanks," and then started running towards his home. He went home and took a bath, which made him feel really good. Then he thought to himself, a beer would be perfect after a nice shower. If I'm going to drink beer in another world, I should take some food there. He started thinking about a lot of food and said to himself, "I feel like eating all this." He began browsing food on his phone and planned to take some of it to the other world. After much thought, he picked a food item and ordered it online. After some time, the delivery arrived. He decided to take the food to the other world using his subspace pocket. He thought it'll be great to enjoy the taste of Korea in another world. After reaching the other world, he thought, but how can I eat this food? There's not even a plastic bowl here. If I think about it, I haven't brought any of my essential things here. So he went back and brought some bowls from Korea. At this moment, Hans arrived. Hans said, after coming inside, I was knocking at the door for a long time, but I couldn't hear anyone's voice. Isu, who was without clothes, was stunned to see Hans. Hans said, sorry, I came in without permission. Next time, I'll wait outside. Isu said, okay. Then both of them went to the garden and started talking. Hans said, I've been working hard to cover your quota while you weren't here. Isu asked, work? Hans replied, the hops we picked earlier. We had to clean the dust off the fruits to make beer. Since you weren't here, I did all of that myself. Isu was very surprised and said, thanks. He thought to himself, this place is nothing like Seal, but it's much better. Then he thanked Hans again and said, I'll help next time. By the way, why are you here again? And said, do you want to have dinner with me? Isu remembered the food he had planned to eat, the one he ordered and brought into this world. He wasn't sure what would happen to it, but still said yes to Hans. Seeing Isu's expression, Hans said, if you're saying yes, then why are you making that face? Isu said, no, it's not that I don't like it, it's just sudden. I actually cooked something. Hans was surprised and said, you know how to cook? Isu said, yes, but why do you sound so surprised? Hans said, nothing. You just seem like someone who only eats food cooked by others. Isu said, I was planning to share it with Aunt Humphrey. Then Hans said, let's eat at Aunt Humphrey's then. Isu asked, can we do that? Hans replied, of course, I'll get permission from my parents first. Don't start eating until I get there. Isu said, then I guess I'll use a wooden bowl. In the next scene, we see that Isu has prepared a delicious meal. Everyone is asking, what is this? Ya said, it's called roasted chicken. It's made by boiling chicken with different vegetables. Aunt Humphrey asked, lime stew? Isu replied, yes, it's similar. Eat it before it gets cold. After everyone had eaten their share, they started reacting so strangely that Isu became extremely nervous. Isu asked Hans, you don't like it, is it not to your taste? Hans said, this food, it just flipped my whole world. Isu said, what? Aunt Humphrey turned to her husband and asked, are you all right? Her husband replied, I lost consciousness because it was so delicious. Then Aunt Humphrey asked Isu, did you use spices in this food? Isu thought to himself, Aunt Humphrey is really experienced in cooking. That's why she noticed so quickly that I spiced up the food. Then he said aloud, yes, it's a common spice used in my hometown. Aunt Humphrey asked, is it not your type, Hans? Hans shouted, it's completely my type. Aunt Humphrey's husband said, it's my type too. Then Aunt Humphrey said to everyone, start eating now. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. The next morning Isu said, all right, let's go sell some black pepper. While he was searching for a merchant, he saw a girl riding a horse. Isu thought to himself, she is very beautiful. He noticed people around her and wondered, is she a noble? Seeing a man standing next to her, Isu thought, how cool does this guy look? Suddenly the girl looked at Isu excitedly and said, my love. Isu thought nervously, loving me, this is the first time I'm hearing something like this. The girl got down from the horse and started walking toward him. But then we see she walks right past Isu and goes to Aunt Maggie, who is standing behind him. We find out the girl's name is Rose. Rose said to Aunt Maggie, how long have you been working here? You're the reason I keep sneaking out of the house. Aunt Maggie replied, then I'll have to leave this place now. Rose said, what? I might die if I don't eat the food you cook for me every day. Rose rudely says, I'll tell you this again. I like to live my life freely, and if I had made up my mind, I would have been the best chef in the royal family in no time. Then Rose adds in horror, if you refuse to make my food, I'll cut off that hand and take it with me. Isu thinks to himself, how scary she is. Aunt Humphrey says, then you can't eat the food I make anymore. Rose says to her, that means hurry up and give me the most delicious food. I brought the ingredients, so use them as much as you want. Aunt Humphrey replies, okay. Now go and wash up first. The girl runs off to freshen up. Before leaving, she says, if you add black pepper, I'm not going to let you go. Aunt Humphrey says, that's not possible. Isu thinks to himself, so she hates black pepper. Han says to Seo, Miss JJ is so beautiful, right? Isu replies, yeah. Hans adds, of course she's a bit bad-tempered. Hans is about to say more when Rose suddenly arrives and says, bad-tempered? But who? Seeing Rose up close makes Hans's heart skip a beat. Rose says, don't be scared. It's all good. I was furious when that rumor about my bad temper started spreading, but now it's too late to take it back. I bet my driver played a huge role in spreading that rumor. It's a really cunning one. Then pointing at Isu, she says, by the way, who's this person? Isu replies, let me introduce myself. I'm an adventurer, Isu from Korea. Hans adds, he'll be staying in the village for a while. Rose starts asking a lot of questions all at once. What is this Korea? It's my first time hearing of it. It must be far away from here. Which family are you from? How much wealth do you have? Hearing so many questions at once, Eozi's head starts spinning. Just then the same man from before arrives and takes Miss Rose away. Rose shouts, hey, let go of me, let me go. Isu looks at the girl and thinks, what a crazy young girl. Then Isu asks Hans, her name is Jace Rose. Hans replies, yes, you can call her Miss JJ for short. Isu says, I see, Miss JJ must be very interested in me. Isu pokes Hans and asks, do you like Miss JJ? Hans replies, what are you saying? It's not like that. He continues, Mrs. Humphrey's food is really good. Even if I use the same recipe and ingredients, it doesn't taste as good as hers. Just then, a swan becomes very happy after seeing a man and says, Mr. Joseph, I am here. The man named Joseph replies, all right, Hans, get me a beer. Hans brings the beer. Isu asks the beer's price and Hans says, we don't charge money today, it's Miss JJ's day, after all. Uncle Joseph says to Isu, since we're here, let's have a drink together. Isu replies, yeah, of course. By the way, I heard him call you Mr. Joseph, and I'm Isu, sir. If you don't mind, may I ask what kind of business you do? Uncle Joseph replies, I sell spices in Hermania City. Isu asks, by any chance, do you know Mr. Mugo? Uncle Joseph says, you mean Colin Mugo? Of course I know him. We are very close. Isu asks, how do you know him? He came here last week. Uncle Joseph asks, did he perhaps sell some black pepper here? Isu replies, yes, but he said he only got a little of it. Uncle Joseph exclaims, come on. Isu, confused, asks, any problem? Then Uncle Joseph says, I'm the owner of the biggest spice shop in Hermania. I couldn't even get a grain of black pepper because the Medits family swept it all up. No wonder the Medits bathe in pepper water. There's even a rumor they use pepper as perfume. Isu thinks, that sounds like the other way around. Uncle Joseph then asks, that man Mugo, how did he even get a little bit of black pepper? Isu thinks, come to think of it, wasn't that what Hans ate before? It wasn't that good back then, would it be any better with beer? While thinking, he starts eating something very hard and doesn't like it at all. Isu says to Uncle Joseph, I don't think Miss JJ actually likes black pepper though. Uncle Joseph says, don't even say that. There's big trouble in piecing because of that. Isu asks Uncle Joseph, were you planning to set fire to the carriage carrying black pepper? Uncle Joseph replies, it was pretty hard to distract the knights. Isu says, wow. Just then Rose returns and says to both of them, don't you both think you shouldn't talk about me behind my back? Isu suddenly gets scared. Uncle Joseph says to Rose, of course not. Come, have a seat. Have a drink too. Rose tells Uncle Joseph, how about we steal that carriage? We'll earn a lot if we succeed. Then she picks up Iosi's beer and drinks it. Rose asks Isu, do you want this beer back? Isu replies, I don't want it. Rose asks Isu to answer the question she had asked earlier. Isu says, my father was a scholar and my mother was just a regular housewife. I was traveling after graduating from an academy. Rose says, that must be why you look rich. So since you enrolled in an academy, you aren't just a commoner, right, sir? Rose suddenly changes her tone toward Isu. Isu responds, in our continent, even commoners can enroll in an academy. Rose asks, really? Isu replies, yes. Then Rose asks, what about women? Isu replies, women can enroll too. After that, Rose says, then we'll run away to that continent right now. Her bodyguard interrupts, don't even dream about it, miss. Then Maggie brings food, which makes Rose very happy. Rose is about to eat the food when her bodyguard stops her and says, I can't let you eat something that looks suspicious. I've never seen this type of food before. Rose says, then should I starve? You really want that, don't you? Then she begins to eat silently. She enjoys the food so much that she feels like she's in heaven. Maggie says, I'll explain about the food. Rose suddenly interrupts. Wait, I'll explain. The soup has the taste of soft cream, a mix of veggies, butter, and milk all together. The texture of the barley popping in my mouth feels so refreshing. The scent of truffle mushroom is added, making it luxurious. In this it's a food called potato. It's my first time trying it. It's somehow crumbly yet soft and tasty. Isu is very surprised to see Rose's refined sense of taste. Rose says, of course it was magic. I spent some money on some wizard bastards. I did well, right? Uncle Joseph says, yes, you did really well. Isu thinks to himself, it looks like she isn't really fond of wizards. I wonder how the soup tastes. It's like clam chowder, delicious. But it wouldn't have been easy to harmonize the taste of potatoes and clams. She made this with ingredients she had never even seen before. She's great. Rose snaps, don't overreact and sit down. I only said that because it was so delicious. Then she looks at something and asks, what is that? Humphrey answers, cabbage. It's pickled in boiling water with lemon juice, raspberry juice, and bay leaves. I also added sugar to give you when you arrived. Rose gets very excited and says, I love you, Maggie. Everyone will suspect me if I kidnap Maggie, right? Her bodyguard says, if you want, I can kidnap her for you. Rose says, hey, don't say that out loud. In the next scene, Isu says, now that we're full, let's go sell some black pepper. He steps outside and admires the night view, thinking, it's definitely different from Seoul's sky. He goes to Uncle Joseph's house to sell the black pepper. Uncle Joseph is very surprised to see so much of it. Uncle Joseph asks, how did you get that? Isu replies, I bought it from my hometown. Uncle Joseph says, I'll buy them all. Isu says, I have about 20 malems. Uncle Joseph offers, I'll give you 3 gold coins per pound. Isu thinks to himself, that's a total of 60 golds. That means 6 million won in cash. He is very shocked. Uncle Joseph gives him the money. Isu says, isn't it uncomfortable to carry such a huge amount of cash? Uncle Joseph replies, that's why we hire merchants. We were just lucky this time that we met Miss JJ and her people along the way. No bandits are stupid enough to attack people accompanying the Midit's family. The next morning, Isu wakes up feeling much better. He says, so this is what rich people wake up to, but it feels kind of awkward having this much money. He thinks people here normally use just 3 gold a month to live. How much should I spend? Thinking about it, he starts looking at his wallet. Then he decides, shall I go have a look at the market first? He heads to the market and goes to the candle shop. He asks the price of candles. The merchant says, oil candles are 5 copper per pound, and wax candles are 2 silver coins. Isu says, give me 4 palelbs of oil candles. Then a girl enters. Seeing her, Isu remembers she used to live next to his house. The girl has come to buy fish. The shopkeeper says, that's an expensive fish. It requires magic to catch, so we only get it if someone places an order. The girl says, then I would like to order some. The shopkeeper says, you need to pay 5 silver in advance. It'll take about 2 months to arrive. Is that okay? Isu is shocked and thinks, 500,000 won for some fish. The girl says, then just give me 1 cooked red herring. The shopkeeper replies, the total is 2 copper. The girl says, wait, I'll go get a container. Isu thinks to himself, I guess I was wrong about her being a spoiled blonde. In the next scene, Rose comes to the market and starts calling for Isu. Isu says, Miss JJ, did you come here to buy something? Rose replies, I was looking for you. Yaja seems surprised. Then Rose asks nervously, would you go on a walk with me? Isu says, okay. During the walk, Rose asks, I heard you sold black pepper to Joseph. Isu responds nervously, did Mr. Joseph say that? He thinks to himself, it would have been better to keep that a secret, tough luck. Rose says, no, I just met him this morning, and I could smell it. Isu thinks, smelled it. I guess we can say she's very sensitive to black pepper. Isu says, actually I really like black pepper. I bought some from my hometown and sold it here to get some money for transportation. Rose replies, I don't understand why people are crazy for such a thing. Isu wonders, is it because she's just sick of it, or does she really hate it? Then Asuru says, but I like it. It's really delicious when used on ramen, when black pepper is sprinkled as a topping on spicy and sweet ramen soup. Rose asks, are you eating something? Isu replies, no, it's nothing. Maybe the reason you hate it is because some guy just uses it excessively. Rose answers, it's not that kind of problem. I don't care about that. It just makes me sick when I even smell it. Rose gets very angry, and everyone nearby asks her to calm down. She then says, sorry, I've just been a bit on edge lately. Isu says, it's all right. Then Rose says to Aishu, you're also some kind of noble, right? Traveling around while hiding your true identity. My eldest brother is also traveling to gain experience. Isu asks, so did you say you wanted to study? Rose replies, no, I want to inherit my family's business. Even if you can't inherit their business, can't you at least get a store in the capital if you talk to your father? Isu asks. Rose replies, no, it won't work. My father is planning to marry me into a wizard family. You know, wizards are descendants of elves, and people serve elves like gods. Even the families who marry into wizard families are praised, as if they were chosen by the gods. For that honor, he's going to marry me off to a wizard family. Isu says, it must be hard for you to face an arranged marriage. Then Rose says, so take me to your continent. I can offer you 5,000 golds. Isu responds, I understand how you feel, but would you be all right in a foreign land with no family members? Isu gets emotional and says, one day I suddenly lost my parents and got lost. That saying time heals everything was a lie. The more time passed, the more I missed the days I spent with my parents. Rose says, it looks like your parents were good people. Isu replies, yes. Then Rose says, actually my parents are good people too. It's just that it made me realize they're ultimately like all the others. She continues, it's not important to them whether there's something I like or hate. They just want me to live up to the standards adults made. Then Rose adds, well, my house is about 4 days away from here, so you can visit sometime. Isu says, okay. After I get used to this place. Rose says jokingly, it would be better if you kidnapped Maggie too on your way there. Isu replies, I guess I should rather not go then. Rose says again, I will give you 5,000 golds. Isu jokes, wouldn't it be better to give that to Humphrey instead? After the conversation ends, Rose leaves. Then Iyasu sees an old man and goes to talk to him. The man already knows Iyasu's name. He asks, are you going to stay in this village? Isu replies, so you knew me, I should have visited you first. Sorry I'm late. The man is actually the head of the village. The old man says, it's okay, go ahead with your plans. We're already like neighbors now. Isu says, okay. That's it. So can I just live here? Isu is very surprised by how easily the village accepts him. In the next scene we see a car arriving in the village. Maggie shouts, old men. She gets angry and says, where the hell have you been? Oh my god, you got a kid now? We then see some people arriving bringing a baby with them. Maggie asks the lady, is the baby healthy? The lady replies, yes, he's a perfectly healthy boy. Maggie gets emotional seeing the baby. We come to know that the woman is Maggie's daughter-in-law and the baby is her grandson. Isu feels very happy witnessing the moment. In the next scene, Hans comes to Isu's house. Isu says, "What is it? Do you need more firewood?" Hans says, "No, let's go see the baby." Both of them go to see the baby and think that he's very cute. Then Hans says, "Mr. Isu, I need to tell you something." Isu asks, "What is it?" Hans says, "A noble is trying to buy our village." Isu asks, "Seriously, what do you mean by that?" Hans says, "I mean our village could be sold at any moment now." Isu says, "What? Isn't that a serious problem?" Just then, the baby starts laughing. Seeing this, Isu says, "Well, maybe it's not as important as this moment." Hans says, "I guess so." In the next scene, Isu brings Hans to a different place and asks him, "By the way, that thing you mentioned earlier, isn't that a serious problem?" Hans asks, "What? Which one?" Isu says, "The thing you told me about the noble." Hans says, That, actually it doesn't have much to do with you. You're a traveler. You can leave at any time." Isu thinking to himself, that kind of hurt. Hans continues, "Anyway, there's something I wanted to give you." He hands over some books and says, "This one is about one of the nobles I like. It can help you better understand this place." Isu replies, "Thank you." In the next scene, Isu returns to Korea using the gate. Looking at his budget, he begins thinking about what he can sell this time. He remembers the girl in the market who was buying fish. Later that night, he goes to the market to buy something. He sees a lot of food and ends up eating to his heart's content. Then he thinks, let's take a walk to digest all this food. While walking, he reaches the fish market. Seeing so many fish makes him very happy. He spots a fish that looks just like the one the girl was buying. The shopkeeper asks, "Do you need some mackerel fish?" Isu replies, "Yes, but please remove the organs." The shopkeeper says, "Okay." Isu buys a lot of that fish, takes them home and thinks, "It's been a while since I had proper mackerel." He also finds a sauce called samjang. Isu says, "They don't have samjang sauce there, so let's make something tasty using samjang." He continues thinking, "I learned this when I was studying abroad, and lastly, if I mix in some nuts, then it's done." He collects all the ingredients to eat the fish and says, "I took some barley just in case, because porridge is more common than rice in that place." Then Eo remembers what his mother once said. Controlling fire is essential when cooking rice in a pot. You should fry the outer layer when frying fish so that the oil comes out, which prevents the fish from sticking to the pan. Won-soo gets a little emotional remembering his mother's words. In the next scene, he goes to the house of his neighbor. The girl's mother opens the door and asks, "Who is it?" Isu says, "I'm Iyasu living next door." The girl's mom replies, "Hi, I am Mesa, but what brought you here then?" Isu says, "I just realized that I didn't introduce myself properly, so I decided to treat you to a meal." Then the girl comes and asks her mother, "What happened, mother?" Her mother replies, "Mr. Aishu just moved into the house next door." She then tells Isu, "This is my daughter. Her name is Hyen." Both mother and daughter are quite surprised that Isu is suddenly asking her to join him for a meal. Isu says, "I saw your daughter in the market looking for some mackerel fish, so I went to the neighboring village and bought some. I remembered that if it's all right with you, may I cook it?" That girl's mother says, "Sure. I wonder how it tastes." Isu says, "I hope it will suit your taste." "Okay then, let's eat in my backyard." Later in the next scene we see him cooking fish with great fun. He thinks I should fry the fish like this to make it crispy on the outside but soft on the inside. He's done cooking the fish, which looks very tasty. The three of them sit together to eat. Isu says, "This is steamed cabbage, but take a piece of mackerel fish along with some sauce on it, then wrap it and eat it." That girl's mother asks Is, "Did you live in a coastal village before coming here?" Isu replies, "Well, somehow, yes." Her mother eats the fish and after finishing, she says, "You have a talent for cooking, especially this sauce. It's my first time tasting something like this. It's really delicious." Isu feels very happy to hear the compliment and says, "I'm glad that you liked it. Now I want to try too." He finds it so tasty after eating it. He thinks I am in the ocean. He also thinks his mind about the cabbage's sweetness and the barley's texture suits well, but still, this part of the fish is the most delicious one. That girl's mother says, people who know how to eat should start eating from here. By the way, you should throw away the bones. Why would you eat those? Isu thinks. Somehow they don't seem like any ordinary mother and daughter. After eating, the girl says to Isu, thanks for the meal. I will clean the dishes and return them later. Isu says, it's okay, I will do that. That girl's mother says, let her be. She just wants to repay you somehow. Then she holds Isu's hand and says, thank you so much, I will treat you to a meal someday too. Isu says, okay, call me anytime. A scene of a few days later is shown. Isu thinks, it's been a month. He further thinks, I get very tired doing all that work with Hans. Just then, Hans arrives. Isu thinks that Hans has come to call him to do that work again. Isu asks in a very weary tone, what are we going to do today? Hans says, it isn't for work. Would you like to go to Lushan village with me? He is surprised to hear the name of the new village, but then he says, yes. Hans becomes very happy. In the next scene, Isu starts vomiting profusely due to traveling on such a dangerous road. He thinks, I should have taken meds for motion sickness. That was one murderous road. Then Hans says, there is someone I have to meet, so I will go that way. Isu says, okay, let's meet at this spot after about an hour. I will be at the pub if it gets too late. Hans replies, okay. Then he goes to meet someone. Isu thinks that he can take advantage of this opportunity to do some shopping in this village. Then Yu goes to a fabric shop and asks the shopkeeper, what kind of fabric is this? The shopkeeper says, you are really observant. This is a new kind of fabric called cambric. It's commonly used for handkerchiefs, curtains, and clothes. These are pretty popular among the nobles. Isu says, it's really soft, by the way, how much for it? The shopkeeper says, 1 gold each. Isu says, okay, then give me 2 of those. The shopkeeper asks, anyway, where are you going to use these? Isu says, baby diapers. The shopkeeper is very surprised. In the next scene, Isu is about to go to another place when he sees a swordsman holding a heavy sword. Machiu thinks to himself, I want to try raising that sword. The way the swordsman looks at Aishu makes him scared. Then he sees Miss JJ going by. Miss JJ also sees him. Miss JJ asks Iu, what are you doing here? Isu says, I followed Hans here. By the way, were you just passing by this place, right? Rose says, it's not that, I came out to observe. Haven't you heard the news? Isu asks, what news? Rose says, the new noble bought this land. They will be neighbors of my family. That's why I came here to observe. Anyway, what are you bringing around the town like that? Isn't that the cambric cloth? Isu says, yes, and Humphrey got a grandson, so I wanted to give her a gift. Rose gets shocked after hearing this news and says, what? Then I won't sit still either. She asks Isu to follow her. Then both of them go to a shop where Rose shows him soap and many other things. She says, I would like to give her more, but then Maggie will refuse to accept it, or tell her that I will visit soon and that I would like to congratulate her. Isu says, I will, and if you hear any important news about the village, please tell me. Then Rose says, the people in Ladine must be worried too, aren't they? If the new nobles buy the land in that village too, I have to get Maggie out before that happens. Oja thinks, her eyes don't seem normal. Then she says, you think I am obsessed, right? Whatever, this can't be helped. Then she calls the waiter to give her a special meal. Izu thinks, in his mind, a special meal? Rose says, normally every inn has a special meal for the nobles. Their special meal arrives. Isu doesn't like it. The food was not good at all. Rose says, try it. Isu says, thanks for the meal, then he eats the food. After eating it he feels like vomiting because the taste was too bad. Raya says smilingly, what do you think? Isn't it tasty? Try the bread too. Then he comes home with Hans. In the next scene, he is just thinking about the food and says, it's really killing me. Now I understand why Miss JJ is obsessed with Aunt Humphrey. I know that Aunt Humphrey shouldn't leave Ladine no matter what. In the next scene we see Isu returning to Seal City with the help of the gate. He hurriedly opens the freezer and thinks, I am sure there is some plum syrup in there. He gets a lot of relief after having a few drinks. After that he says, something chilly and fresh is the best when feeling full. Now I feel better. Then he thinks while looking at the laptop. Anyway, is there anything else I can sell other than black pepper? I'm kind of getting sick of selling black pepper. Even the subspace pocket is a waste to only use for black pepper. Then something comes to his mind and he starts searching for something. Then we see a scene, a few days later. Yesu's trying to grow some crops by digging the soil. He thinks, there are other things I can do instead of selling things. If I grow these myself, my stock would be much more than the quantity I can bring from Korea. Then Hans comes there and asks, Mr. Isu, what are you doing? Isu says, I just wanted to plant something. Hans asks, what are you planting? Isu says, do you remember the soup Aunt Humphrey cooked when Miss JJ came? The veggies in there that's called potato, and I am planting those. Isu continues, it's easy to cook, quite delicious, and has a lot of uses. Hans says, okay, so invite me too someday. Isu says, sure, I will cook you some food called potato jian. Hans asks, potato jian? Isu says, yes, it's made by grinding some potatoes and deep frying it like a pancake on a frying pan. Hans says, that's a promise. Okay, Isu says, I will keep my promise as long as these grow well. After that, Hans says, by the way, the merchants have arrived, let's go together. Isu says, okay. In the next scene we see the same kid to whom Isu gave the mirror. His name is Mino. Isu recognizes him, and Mino is very happy to see him because Isu remembered him even after so long. Then Mino says, the mirror was sold for 5 golds. Do you perhaps have more of those? Isu says, I have about 5 more. Then Mino says, I will take it later, and goes away from there. Then Isu thinks, if Aunt Humphrey has made sausages today, I am wondering how tasty it will be to eat. I want to eat too. Just then Hans comes there and gives some food to Isu and asks him to eat it. Isu looks at the food and thinks it looks similar to salami. Then he eats the food, which makes him feel very salty. Hans asks, don't you like it? Isu says nervously, it's a bit salty, but I think it would be better if I ate this alongside some other food. Hans says, we have no choice since it has to be preserved for a long time. It will go bad quickly if we don't use at least that much salt. Then Aunt Humphrey comes in with some food. She says to Hans over there, stop talking and help me serve the food. Hans says, okay. Isu, looking at the food, sees there are only sausages and bread for today. Then he thinks, I am sure it will taste good since Aunt Humphrey made this. Then he sees some people sitting in front of him eating food. At the same time, Hans calls him, who is at the dining table with his family. Hans invites him to have dinner with his family. Hans's family also happily invites Isu. Hans's father says to Isu, I have heard a lot about you. Then everyone says, thanks for the meal. Isu eats the food and thinks it still tastes alright when I eat this with bread. The scent of the fermented meat and this chewy texture is this similar to salami too. Then while eating, he starts thinking about food in his mind. Then he asks, anyway, I don't see Miss Mesa and Hyen. Hans's mother says, I heard that Mesa isn't feeling well nowadays. Isu is shocked. Then Hans's mother gives some food to Isu, and says, can you take the leftover food to your place? Isu says, of course. Then when he starts leaving from there, he hears a lot of shouting and fighting. When Isu hears the voice, he understands that it is the voice of Hyen and her mother fighting. Then Hyen comes out of the room in anger. She and Isu come face to face, but Hyen doesn't say anything and goes away in anger. It is then that the mother comes out to call her, and then they start coughing up a lot of blood. In the next scene, we see Isu and the girl's mother at the dining table. Isu says, please eat before the food gets cold. The girl's mom replies, I will eat together with Hyen when she comes back. We see that she is very worried about her daughter. Then she says that Hyen isn't her real daughter, she is her nanny, who's been looking after her ever since she was young. Isu thinks to himself, so that's why I felt weird that time. I think there is a problem with her attitude too. The girl's nanny says, well, young miss doesn't have a warm attitude, but she isn't a bad child either. There's a valid reason why she shouted at me like that. Isu asks, is it somehow related to why you told the whole village that she's your daughter? The nanny replies, because we've kept this a secret. Our miss has a lot of talents. She wants to use those talents to earn money in a big city and get me treated, but I'm not allowing her. She's crazy. Isu thinks to himself, I also understand Hyen. Even I would have felt frustrated if someone important to me didn't want to get treated for an illness. Then the nanny says to Isu that she has a favor to ask. Isu asks, what is it? The nanny says, when I die, please help our Miss Hyen to settle down in this place. The next day we see Isu going to his parents' graves. After getting there, he repeats in his mind what the girl's nanny told him. After that he says aloud, it won't be easy, but I'll try. Then he remembers something his own nanny once said. That's a lot more convincing to hear than you confidently telling me that you would definitely do it just to keep me happy. In the next scene, Iyasu thinks to himself, I am not someone who is good enough to be responsible for a girl that I barely even know. And it doesn't feel like Hyen is someone with whom I can get along well. But the reason why I said that was because I know the feeling of being left alone. In the following scene, we see Mino and Iyasu. Iyasu gives him the remaining 5 mirrors, which makes Mino very happy. Mino says, okay, I'll give you 3 golds per mirror. And I'll give you more if these get sold at a higher price. Isu says, you work with your conscience, huh? Then Iyasu asks, what about soap instead of mirrors? Mino replies, soaps aren't in as much demand as mirrors. Mino continues, anyway, Mr. Isu, what are you? Isu, surprised, says, I said I'm an adventurer. Mino says, what I mean is, are you a noble or a commoner? You have a scent that I can only smell from nobles. Commoners can't take a shower as frequently because water is rare. Isu asks, then how do the people in Armenia take a bath? Mino replies, there are several public baths that the wizard's family runs. Even the commoners use them because the price is affordable. Isu asks, the wizard's family? Mino says yes, Armenia doesn't have much water, so they gather weather with magic. Isu thinks to himself, then this country is so bad that they can't even survive without the wizards. In the next scene we see Hyen sitting next to her nanny. Her nanny says, Miss, sorry for not being able to be with you till the end. Hyen replies, you've been protecting me for 30 years. You did your best and you've done enough, so you don't have to cry. Leave peacefully. The nanny's health deteriorates. Everyone understands that she will not live much longer. It is time for her to leave. The nanny starts crying a lot, then she dies. Isu thinks to himself, Hyen eventually didn't even cry during Nanny's funeral. He visited her house to share some food, but he only saw the empty dishes in front of the house, not her. The next day, Isu returns to his home in Sea City. He goes to a cake shop and remembers a scene of his parents. His mother was eating bread. Isu had asked, are you eating bread again? His mother replied, I can live without rice, but I can't live without bread. His father joked, do you love bread more than me? His mother started thinking seriously, which made his father worried. We see that Asu's family was very happy back then. Back in the present, Isu buys the same bread. Then he goes to another world and starts eating his mother's favorite bread. He sees a packet on the table. At first he doesn't remember what it contains, but then suddenly, he remembers it's the same fabric, soap and lotion that he and Rose had bought for Maggie's grandchild. He sets out to give it to Maggie. Maggie asks, what is that? Isu says, Cambry cloth, and I also put soap and lotion from Miss J in here. It's a gift for getting a grandchild. Maggie says, oh my, you are so thoughtful. Isu says, it's nothing much. Then Maggie says, compared to you, the males in my family are so lazy. Isu gets nervous and says, I'll see you later. He thinks to himself, I better get out of here for the sake of peace in this family. Then he goes to see the crop he had grown long ago. He sees Hyen there and is very surprised. He says, "It's been a while, were you looking at the potato flower?" Then he plucks a flower and gives it to her. He says, "How is it? It's simple but beautiful, right?" Hyen looks at him with a strange expression and says, "Why did you pluck that flower?" Isu says nervously, "You should pluck the flower for the potato to grow well." Hyen asks, "What is a potato?" Isu replies, "Something you eat, it's buried under the ground. Right now, we can harvest it after a month. I'll let you taste it." Hyen says, "Forget it." Isu thinks to himself, "Anyway, is she eating properly? Looks like she lost some weight." Then Isu asks Hyen, "Do you perhaps like bread?" Hyen asks, "Breaded?" Isu says, "Yes, I got some of it recently. I like bread." Hyen gets excited. She says, "Come on in then. Let's eat together." Then she eats the bread and Iu thinks, "Looks like she loves bread too. But I was wondering why her hair color altered so frequently, so she was indeed a witch." While thinking this, Iu starts looking at her carefully. At that time, Hyen asks, "Is it your first time seeing someone eating bread?" Isu gets nervous again and says, "No, I was just amazed by your ears." Hyen says, "You could have just asked if I'm a witch." Isu replies, "How could I when you were trying to hide it?" Hyen says, Yeah. Anyway, you better not tell this to anybody else. And don't talk to me when I'm eating." Isu is surprised by her behavior and says, "Okay." After finishing the food, Hyen says, "I get it now. You can fool the others but not me." Isu doesn't understand what she means. Then Hyen asks, "You aren't an ordinary person, right?" Isu, sounding very nervous, replies, "What do you mean?" Then he thinks, "Did she somehow notice that I came from another dimension?" Then Hyen says, "You're a wizard, a bread wizard." Isu is absolutely stunned by her words. Then Hyen says, "The texture is soft but not greasy. The egg and butter give a good taste to the bread and the scent spreads all over my mouth. Unless you are a bread wizard, it's not possible for someone to make such delicious bread." Then she adds, "You fed me such delicious bread. In return, I'll help you take care of the potato flowers." Isu says, Sure. Then Hyen says, "I also haven't forgotten about the cooked mackerel. I will definitely repay you for that too." Isu says, "Okay, just tell me if you want to eat that again." Hyen says, "I hate fish." Isu replies, "That's good to know. Anyway, what kind of magic do you use?" Hyen responds, "You want me to tell you that for free?" Isu says, "I don't think I'm asking that for free." In the next scene, we see that Ieyasu has to make bread again. He collects all the ingredients and thinks pound cake has simple ingredients and is easy to make. Traditionally, flour, egg, sugar, and butter are mixed. It's also delicious if we add veggies and bacon. Chocolate and green tea are good too. Also lemon. In the next scene, he starts making bread and thinks, will it be tasty for her? I don't know what she'll say. Just then, Hyen arrives. She asks, "Is that bread? When can we eat it? You do know that I'm diligently harvesting the potato flowers, right?" Isu says, "How would I know if those fell off because of the wind or if it was really you? That's the information I want in return for making this bread." Hyen says, "I am a witch with the power to control water." Isu gets shocked and thinks, is she somehow related to the family that manages the water in Armenia? Then he says, "Can you show me some magic?" Hyen replies, "Give me bread. Delicious ones, 10 of them. And cook it faster." Isu says, Yes. The cake is ready." Hyen can't wait to eat the cake. She asks Io to cut it quickly. Isu says, "Just wait a while," but the cake doesn't come out of the bowl. Then Isu remembers that he forgot to butter the bowl. Isu says, "It's a little burnt at the edges, but try it. I wonder what it tastes like." They both start eating the cake.
Hyen loves it.
Isu thinks, this cake is very sweet. Then he asks, "How does it taste?" Hyen says, "It's delicious." Isu replies, "Is that so?" Then Hyen says, "Anyway, do you have any milk?" Isu says, "Do I owe you milk? Go get it by yourself from the cow." Hyen says, "I hate animals. By the way, why do you live alone?" Isu replies in a sad tone, my parents passed away. Hyen says in a cold tone, it's better for useless parents to die early. This reminds Isu that her grandmother had said that Hyen has a problem in her heart. That's why she behaves like this. He starts wondering, does this mean Hyen is a psychopath? Then Isul asks, what do you feel when you see an animal? Hyen replies, I feel like killing them. Isu says, what? Hyen asks, do you also think that something is wrong with what I just said? Oziu thinks, how did she end up like this? Then he says, I came to this place to get some comfort. You should go now. Then Hyen asks, why? Are you going to finish the rest of the bread all by yourself? Then Isu gives her a piece of bread. After that, Hyen says, you are a good person. In the next scene, we see Isu lying on his bed, thinking to himself, I understand what it feels like to lose someone important to you. In such a situation, we don't have enough energy to consider other people's feelings, but still, Hyen is a bit worse. In the next scene, we see some people brutally killing the residents of a nearby village. During the fight, one man escapes with great difficulty. In the following scene, that boy is brought in front of the village head. The boy has fainted. When he regains consciousness, he becomes very frightened. The village head says, calm down. You passed out as soon as you got off the carriage. Then the boy says, Father, hurry up. Lucian village was attacked. They might come this way, so we better go. The village head says, it's all right. If they were really planning to attack this place, they would have arrived here already. Isu is also present and hears everything. He thinks, he's right. The two villages are only 2 hours apart. If they were coming, they'd be here by now. Then the village head says to everyone, it's late already, let's gather again next time. The next day, Miss Ja's bodyguard comes and announces something. He tells everyone, I'm going to stay here for a while and observe their movements. Seeing this soldier, all the villagers start asking, what will happen next? At that very moment, Isu arrives. Isu asks, why is the Mioth family stepping into this? The soldier replies, all I can say is that we were also affected. If you choose representatives among you, I will assign a knight to go there with you. In the next scene, Isu thinks, this is weird. A lot of injured, but no casualties. I'm sure there's a reason why they only injured those people and didn't kill them. Then Ashu goes to Hyen. He first calls Hyen, but she does not come out. Then he says bread, which makes Hyen come out immediately. Isu thinks, I'm sure she'd even follow a stranger if they offered her bread. Then Hyen says, I'll make you some bread. Isu asks, instead, can I ask you something? What's with the poker face? Hyen replies, what do you want? Isu asks, what are the positions of the nobles in the Man Nation? You know, something like count and marquis. Hyen says, we have counts but no marquises. Isu says, oh, elaborate then. Hyen replies angrily, one question is enough. Then she continues, from now on, asking questions isn't free. 1 bread loaf per question. Isu says, you are a savage robber. Desio is then forced to go and make a cake. Hyen asks, are you going to make bread with these this time? She gets very happy. Then Isu starts telling the recipe while making it. He says, first I'm going to put this mingle and mix it several times, then put some oil on the pan and place the batter on it. Hyen says, cook it already, I'm hungry. Isu says, we have to cook this slowly on a slim fire. Hyen says, you must not be good yet with your magic. Isu says, this isn't magic. We see that he makes a pancake. When it's ready, Hyen is just staring at the food. Isu says, stop staring and eat it. Then she eats it and likes it very much. She asks, what is this? How can a piece of bread be this soft? Isu says, that's called a pancake. Then Hyen eats the whole pancake. Isu says, if you're eating, can you answer my question now? Hyen says, don't be so impatient. Isu says, oh, sorry. Then she says, first, the highest position is the emperor. That bastard rules this entire kingdom. Isu asks, are you really allowed to say it that way? Hyen says, I am going to kill him with my own hands anyway. Isu thinks, what a troublesome kid she is. Then he says, okay, continue. Hyen says, Next is the Duke. It's a position given to the wizard family and the indirect royal descendants. Next are the counts and the rest of the nobles. Isu asks, "That's all?" Hyen says, "Next are the people who buy the certificate of nobility." Isu asks, "How much is that certificate?" Hyen replies, 5,000 gold coins. Then Isu asks, "By the way, why do you want to kill the king?" Hyen replies, "He is the enemy of my kind." Izo asks, "But don't the other wizards get along well with the emperor?" Hyen shouts, "Don't act like you know everything, you aren't even a wizard." Isu says, "What a terrible mistake on my part." Then Hyen says, "Anyway, I'm going to go to Hermania City. From now on, give me 1 gold per question." Isu asks, "You don't have a transportation fee." Then Iyasu asks again, "Bread or gold, choose one." Sechin says, "That's a hard question, I'll think about it." In the next scene we see Iao riding in a horse-drawn carriage somewhere. He begins vomiting again due to motion sickness. He thinks, "Without the pill for motion sickness, I'm no better than a dog." Hyen says, "Mr. Isu, are you all right?" Isu replies, "Yes." Then he asks, "Anyway, the village looks so much better in just 2 weeks." Hyen says, "Didn't I tell you?" "Okay, now I'm telling you." Actually, the Pang family spent a huge sum of money and hired a healing wizard. They helped to cure the villagers and restore the village. Izu asks, "Pang family? The one who was buying the lands here?" Hyen replies, "That's right." Then Isu thinks, the land they were planning to buy just got ambushed by bandits, but they restored it for free. Then Isu asks, "What's their condition?" Hyen says, "Condition? Actually, they don't say anything about a condition." Isu thinks, this is suspicious. Then he says, "Anyway, I'm glad the people are okay." Hyen says, "Right, then shall we meet here after finishing our own business?" Isu says, "Sure." In the next scene Isu says, "I finally sold all the black pepper I brought." He sees some people talking in front of him. One man says, "I met the bandits on my way here to Count Maith's territory." Another man says, "Really?" Then the first man continues, "They say the bandits are wandering around with this area as their center. But I heard Count Meath isn't even putting on a guard." The second man says, "What if the bandits have something to do with the Meath family?" Ladine thinks lies. The knights of the Meath family have been guarding the streets for the last 2 weeks. Then a third man says, "I'll kick their asses if they try to come here again. You know, when I met them a few days ago, I glared at them without getting scared. One of them had an awful-looking scar on his jaw, but I still acted bravely, started to beg after I stabbed him." Isu listens and realizes this man is talking about someone he had met before. In the next scene we see Hyen coming to Isu and shouting, "Bread! Where is my bread?" Isu replies, "Today I will harvest potatoes." Hyen says, "Bread first." Then a small fight starts between the two. One says she wants bread, the other says he wants potatoes. Then Isu says, "I will show you how to do this. So watch carefully and learn." Isu begins to explain to Hyen how to get the potatoes out from under the dust. He says, "Dig the dirt under these roots as carefully as possible. Then some big round roots will show up, like this." Hyen says, "It's ugly." Isu says, "Doesn't this look like you?" Then he adds, "Have you ever seen a mirror in your life? You said you were 23 years old, right? Now I understand why you couldn't get married until now. Today, I'm going to cook with this one." Hyen asks, "Not bread?" Isu says, "If you don't want it, don't eat this." Hyen says, "Let's see what you've got first." Then Isu washes the potatoes thoroughly and refreshes them. Hyen asks, "So what are you going to make using these things?" Isu replies, "Potato pancake. It's a simple food you can cook with just potatoes and oil." Hyen says, "It doesn't sound tasty." Isu says, "Just help me, I'll make you some bread later." Then Hyen says, "Give me the knife." Isu gets scared and says, "Have you ever even used this before?" Then he says, "Just grind the potatoes that I give you using this." Hyen says, "Okay, sure, I can do something as simple as this." Then we see that she starts grinding the potatoes very fast. Isu is afraid and says, "Hey, let me do it." Then we watch as they grind the potatoes. Isu says, "I didn't expect that you couldn't even peel a potato properly." Hyen says, "It took a long time even for you." Isu says, "Didn't know that you had no idea how to grind potatoes." Hyen says, "Shut up." Then Isu says, "Now we will place this ground potato on the sieve. Throw away the water floating above and mix the residue of potato starch with the grated potato. Then spread a layer of oil on the frying pan and fry it." Hyen says, "That's delicious to you." Isu says, "If you want to add texture to this food, you just need to use some potato slices in it. You can also put in some veggies if you want. It all depends on your personal taste. Now it's done. Go ahead and try this." Hyen starts looking at her food carefully. Isu says, "Eat it before it gets cold." Hyen says, "Don't rush me." Iwaju watches her. It seems she liked the food very much. While eating, Hyen says, "These edge parts are especially tasty." Isu thinks she knows how to enjoy this even though she doesn't know how to enjoy expensive ribs. Then he says to Hyen, "Next time I'll make you some potato bread with the potatoes you harvest." Hyen says, "I like the pound cake more." Isu says, "But you seem like you're really enjoying that potato pancake right now." We see that Rose has come to Maggie's house after a long time. Maggie says, "You're here." Rose says, "Yes, by the way, you've been doing fine, haven't you? This time I'll be staying here for about 3 days. Cook me lots of delicious food, okay?" Then Isu comes in and tells Rose, "Miss, can I have some of your time?" Rose gets shocked. In the next scene, Rose says, "So what is this all about?" Isu replies, "I have a favor to ask of you." Rose says, "A favor?" Isu says, "There is something I heard from the villagers in Luchan." Rose asks, "Then?" Isu says, "First I would like to tell you that I am not suspecting the Miao family, so don't be offended by me. I also know that your family has assigned the guards too." Rose asks, "What is it that you want to say?" Isu says, "Someone has already started spreading fake rumors about the Miao family, so before the rumor spreads further, a scar on the chin. Could you check if someone has a knife scar on the chin in your land?" Hyen says, "Are you saying that you think the culprit is in our land? Let's say it's him. What are we going to do when we find him?" Isu says, "I already have a plan for that." Rose says, "If you are planning to harm the reputation of a noble, try to think again, if this goes wrong as punishment." In the next scene we see Rose eating something and saying, "No punishment for that. The food has been cooked by Isu." Rose says, "What is this? It's so soft. Did you make a taste like this with butter? If you knew how to do this since long ago, why didn't you make me one before?" Isu says, "I'm glad you like it. So about my favor." Rose says, "Don't worry, all you want is a letter when I find him, right?" Isu says, "Yes, then I will go there." Rose says, "Okay, I can do that, it's nothing hard. Anyway, how did you make this?" Isu says, "Do you remember the potato you brought me first? I washed it clean and then sliced it." Rose says, "Seriously, these country people are so easy to fool." Isu says, "What?" Rose says, "Why are you revealing the information that only you know to others? You should sell that information in exchange for money. Why do you think craft masters earn more than farmers? It's because they have a special trick only they know. They only teach those tricks to their children. When they get wealthy, they'll buy the certificate of nobility and become nobles." Isu says, "Then I guess I can't tell you the recipe." Rose says, "Then instead of that, along with Miss Gay." Isu says, "Okay, enjoy your meal." After a few days we see Rose, who has come to someone's house. Rose says, "Guard, step aside." The guard says, "I was told not to let anyone in." Rose says, "Is that so?" Then someone from inside says, "I heard that someone was spouting. Let's see who that is." Rose says, "It's us who hired the bandits to attack the Luchan village. What kind of child dares to use their long tongue in that way?" Someone from inside tells Rose to come in. One man says, "Hello, Miss Jane Rose. Have you been well?" Rose tells the person, "Lift your face." That person does not give any answer. Rose, while pulling his hair, says, Didn't you hear me? Lift your head up before I smash it. The person sitting in front tells the man to lift his face. We see that it is the same man we encountered once before. The man in front is Rose's father. Rose says, "Father," she continues, "there is something I would like to tell you, just the two of us." Rose tells everything to her father. Then she asks, "What are you going to do now?" Her father says, "That man who just confessed is the territory manager of our family. I knew that the other nobles were planning something, but I didn't expect them to try pulling our honor down by buying our manager." Rose says, "We should tie him upside down and beat him until his insides fall out of his mouth. He still hasn't said anything about the one who paid him to do that, right?" Her father says, "Yes. He claims that everything was planned by himself." Rose says, "Then let's just torture him by drowning him for a week straight." The next day we see Isu going to a place in a beautiful-looking carriage. He reaches the place and we see Rose waiting for him. Isu is quite surprised to see Rose's new getup. He thinks, she is definitely the daughter of a duke. Rose says, "What is with that reaction? Anyway, this isn't right to test a guest who has just arrived like this, but let's take care of that first." Isu says, "Okay." Then Rose asks, "So what is your plan?" Isu says, "This is a treasure of my family. It's made by a wizard with the power of the thunder god and the god of wisdom." Then he shows her something and says, "It's called a lie detector." Rose says, "You don't have to explain it with such minute details. So it's an artifact, right?" Isu says, yes, it's an artifact." Then Rose says, "So this distinguishes lies from the truth." Isu says, "You are right." Rose thinks, who the hell is he really? He's got an artifact as an heirloom, and there's also a wizard in his continent. Artifacts aren't things ordinary civilians can even see. Then she replies, "Okay, let's use this right away." Isu asks, "Don't you want to check what would happen if someone lies?" Rose gets a little scared and says, "Why? Will it kill me?" Isu says, No. Then we see that both of them try to get the truth out of the man's mouth with the help of the machine. Isu says, "From now on, if you tell the truth, God will be on your side, but if you lie, he will punish you by tearing your blood vessels apart." The man says, "Why should I believe that?" Isu says, "I will prove it in a simple way. Just say no to all my questions." Then Siu asks him the first question. "Miss JJ likes Aunt Humphrey's food, right?" Because of this question, everyone starts looking at Rose. The man says, "No." Then the machine detects the lie and gives an electric shock to the man. Yes says, "See, now we are done with the practice." Then Asu says with a horror-struck face, "If you lie once again, your family, children and even grandchildren will be punished for your sin. You will be punished by God who will tear your limbs apart." The man gets scared and says, "Please leave my family out of this. I just did what I was told to do." Isu becomes happy. Rose's father says to Isu, "I will continue from here. You can wait outside. Please take your artifact with you." Then we see Isu and Rose coming out of the room. Rose says, "That was quick." Isu says, "What should we do now?" Rose says, "There was something I prepared for you." Isu asks, "What?" Rose says, "I'm sure you'll like it a lot." We see a basket of cakes being brought to Isu as thanks. Isu gets shocked. Rose says, "Looks tasty, right? Try this. It's a flour dessert and is very popular among nobles and royals." Isu thinks this will be a very tasty dessert. But after eating it, he smells a lot of perfume, which he doesn't like very much. Rose says, "What do you think?" Isu says, "No comment." Then Rose says, "Try the others too." He says, "Okay," and thinks, "I hope that one tastes better." Rose says, "You can try each one of them." Then he eats another one and thinks, "I don't understand these tastes. It tastes like cosmetics, so terrible." After the lie-detecting incident, Isu has earned the trust of the media family. Now we see him relaxing after the incident. Rose and Isu are seen having a fun banter. After a while she asks, "By the way," Isu replies, "Yes." Rose continues, "Can I borrow this?" Isu is confused and asks, "What are you going to use it for, if I may ask?" Rose, with determination says, "I was thinking of disciplining some of the guards." Isu gets scared for the guards and denies her request. Later in the evening, Isu arrives before Count Medea and properly introduces himself. Rose asks her father, "How did it go? Is the Fia family really related to all of this?" Count Medea replies, "Yes. The royal family has decided to impose separate punishments. The man they instigated will be sentenced to prison for life." We see Count Medea being grateful to Isu, as he was the most helpful. The next morning, Isu wakes up from a comfortable sleep, then walks toward the window to watch the bustling town. As he feels the chilly air, he quickly shuts the window. In the meantime, his butler arrives and brings him morning tea, snacks, and a bathrobe for him to cover himself. To Isu, it felt weird that he was relaxing in this new world, but he made up his mind, "This world is my new home." When he heard a voice calling for him, stating that the meal was prepared and Isu was called to have a meal with Count Medea. At the dining table, we see Rose all excited as she watches Io wearing formal noble clothes, commenting, "You look as shiny as a new gold coin in that outfit." Isu feels embarrassed since he's not used to noble clothing but decides to have the meal with the Medea family. Rose is interrupted by her personal maid for her informal way of speaking. Feeling lectured, she orders the maid to bring the food. The dishes looked delicious. There were fruits, chicken, and fish. Yet when Ayachu tried the fish, it was bland and only tasted of salt and pepper. Rose, bold as ever, noticed Ayachu's reaction and spoke up. "Now you know why I keep going back to Mrs. Humphrey." Not wanting to make the Medea family feel bad, Iso compliments the food. Then he is served mutton ribs, which he finds good and not gamey. Rose's mother, feeling worried for her child, speaks up. "Goodness dear, aren't you a little picky about your food?" Rose answers in frustration, "You won't say that once you've tried Mrs. Humphrey's food, mother." Her mother says, "That's why I'm telling you to invite her over." After the meal, Rose and Isu go out to explore the town. While they are leaving, Count Medea and his personal butler have a deep conversation about Isu's rewards. But Lord Medea had something else in mind for Isu. He proposes, "Money isn't enough to express gratitude for what he has done for us." The butler is shocked and realizes that Lord Medea is thinking of writing a recommendation letter for Isu to become a noble. The butler explains that through the Count's recommendation, Isu can buy noble privileges without any restriction, but he also mentions that the Count rarely writes recommendations. After the discussion about recommendations, Count Medea and his butler have a fun conversation about Isu, common people, and hiring a butler. A few days later, we see a posh carriage with metal wheels and 2 horses pulling it. A familiar man sits inside. It's Isu. He now has the recommendation letter and 5,000 gold coins for buying the noble privilege. He thinks the money is too much for him, so he plans to save some in the bank. Soon they reach Rodan. Examining the weak fencing, he starts formulating ideas for a new fence around the village. On a beautiful morning, we see Isu and Hans working hard on the walls of Hans's house, since winter is coming. Hans, a bit curious, asks, "How do people in your hometown prepare for winter?" Isu is a bit confused as to how he should explain the idea of central heating, but tries. "We have something called unveiled," he says, which is an underfloor heating system. Basically, we lay stones on the floor and light a fire underneath, which warms the air and heats the stones. Hans is shocked and terrified. In a scared tone, he says, "So you grill people alive?" Isu had a rough idea how Hans would react, so he doesn't press the topic any further, but he begins planning how to build an Ondo system himself when he becomes a lord. He realizes he will have to build a designated room for it. Later, he comes up with another idea and asks Hans for help. Hans shows up to Isu's living quarters in the village with pork feet. Isu thanks him and asks him to place them on the table. We see Humphrey a bit excited and shouting to announce that Isu will be in charge of today's dinner. She later asks, "Everyone raise your hands if you're going to eat here. The rest who have family waiting back home can leave." Isu is shocked by the number of people wanting to try his cooking. He politely asks them, "It's going to take a while, why don't you all wait outside until it's ready?" As the last person steps out, the air around Isu changes. He brings out his secret weapon from another world, spices and condiments. He starts by cooking the pig's feet with water, beer and bay leaves, allowing it to boil. After the first boil, he removes the water and adds fresh water to boil the legs again, removing the gamey smell. Isu takes them in a bowl and adds soy sauce and herb tonic tea for marination, also adding salt and sugar for seasoning. After hours of hard labor and cooking, the dish is finally done. He announces, "Dinner is served, everyone." The people are shocked to see Isu's cooking. Some are even salivating to taste it. They are further amazed by the flavor of the pig's feet, having never tried anything like it before. Some start pestering Isu to share his recipe. Hans, mesmerized by the food, asks him, "Isu, the chewy skin is awesome. How did you make the sauce?" Isu, knowing he can't reveal his secret origins, says it's a family secret sauce that has been passed down for generations, so I can't tell you, sorry. Hans is a bit disappointed but understands. Later, Isu wants to enjoy the meal and finds an empty spot near a man. He asks for permission to sit next to him. The man agrees and says, "Sure, I'm Joker." Isu finds the man interesting, as he's a new face, and wants to know more about him. "I haven't seen you before. Are you a merchant? How did you come all the way here?" "Here in such cold weather," the man replied with an excited and playful laugh. "Yes, I run a fish shop. Fish sells well in weather like this." Isu replied thoughtfully, "I guess it's because the costs for preservation magic are lower in this cold weather." The man was impressed by Isu's answer and responded, "That's right, preservation magic is pretty expensive. Besides, climbing Mount Knots in this freezing weather is like wanting to get closer to the Lord, so this is a great opportunity to make a lot of money by selling fresh fish." The man, speaking in a tired tone, took a bite of Isu's cooking. He was instantly delighted, and a new source of energy seemed to awaken in him as he screamed in joy and kept showering Isu with compliments for the wonderful treat. Isu was a bit taken aback by the man's tenacity and riskier way of earning money, so he asked the man for his business card for future needs. A few days later, the terrifying and harsh cold hit the village. Isu, who didn't have any proper heating system, was shown sitting near the fireplace to warm himself. He saw this as a personal trial and believed it wouldn't last long. While he was deep in thought, he was interrupted by villagers screaming, "There's a fire!" Rushing out of his cottage, he saw the rising flames. He stood there devastated and confused as to why there was a fire. Soon Hans woke him up from his trance, asking him to help bring water to stop the fire from spreading. The village was in terror. Everyone ran, bringing water to fight the flames. A lady cried out, "Oh no, my house! Please save my house!" Just as the panic was rising, Hyen entered the scene. With her water magic, she began chanting, "Meljum Kuto Noan Aru Dian," asking the water spirits for help. She summoned a large amount of water to save the village from burning down. The villagers were shocked to witness magic in action. Seeing a royal descendant of elves arriving to help them and their town was something they had never expected. As Hyen cast her spell and formed a huge water ball that burst into rain, the fire was finally stopped from spreading further. With the fire calmed, the villagers stood in awe. Whispers filled the air. "Wasn't that magic just now? What is a mage doing in our village?" Though feeling weak from using her mana, Hyen stood her ground. An old man spoke up in a soft voice and bowed down in gratitude. Seeing him, the rest of the villagers followed and expressed their heartfelt thanks. Isu was proud of her and tried calling her, but she ignored him and walked back to her living quarters. The villagers began discussing plans to renovate the burned houses, and some even came up with good ideas. Still, Isu remained worried about Hyen. The next morning, Isu rushed to Hyen's quarters and knocked gently on her door. "Hey Hyen, it's me," he said, holding a brown bag. She slowly opened the door, looking gloomy and tired from using her mana the day before. Seeing him, she asked in a frustrated voice, "What do you want?" Isu tried to convince her to talk, but she shut the door on his face and snapped, "You're wasting my precious time." Knowing she was in a bad mood, Isu tried a different approach. "Guess what the bread mage brought you," he teased. Feeling both hungry and curious, Hyen slowly opened the door again and spoke in a disgusted yet warm tone. "You're becoming more and more cunning by the day." Isu laughed softly and replied, And you still wear your heart on your sleeve. As his laughter faded, he noticed the bags under her eyes and became concerned. He gently asked, "What happened?" She replied nonchalantly, "Magical powers don't pop out of nowhere, you know." Isu realized how much mana she had used and sincerely thanked her for saving the village. Feeling embarrassed by his gratitude, she spoke in a pouty and half-angry tone. "I didn't do it for the village, I did it to protect the bread mage." Isu, knowing she was moody, didn't press further. Instead, he asked in a serious tone, "By the way, are you okay with the villagers knowing your identity?" She understood her secret was out, and that it might lead to people disturbing her. Still in a foul mood, she replied irritably, "That's none of your business, I'll take care of it. I need to rest, so hand over what you have and beat it." Izu, understanding her exhaustion, did as she asked. As he handed over the bag, he explained, "Those are called egg cookies." Just as he was about to say more, she shut the door firmly, leaving him standing there alone. He thought to himself, she really needs to work on her temper. As he walked away, he shrugged and mused, "Well, I'm sure they have egg cookies here as well, so I can skip the explanation." Meanwhile, Hyen watched him leave. Her eyes followed his figure for a little while before turning her attention to the egg cookies. She was quite mesmerized by their appearance and muttered, "Cookies baked with eggs, but they don't smell like the ones I know." She picked one up. It looked extremely delicious and crispy. The moment she took a bite, it melted on her tongue. Only one sentence escaped her lips: "They're delicious." Later we see the villagers gather around the riverside for a festival, but Isu is confused as to why everyone is gathered there until he meets Hans, who has shown up at the riverside all excited and dressed in new clothing. Still confused by the occasion, Isu asks Hans about it. That's when Hans hands him a pot. Confused, Isu asks, "A pot?" Hans replies, "Yes, we put a stone in the pot every year, which signifies our age. Make sure you find a pretty stone by the riverside." Though still puzzled, Isu accepts the gift from Hans and complies with the ritual. But curiosity lingers, and he asks Hans, "By the way, is this some kind of special day? This place is packed." Knowing Isu is not from the village and is an outsider, Hans replies, "Oh, you probably don't know. Isu, today is the village festival called Quaz Saluna. That's when we place the stones in the pot." Isu finally understands the significance of the festival and enjoys it with the villagers. As the moon begins to rise, the village chief stands on a platform waiting to speak. The crowd goes quiet as he begins, "Please watch over our Radran throughout the coming year as well." As the speech continues, fireworks go off in the distance, and people can be seen laughing and enjoying themselves. Hans and Isu talk about how long the ritual goes on. As people gather, Isu has a small conversation with the chief and asks for permission to continue staying in the village. The chief nods in approval. Later, the chief calls everyone to form a line. The villagers get excited, knowing it's time for the Quaz Salona ritual. The chief marks everyone's forehead with a red powder mixed with water. As the chief slowly marks each person, Isu grows nervous. This is his first Quaz Saluna, and he awaits his turn. After he is marked, Hans tells him, "Next we put the stone in our pots and make a wish." Isu nods and does as Hans says. He closes his eyes and wishes, "I wish for this year to be happier than the last one. Mom, Dad, I'm doing good, and I really miss you both." After Quaz Salona days pass, we see Isu preparing to leave the village. He makes sure to pack all the essential things: food, water, a first aid kit, and most importantly, the money gifted by Count Medich. Later he meets up with Rose and they have a conversation about how Isu can buy noble privilege. Rose also mentions that he can buy the status in Pusing. Rose explains, "Pusing is a port city run by us, the Medich family. We initially used the manga port, but the family that controlled it started imposing heavy taxes, so we had to find a new port." Isho understands their situation and Rose continues, "Every port has a royal administration that issues rank certificates. Since you have my father's recommendation letter, you can easily buy one in Pusing." Ishu feels the generosity gifted to him by Count Medich and feels deeply indebted to the Medich family for this amazing opportunity. But then Rose states, before that you need to overcome one more hurdle. Isu falls into deep thought, realizing that he has to pay a hefty price for noble privilege. He wonders if he's being pulled into some kind of scam but shakes off the doubt, choosing to trust Count Medich. He feels he's rushing to buy noble status and keeps thinking of other ways to use his 8,000 gold, like buying a great house back in his original world. But he dismisses the idea, saying to himself, the reason I decided to buy the status first is because I want to find my purpose in life here. Since I've come all the way to another world, why not make good use of my time and at least become a feudal lord? He had made up his mind. Later we see Isu and Hyen having a delightful chat. While eating, Hyen speaks with a stuffed mouth. I want to go to Prissine too. Isu smiles at her clumsiness and says, swallow your food before speaking. She nods, finishes the bread Isu brought, and starts coughing while hitting her chest to swallow, looking very childish and cute. After swallowing the food, she says with a proud and loud voice, take me with you to Prissine. I'll be your guard. Isu is a bit shocked and laughs softly, saying, I doubt someone so feeble can protect me. Hyen pouts at him. He feels a little bad but enjoys seeing her pout. That's when Hyen decides to show off her skills. She collects water using magic and brings it close to Isu's weak points. The icicles she forms are so sharp that they could seriously harm him. Scared for his life, Isu shouts, hey, what's the big idea? Get this away from me. It's clear Isu is genuinely terrified, but Hyen smirks and says, I haven't used this magic in a while, so I might struggle to control my power. Inju, furious and worried, replies, another reason not to take you. You're staying here. But Hyen doesn't agree. She refuses Isu's rejection. It seems she has another motive. That's when she says, it's Martha. I want to pay you back for what you've done for her. If you decide to accept my offer, I plan to use my power solely for you for a year. Isu is a bit taken aback. Taken aback by her sentiments, Isu was about to speak when Hyen interrupted. Besides, I also need to continue having the bread mage's bread. She seemed a bit irritated that today's offering wasn't bread, though she remained moody. She admitted, it wasn't bread this time, but it was still delicious. Isu was confused by her irritation, as he was sure she'd like the dessert. It was made with the cheese he and Humphrey had prepared together. Hyen explained, I also liked the crunchy biscuit at the base. The savoriness goes well with the saltiness of the cheese. While she complimented him, she still added, but bread is better. Isu smiled at her and asked, by the way, what will you do if I decline? She replied with a nonchalant and irritated look, I'll take you for the worst dimwit ever and flee this village. Isu sighed and thought that taking Hyen along would be better than going alone. Everything was set, money was prepared, and he'd be working with a mage who controlled water. Still, he felt that 1 year was too short, so he asked her, hey, but does it have to be a year? Hyen was surprised by Isu's cleverness and replied in a mocking tone, I guess you're smarter than I thought. She then explained that she had royal duties too and couldn't follow him around forever. Isu understood and thought to himself, today is just the first day. That's when Hyen dropped her demand. Instead, provide me a loaf of tasty bread every single week. Isu was confused, thinking, she clearly said she wanted to show gratitude, so why is she talking about conditions? He began calculating the gains and losses from her demand, and it clearly ended up with him at a loss. But then he smiled wickedly and decided he'd make sure to use Hyen and her powers to cover his losses. That was the terrifying logic of the human mind. Hyen noticed Isu staring at her and asked, why are you staring at me with your yucky eyes? He responded with a polite and innocent tone, excuse me, what are you talking about? This showed just how clever and mysterious Isu could be. The next morning, they left for Prissine. We see expensive carriages and lots of materials prepared for camping. A kid popped up and said, Isu, thanks for the ride. An expensive carriage sure feels nice. Isu smiled and welcomed him. The kid and Isu chatted about how he got the carriage, and Isu explained that Rose had gifted it to him. That's when the kid whispered into Isu's ear, anyway, when did you and Hyen become, a thing? Isu was confused and immediately rejected the idea. Kairiden, overhearing it, laughed loudly and appreciated the joke. Yasu was a bit hurt, and said she wasn't his type. It was obvious Hyen wasn't interested in him romantically, except for his bread. We then get a glimpse into Hyen's past life. She explained that she is the only known descendant of half-elves, as the pure elves have long gone extinct. Those were difficult times, but they managed to survive. Hyen believed that hiding her appearance would prevent misunderstandings. Still, after going out, she realized the outside world could feel refreshing. The fresh air on her skin made her feel alive, yet she also carried deep sadness related to her family and couldn't afford to goof around like Isu. Curious about Asu, she asked, "Yasu, you said you're a voyager, right?" Isu nodded. Understanding his answer, she asked further, "That means you're not going to stay in Furun. Where are you planning to go next?" Isu replied, "I'm not sure yet, but for now, I'm going to become a feudal lord." She was a bit suspicious and commented, "I've never seen a feudal lord wander around without guards." Isu smiled and said, "That's because I'm not a feudal lord yet." Still unsure about his true identity, she asked, "Are you some aristocrat who came to the real world for experience?" Isu politely declined and assured her he was really a commoner. She wasn't sure he understood how difficult becoming a feudal lord was and said, "Do you think it's easy to become a feudal lord?" Isu replied playfully, "Careful, you're talking to a future baron here." They had a deeper conversation about titles like baron and count. She explained how 9 out of 10 barons get stripped of their titles for being unable to pay taxes. But Iyasu remained calm and said, "No worries, I'm going to get filthy rich anyway." Intrigued, she asked, "That's interesting, and how do you plan to do that?" He smirked and reminded her, "I'm the bread mage. I can always open a bakery shop in a large city." She was on board with his plan and agreed it was a fantastic idea. As they traveled, it started to get dark. They set up camp near a safe spot and rested. At dawn, everyone began gathering their belongings and cleaning up, preparing to continue their journey. Isu was looking for Hyen when she suddenly appeared from the forest. Isu was happy to see her and went to speak, but Hyen ignored him. He didn't feel bad. He was used to her cold demeanor. Still curious about what she was doing in the forest so early, he tried to peek. That's when he discovered a group of wild dogs had been killed. As they continued traveling in the carriage, Isu turned and asked, "The one who killed those wild dogs, right?" Isu asked. She replied nonchalantly, "Why do you ask?" Isu was proud of her for stepping up to protect them from the wild dogs and felt happy that she was doing something good. As they traveled further, they came to a halt, confused. And Shu asked, "Why did you suddenly stop?" The boy replied that they had to pay a toll. That's when Asu had an idea. He picked up his recommendation letter from Count Matty, which allowed him to save money. The boy and Isu shared some light banter about the recommendation letter. The boy was shocked, as Count Matty rarely gave out recommendations. When Iosu reached the registration office, he submitted the letter and 5,000 gold coins to buy his title. The clerk, pleased with the recommendation, asked, "So your name is Isu, may I have your surname?" Isu was momentarily dazed. He didn't have a surname, which was fairly common. The clerk suggested he pick one from the book. Risu rampaged through the pages, not finding anything suitable, until he came across a beautiful name, Bloom. He picked it as his surname. After his selection, the clerk asked him to sign the papers and then announced, "Sir Ius Bloom," granting him the title of Baron. After the signature, Isu asked the clerk if he could leave. The clerk then explained, "From here on, to earn the title of Count, you must undergo training at a Count's estate for 3 years and pay an annual tax of at least 1,000 gold each year until you have satisfied the 50,000 gold requirement." Isu had almost forgotten about these conditions. He spoke up, "I'm thinking of getting my training from the Medi family. Do I have any other options?" The clerk offered him a shortcut. He could pay 10,000 gold coins for a completion certificate. Isu felt a bit uneasy and asked if he could have some time to think about it. The clerk agreed. As he stepped out, Hyen approached him with a disgusted look on her face, saying, "Did you seriously buy that certificate?" Isu replied, "Careful. From now on, address me as Baron Bloom." This irritated Hyen, and she cracked a joke about making him kneel in front of the Grand Mage, which terrified Isu, but it turned out to be a joke. Later she said she was hungry, and the two of them visited a fancy restaurant and ordered food. When the food arrived, Hyen looked at it with suspicion. Isu, a bit skeptical of her not liking seafood, still tried to feed her the shrimp by placing it on her plate. As she tasted the shrimp, she felt the waves and saltiness of the ocean. It mesmerized her with delight. Isu felt proud and happy that she enjoyed it. However, she felt something was missing and ordered the server to bring lemon water, as it goes well with seafood. Her tone was a bit rude. Seeing this, Isu felt bad for the server and said gently to Hyen, "Be a little more polite." Hyen was irritated and replied in an annoyed tone, "This is how I talk. I can't help it." Isu responded after thinking deliberately, "But that's not how you talk when you ask for bread." Hyen answered, "That's because I'm getting free, delicious bread, better than what I can find at an upscale bakery. Obviously I'll be kind." Isu silently agreed with her in the back of his mind. She then explained, "Lobster isn't cheap, and not bringing lemon water shows unprofessionalism." Isu developed newfound respect for her after hearing her explanation. She was right. Hyen then ordered Isu to peel shrimps for her. He complied without any resistance, which made her smile a little. The next morning, both Isu and Hyen were wandering around the city when Hyen said, "This place reeks of fish. It's stinging my nose." Isu, a bit worried, replied, "That's the smell of the ocean. Hang in there. Have you ever seen an ocean before?" Realizing it was her first time seeing the ocean, he smiled. Despite being grumpy, she was actually excited. After walking some distance, they arrived at the port. The beautiful scenery left Hyen lost in awe. The fresh waves, the cold sea air, and the bustling town, it was all a new experience for her. The first words that came out of her mouth after seeing the breathtaking scene were, "Ah, it's so big." Meanwhile, Isu found a perfectly flat stone and called out, "Hyen, wanna see something cool?" Confused by what he meant, she stayed silent. Isu grinned, stretched his body, pulled his arm back, and threw the stone from the side. It skipped across the ocean water 7 times. Hyen, still silent, was curious to try. She picked up a stone and threw it, but it sank immediately. Isu said politely, "That's not how you throw it." Unbeknownst to him, Hyen used magic to make the stone skip more than 7 times. Isu protested, "That's cheating." Hyen smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Too bad you're not a mage." This irritated Isu, and he wanted revenge. That's when Hyen called out, "Let's go, Baron Bloom." Isu felt a shock run down his spine as he was not used to being called Baron. Isu said, "Don't call me that in public. I need some time to get used to it." Hyen agreed, and they both walked around the city for a while before stumbling across the architecture guild which Isu had been searching for. He entered the guild and was greeted by a middle-aged man in his 40s, who asked, "What help can I provide?" Isu spoke his mind. "I would like to build an underground store." The clerk understood his request and asked him to be seated while he formulated the plans. After some time, the clerk asked, "What size do you have in mind?" Isu replied right away, "It'll be a shared storage space for the entire village." Understanding Isu's needs, the clerk nodded and started designing the structure. Meanwhile, Isu explained, "It's a village called Rerun, with 70 residents. It's about 3 days' distance from here if you take the East Provincial Road." After listening, the clerk summarized, "Considering travel expenses, materials, and labor, it will cost a total of 52 gold. Isu thought to himself, building a log cabin costs 20 gold, so building an underground storage facility for 52 gold is pretty reasonable. Then a doubt crept into his mind. He asked the clerk, "How much would it cost to build a feudal lord's estate?" The clerk replied, "That really depends." Isu then said thoughtfully, "Let's say, as big as the Meta family's castle, for example." After considering the query and the size of the Medi family's castle, the clerk replied, "If we're only talking about the inner castle, it would cost around 50,000 gold at today's prices." Isu was in complete shock. That amount was overwhelming, about 5 billion won in his world, a long way off for him. The clerk then spoke with pride. Our great-great-grandfather built the Medi family's castle, so I believe it's fair to say I've inherited the know-how. Hearing his proud words, Isu asked for his business card. In return, the clerk asked for Aishu's name. Isu replied with pride, "It's Isu Bloom, Baron Bloom." Hearing his name and title, the clerk became nervous and loudly asked for forgiveness. He promised to personally go and build the storage facility in Isu's village. Isu felt a bit strange being called Lord by someone older than him, but shook off the thought. He then requested the clerk to meet him at the shop by dusk, which the clerk accepted with a nervous nod. This demeanor made Isu feel a bit weird, almost like he was the boss. This kind of authority wasn't something he was used to back in Korea, and it made him uncomfortable. As he walked out of the guild, he thought to himself, I hope this is enough of a farewell gift. While walking, he stumbled upon a cute dog that caught his attention. As he paused, Hyen, waiting for him, said irritably, "Stop getting sidetracked and let's head home already." Isu asked her to wait for a while, but Hyen, clearly irritated, told him to hurry. He thought she was being a bit stingy, but ignored it. Instead, he focused on enjoying the dogs. He asked the man nearby, "Which breed are they?" The man replied proudly, "They're border collies. They're trained as sheepdogs and specialize in herding." This made Iyasu want to adopt them and gift them to Rodin to help the villagers with their farms. As Aishu admired the dogs, the man explained, "When herding sheep, you send them signals by blowing a grass blade or using a whistle." Izu was really impressed and asked curiously, "How many would I need to herd a flock of 50 sheep?" The man examined the question and confidently replied, "One should be more than enough." Isu then asked, "How much do I need to pay?" The man replied, 3 gold, sir." Isu excitedly said, "In that case, I'll take them in pairs." He paid the man on the spot, thrilled. He thought about the villagers and how helpful the dogs would be, but if they didn't need them, he would raise the dogs himself. He adored them too much. Then a realization struck him hard. Hyen hates animals. What he had just done was a big mistake. He glanced at Hyen's face, and it was clear she disliked animals. He wondered what kind of trauma or experience she had gone through. As time passed and a new day arrived, the clerk from the Architecture Guild waited for Isu on time. The dogs were energetic and excited to see Isu, licking all over his face, which disgusted Hyen. She sarcastically gave the dogs an affectionate nickname with an irritated tone, saying, "You call them babies? Since when were you a dog?" She was irritated because the dogs got the best seats, which made her feel even more annoyed with Isu. After settling the dogs in the carriage, Isu called for the clerk and politely said, "By the way, I have a request." The man smiled and asked, "What would that be, sir?" Isu replied, "The villagers don't know I've become a baron yet, so I would like you to address me as Isu for today." The clerk agreed with a smile and took his leave. After conversing with the clerk, Isu returned to the carriage and started riding with Hyen. Curious about her thoughts, he asked, "So how did you like Pising City?" Hyen was irritated and replied to him in a loud, annoyed voice, "Why did you even bother becoming a noble instead of just traveling?" Isu understood that she was a bit shy and responded in a light-hearted tone, "Sounds like you had fun." Later he smiled softly at her and said, "Let's travel together here and there for the next year." Hyen had an understanding look on her face and spoke in a gentle voice, "You said you're going to get trained at the Medi household, correct?" Isu agreed, and Hyen continued, "When are you planning to leave?" Isu replied, "About a week from now. Why do you ask?" After hearing his answer, Hyen spoke again, "Because I need to get prepared before we leave." Iyasu was a bit taken aback by her response, and asked with a curious tone, "Are you sure? You might draw people's attention." Hyen replied confidently, "I have a plan. All you need to do is follow my lead." As the days passed and Hyen reached Rira, the villagers were excited to see them back. A few of them started announcing his return, which made everyone happy. One of the villagers, shocked by the gifts Iyasu brought, exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, look at all this. He brought us expensive seafood, is planning to build us underground storage, and even brought us these sheepdogs." The dogs were especially fond of the village chief and began licking and showing affection to him. The chief, speaking in a delighted tone, said, "This is your home from now on." As he enjoyed watching the dogs and the chief play together, he was interrupted by a crying Hans. "Are you really leaving?" Hans asked. Isu replied warmly, "Yeah, I'm thinking of exploring other places." Hans responded, still softly crying but not showing much sadness. "I see, so it was true, that makes me a bit sad." Isu was a little shocked that Hans didn't seem very sad about his departure, which made him feel slightly down, but he kept a smile on his face to hide it. After living in Rodan for a few more days, the time for Iosu's departure arrived. He began packing his essentials, his toothbrush, soap and towel for the journey. While packing, he thought to himself, "I need to complete an 800-hour training course to be officially titled a baron." He kept thinking and planning, if I were to take 8 hours of lessons per day, it's a waste to open a new portal if I'm only gone for 3 to 4 months. So let's leave it here. As he packed, his mind wandered to Hyen because he was worried about her. He remembered his talk with Martha, where she explained that Hyen refused to go to the city due to fear of her identity being exposed. He kept wondering whether he should take her or not. Meanwhile, Hyen was alone at Martha's grave, mourning. She spoke quietly, "Martha, I feel uneasy thinking about leaving you here and going away. You were a great mother and a good friend." We see a glimpse of Hyen's past, where she's bratty and screaming, "Are you saying she wasn't my mother? Then where is my real mother? Get rid of that woman and bring me my real mother." In her memories, we see Martha sweet and kind. Even after being harshly told to leave, she returned to Hyen with a bright smile, though Hyen was still angry and screamed at her. When she saw Martha smiling and bringing her something, she calmed down and began to trust her again. In another memory, Martha was wrongly accused of stealing. She cried out in front of the Duke, "I really didn't steal that necklace. I'm innocent, madam." The Duke, furious and believing the accusation, shouted, "You aren't even showing a hint of remorse. Have you no shame?" As she was being scolded, Hyen jumped in and defended her, shouting Martha would never do such a thing. "It's that witch, she set her up." Martha was surprised and deeply touched by Hyen standing up for her, but the Duke didn't trust his own daughter's words. He ordered the guards to lock Hyen in her room and have Martha executed. Worried for Martha, Hyen took her hand and fled the castle to the village. Remembering those moments, Hyen added softly, "Thank you, Martha, and I love you." She felt regret, especially when she remembered that Martha had once wanted to eat grilled mackerel with Iosu's special sauce. She regretted not asking Iosu to cook it for her again. Speaking to Martha's grave, she said, "A while ago he peeled some shrimp for me, and it was hard to hold back tears. It reminded me of you." She smiled faintly. "I had my doubts about him at first, but maybe he's not that bad of a guy like you said. Actually, he's more like interesting, I should say. That's why I decided to go with him." Just as she stood to leave, Isu came running toward her, calling her name. Before leaving Martha's grave, she spoke one last time. "Want to see if he really becomes a duke." With that, she left, hoping Martha's soul was in heaven, watching over her. Meanwhile, Isu was finishing his packing. He grinned and smiled to himself while holding a golden packet. Looking at it closely, it was ramen, a dish from his homeworld. Isu thought he had done a good job preparing for the trip. Before departing from the village, he cried tears of joy while nuzzling his cheek against the ramen packet, full of nostalgic happiness. We then see him prepare the noodles in a very unique way. Let's hear the recipe from the cook himself. It doesn't need many ingredients, so let's get it made quickly. First, we see Isu break the noodles very aggressively. The style he uses to break them makes him look both cute and funny. After breaking the noodles into pieces, he cooks them in a pan. Once they turn golden, he sprinkles some sugar over them. Finally comes the good stuff, the spice flavorings from the ramen packets. These are sprinkled on top of the golden fried or roasted noodles for a tangy experience. After mixing all the spices with the noodles, they are ready to be eaten. He names this dish ram tang, which he packs into individual brown packets for the villagers, as he was preparing to leave the village. After packing everything and stretching to ease his tired body, Isu feels a wave of sadness overcome him. This village had been his home for a while, and leaving it made his heart sink with guilt, sadness, and loneliness. As Ashu was handing out the ramtang, he was suddenly called by a crying Hans, who hugged him tightly and asked through sobs, "Promise me you'll visit us again." Feeling overwhelmed by Hans's strength, Ashu winced slightly from the tight hug but smiled and agreed. As he relaxed from Hans's embrace, the village chief called out to him with a bright smile and a warm, thankful tone. "Thank you from the sheepdogs to the basement storage, we're all truly grateful." Isu returned the smile warmly and welcomed the chief's kind words. However, he had a request. He asked the chief to leave his cottage untouched. The chief understood and promised that no one would disturb it. Feeling relieved by the chief's sincere tone, Isu finally walked to his carriage, which would take him to the Maggie family. The people cried and shouted, saying how much they would miss Isu. It was a deeply touching farewell. As the carriage rolled out of the village and onto the path toward his noble training with the Meiji family, Isu called out, "Hyen, you can come out now, there's no one around to see you." However, there was something on Aishu's mind. He turned to her and asked, "Why did you decide to hide?" Hyen replied in an irritated tone, "I didn't want them to think we're intimately close. That would be unacceptable." Hearing her answer, Yu smiled brightly and replied, "You're wise and smart, I admire that." After long days of travel, they finally reached the Maggie castle. However, their carriage was stopped by the guards. "Halt! What brings you here?" one of them asked. Isu responded politely, "Inform Lady Rose that Baron Isu Bloom has arrived. She'll know who I am." The knights nodded and went to deliver the message. Upon hearing of Isu's arrival, Rose ran out to welcome him with a bright smile and a warm tone. Seeing that Isu had traveled far, she suppressed her usual teasing nature and said politely, "Welcome Baron Bloom, I hope you had a safe trip." Isu nodded and jumped down from the horse with a warm smile. He then called Rose closer and said, "There's something you need to know before we head in." At that moment, Hyen stepped out of the carriage in her elven form, radiating an aura of confidence and nobility. The sudden appearance of a silver-haired woman shocked Rose. "Who is this silver-haired woman?" she asked. That's when Isu announced in an authoritative tone, "Please inform everyone that Hyen of the Silverwood family has arrived." Upon hearing the surname, Rose's expression changed to anger. She asked in an irritated tone, "Did you say Silverwood? You mean that petty?" Before she could complete her sentence, the butler swooped in and muffled her mouth with his hand, preventing her from saying anything further or insulting the Silverwood family. He then dragged her into the castle. Even while being dragged away, she continued to struggle and mumble behind the butler's hand. It was clear that she was truly furious and held no good opinion of the Silverwood family. After this chaos, Hyen turned to Isu and asked, "I hope she didn't mean petty little family, or did she?" Isu felt a sharp gaze on his back, turned around quickly, and denied it with a nervous laugh, saying, "Of course not, and don't call her a shrew." He laughed awkwardly, trying to calm her down. This first meeting between the two young women was extremely tense, and Isu silently prayed to the gods that nothing worse would happen. Once inside the castle, Isu went straight to Count Medich and formally introduced himself. "Greetings, my lord. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Baron Isu Bloom." The Count responded kindly. "I've heard all about you, Baron Bloom. If you don't mind, I'd like to greet the person you're traveling with first." Isu had no objections. With his approval, the Count bent in front of Hyen and formally welcomed her. "Duchess Silverwood, welcome. It's an honor to meet you." Upon hearing her full title, Isu was shocked. He thought to himself, "Come to think of it, Hale once said that mages belong to the dukedom." Suddenly, all the memories they shared, the fun times, the teasing, the insults they threw at each other came rushing back. He silently hoped that Hyen would forgive him for his ignorance and not kill him. After all, dukes were second only to the king, and they have the power to send forces into battle and aid the king himself. Realizing this, Io is truly terrified of his past mistakes and wonders what Hyen will do to him after this. After the arrival of Baron Bloom and Duchess Silverwood at the Maggie castle, the warm welcome by the Count himself was a delightful treat and a blessing to Hyen. The narrator gives us information on the dukes and their heritage. A mage can only have one child by fate. Once one of the elven parents passes away, the title is inherited by their child. Wealth, estate, and fortress are not of importance to a mage. Nothing matters more than their bloodline. Hyen had a gloomy look and spoke in a soft voice to the Count. "Did father pass away?" The Count replied with a sad and polite tone. "Yes, he passed away due to old age a while ago, my lady. I also attended his funeral." From the Count's expression, Hyen could sense the truth. Deep anger brewed inside her and she spoke through gritted teeth. "What about those people?" The Count understood her fury and pain. "They purchased a mansion with the inheritance in a Romanian city," he said calmly. Her anger didn't subside, and her blood kept boiling because of what the witch had done to her family. She thanked the Count for informing her. He bowed graciously and welcomed the Duchess, but a doubt crept into his mind, and he humbly asked, "No problem, my lady, but may I ask, how are you acquainted with Baron Bloom?" Hyen replied coldly while masking her anger. "Let's just say we had a connection." She then calmed down a bit and asked politely, "Speaking of which, may I ask you a favor?" The Count agreed. "Sure, what is it?" Hyen replied, "I would like to stay here with Baron Bloom while he's here. Also, I would appreciate it if you could keep my identity a secret." The Count agreed and swore to keep her identity a secret. She then asked whether he knew about her abilities, to which the Count responded affirmatively. "Of course, I'm very well aware, my lady." She nodded. "I'll be glad to assist you in time." After saying this, she excused herself and left the Count's room. After her departure, the Count got excited and screamed in joy. "This is my chance." He then called out for his butler, who arrived quickly. The Count immediately ordered him, "Call all of my sons, it's an emergency." Meanwhile, Rose was very angry and irritated by Hyen. We see her throwing tantrums like a small, silly child, letting out her anger on the pillows. She screamed in frustration, "I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that girl stubborn as wood is a mage, let alone a duchess." While grinding her teeth on the bedsheets, she muttered angrily, "A duchess." The maid who was watching her throw tantrums asked her to calm down and listen, which Rose eventually did. She was shocked to hear that the Count had called all of his sons back. Suddenly a dangerous glint flashed in Rose's eyes and she spoke in a mischievous tone. "What a brilliant idea. I should be nice to the Duchess." The maid, a bit scared for Hyen, spoke in a calming voice. "I believe she wants to be addressed as Lady Hyen, not Duchess." We then see Rose dancing and getting excited. The reason, "If that's the case, I guess Dad won't bother with my marriage matters for a while, right? I'm free." She kept jumping and dancing with delight. Meanwhile, Hyen had left her elven form and approached Isu with a demanding expression. "Hand over the bread." Isu, exhausted from the long journey and wanting to rest, wasn't able to do so thanks to Hyen's demands. He asked her to wait in her room. He then approached Rose and asked for permission to use the kitchen. She replied bluntly, "No." Yasu was confused and asked for the reason. She explained, "The servants will be punished for not doing their job properly. Besides, a noble going in and out will only disturb them." Realizing Asu was getting sad and disappointed, she added cheerfully, "However, we do have an extra kitchen. You can use that one." Iju was relieved to hear the good news. Realizing he was going to make something, Rose asked with sparkly eyes and drooling lips, excited, "What are you going to make this time?" Seeing her excited like a small child, Iju couldn't help but chuckle. In a nervous tone he replied, "First, could you please prepare the ingredients for me?" Acting like an obedient child, Rose agreed and quickly brought him a few ingredients with which he could make bread for Hyen, as per their agreement. "Will this do?" she asked. After analyzing the ingredients, Isu nodded and said in an energetic tone, "Perfect. I'll get them made right away." We then see Izayatri preparing to bake the most delicious bread. He whisked poured batter into small baking cups, and placed other ingredients. After baking them to a golden brown, the kitchen filled with a delicious scent that escaped into the castle, letting everyone know something tasty was being made. After the bread had cooled, we see Rose hungry and drooling, ask eagerly, "Is it ready? Can I have a bite?" Isu agreed but told her to leave some for Hyen. She agreed, took a piece, and bit into it. A blast of flavors exploded in her mouth, making her shriek and grin like a child who had just tasted something incredible. "How is it?" Isu asked. "Jumping in the air," she replied. "It's delicious." Her jumping and shrieking gave Isu a strange sense of déjà vu. He then took the remaining 2 pieces and said warmly, "I'll take these 2 to Hyen." Rose replied, "She's probably in the living room. I'll tell the servants to deliver them to her." Just then, a young and passionate man entered the private kitchen and introduced himself. "Pardon me, Baron Bloom. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lucas." Isu greeted him. Lucas then said, "Let me guide you to your room." After walking for a while, they reached Isu's room and entered. Lucas was smiling and replied energetically, yet remained polite. "It's an honor to serve you, sir." Seeing his enthusiasm, Isu was a bit taken aback. When Lucas mentioned helping him change his clothes, it made Isu a bit uncomfortable. He replied, "I can do that. Thanks." After removing his old clothes, he wore the suit brought to him by Lucas. The fitting was amazing. It suited him very, very well. As he went downstairs to meet Rose, she was a bit surprised and said in a shocked tone, "Oh my Isu, that outfit really makes you look like a noble." She circled around at Isu, admiring his noble look, clearly impressed by how good he looked in it. Seeing this chaos, Isu felt a bit uncomfortable and out of place. Noticing Isu's discomfort, the maid spoke up, "My lady, please show some respect." As the chaotic Rose continued analyzing Isu, we see Hyen enter in a beautiful purple dress with a sparkling brooch on her neck. This dress actually elevated her beauty, making her look even more like royalty. After being called out by Hyen, both of them calmed down to saying Biu was in shock at how beautiful Hyen looked. Rose felt like Hyen was showing off a little and said in a nonchalant manner, "Come on, it's not that impressive." Isu walked toward Hyen and bowed gently to show his respect. He then asked her politely, "Did you enjoy the bread?" To that Hyen replied, "Wasn't too bad." Isu chuckled and replied, "Your plate says otherwise." Rose popped out of nowhere and became overly polite to Hyen, saying, "You sure seem to be enjoying your meal for someone who said it's not too bad." Irritated by her overly polite manner, Hyen replied with slight annoyance, "Please mind your own business, Lady Jekro." It was clear that Rose was trying to create some kind of blunder. Hyen knew she was being overly polite because she needed something or stood to gain from it. The sparks were flying between the 2 ladies and it made Isu nervous. He quickly stepped in and pulled them apart. Rose then calmed down and spoke in a polite tone. "I noticed that you're very close with Isu. How about we do the same, Lady Hyen?" After analyzing and understanding her demeanor, Hyen replied, "As you wish." Somehow her cold reply made Rose angry and she was ready to fight but calmed down. Still, she was annoyed with Isu for not breaking the ice between them. Isu found himself in a difficult situation where he couldn't run or hide from the tension. After this banter, Rose thought for a moment and then said, "Come to think of it, you need to take your etiquette training, right?" Isu nodded and agreed with her. He was excited and nervous about these lessons. After Rose mentioned Isu's training, Lucas took Isu to a room and asked him to wait for the instructor to arrive. Feeling giddy and excited, Isu thought, "Am I finally becoming a noble?" A sense of relief washed over him as he recalled his past memories. "It's already been a year since I came to this world, but I still can't believe it. Whether it's due to greed or just a challenge, I can always return if it doesn't work out." We see him overthinking his choices and creating a plan in case things go wrong, but still he didn't give up. He promised himself to fulfill his goals and work harder for a better life in this new world. He also felt a different kind of relief, thinking, if everything works out fine, I'll be a noble, and if I fall in love with someone and marry her, then maybe I'll have kids. I could settle here. That realization hit him. After all, this world could be my home, my new family, not Seoul. As Ieyasu was deep in thought, he was interrupted by Lucas. "Sir, your instructor is here," Izu called out. "Let him in." After his approval, a handsome man in his mid-50s entered and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself, Baron Bloom. I'm Bassett, and I'll be in charge of your etiquette training." As he made his announcement, his formal appearance, stance, and even manner of speaking clearly showed how well-trained he was. Some might even mistake him for royalty. Flabbergasted by the instructor's demeanor, Izu smiled and replied warmly, "Pleased to meet you." Once the greetings were over, Bassett began preparing a few things for Ieyasu to learn proper manners. He said, "Then we will begin right away. Please take a seat at the dining table." After giving clear instructions, he turned to the maids and asked them to place the utensils and glasses on the table for Ieyasu's training. Noticing the maids placing different and uniquely designed cutlery, Isu was shocked by how fancy these utensils were, ones used by the aristocrats. As he curiously played with a fork, Bassett spoke up in a stern yet polite tone. "Just now you have committed 3 critical mistakes, sir." The sudden appearance and voice of the instructor made Izu jump a little. He looked confused, unsure of what he had done wrong. Bassett then began lecturing Isu on tableware etiquette. First, touching the tableware without washing your hands goes against etiquette. Second, nobles do not exclaim. Izu was feeling a bit overwhelmed by all the instructions and rules. He absent-mindedly picked up the fork again and started playing with it. Bassett noticed and said, "Third, leaning down to look at your fork is considered disgraceful for a noble." "You've got to be kidding me," Isu muttered. Bassett noticed the tone in Izu's dazed look. He then spoke up, "Even the words you just uttered are not standard language, so please refrain from using them." After making his point, Bassett then lectured Isu on table manners. Before taking food from the central plate, you must always wash your hands. After wiping the moisture on the tablecloth, proceed to place the food on the plate in front of you. Also, placing your elbows on the table is against proper etiquette. All these rules and etiquette overwhelmed Isu. His mind went blank and pulled him into darkness, as his brain couldn't memorize all the rules. Feeling way too overwhelmed, he finally spoke up in a frustrated tone. "Hold on. How do you expect me to memorize all of that at once?" Bassett remained calm, completely opposite to Ieyasu's flustered state, and responded in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, sir. We're going to repeat it 10 times until you learn it by heart." After the training classes, Isu's mind felt heavy with information. He looked completely drained, like the life had been sucked out of him. He silently wished for some sugar or sweets to recharge his brain energy. Noticing that it was time for the end of Ieyasu's training, Rose came to visit him. She was completely shocked and confused to find Ieyasu tired and spent. Noticing Rose rubbing her eyes, Ieyasu quickly sat up, straightened his clothes and sat magnificently on the couch. He then spoke with such elegance that it made Rose unsure if it was really him. Seeing her confused look and then realizing she hadn't recognized him, he said his name and spoke in a formal tone, masking his tiredness. "Did you take a good look around with Hyen?" Rose replied warmly. "Hyen needed some rest halfway, so it took us a while." As she completed her sentence, Hyen arrived at the training room with such elegance that it felt like spring had arrived. She replied to Rose in a cold yet polite manner. "How inconsiderate. I traveled a long way, so it's obvious I needed a good rest." Feeling irritated by her reply, Rose snapped back, "You talk as if we begged you to come." Following this exchange, the girls grew visibly angry. Fury filled their eyes and it seemed like they could fight at any moment, but Ieyasu quickly interrupted them and calmed them down to avoid a conflict. Noticing the uneasy tension between the girls, Izu got a brilliant idea. "All right. Have you girls tried creme brulee?" Hearing the unfamiliar name, the girls both looked confused and spoke at the same time. "Creme brulee?" Understanding their confusion, Izu began explaining with passion. "Yep, it's a simple custard cream dessert with sugar on top." He then added, "I'll make one for both of you." A doubt crept into his mind and he asked, "By the way, are there any pastry chefs or pâtissiers here? How can you not know creme brulee?" The girls were still completely confused by what he was talking about. Rose then asked in a cold tone, "Pastry chef?" as in an expert in making pastries? Hyen added, equally cold. We don't call someone who makes inedible things a skilled person. Noticing their cold expressions and lack of exposure to such delicacies, Yasu finally understood why these girls hadn't heard of creme brulee. The ingredients were prepared by the humble maids and butlers of the Meda family. Izio then started cooking the dessert while explaining the process. First, we're going to make the base cream with egg yolks, then scrape the vanilla bean seeds off the pod and add them to the milk. He then held up a vanilla bean and explained, "This is called a vanilla bean. You'll be surprised how useful it can be. You can make money by selling it as syrup or jam, you know?" Listening to Isu explain the different uses of the vanilla bean, Rose was taken aback and asked in a surprised tone, "How do you know all this stuff?" Scoffing slightly, Hyen added with a proud expression, "Eo is the mage of bread, he knows everything." Rose looked confused and said in a suspicious tone, "Rich." She then turned to Hyen with a scary look and asked in a deep, intimidating voice, "Don't tell me Isu made bread for you." Isu was caught now and he feared for his life. Rose then spoke up with a proud smile and tone full of pride, "I bet you didn't know he made me potato pancakes last time." Hyen coldly replied, "I didn't like that." This small argument was enough to reignite their anger. The girls glared at each other while Io stayed frozen, scared to intervene, fearing they might take their anger out on him. Suddenly Rose shouted, "Isu, don't just stand there. Start making something, will you?" Seeing the anger in her clenched fists turning white, Isu agreed quickly and focused on his custard cream. After the custard cream was done, he showed it to the ladies. It was thick, yellow, and smelled absolutely delicious. Both of them were drooling, curious to taste it. Eventually, curiosity got the better of them and they started poking the custard. It was springy and wobbly. Their fingers got a little covered in custard, and they licked it off. Rose exclaimed, "This is super tasty." The maid sighed helplessly as Rose showed her childish side. Isu then told them he needed to cool it. Knowing he might need ice, Rose ordered her maid, "Lucy, could you bring us some ice?" The maid nodded and prepared to go fetch the ice. Isu was shocked to find that the Midlife family had ice and asked about it. Rose nodded and explained, "Yes, we do. We have a separate ice storage. It should last till May. We shave it to make ice desserts." Isu wondered whether their way of using ice was similar to the shaved ice, with toppings found in his home world. As the maid arrived with a bowl full of ice, Isu thanked her and placed the custard bowl over the ice bowl to cool it. There were some egg whites left, and Isu thought of using them. An idea struck him and he said, "With leftover egg whites we can make meringue cookies." He then had a superb idea that would make the task easier and let the girls vent their frustration. He announced, "How about Hyen and Rose do a meringue whisking race? All you have to do is whisk the egg whites with all your might. I'll pour in the sugar from time to time." The girls agreed. Each received a bowl filled with egg whites. Rose had a determined to win look on her face. As Isu counted down to start the race, Rose was pumped up, whisking with immense energy. Meanwhile, Hyen, being clever, used her magic to assist herself. Isu was happy to see both girls giving their best. He said softly, "Let me know once the mix gets foamy. I'll add the sugar then." After whisking for a while, Rose peeked at Hyen and noticed her using magic. Furious, she shouted in an irritated tone, "Hey, no magic, that's cheating." Hyen replied coldly, "I'm just using my abilities." This angered Rose even more and raised her competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Isu was glad that his workload was reduced. After a long effort from the girls, the meringue was finally done. It was fluffy and white like a cloud and held its peaks perfectly. Setting her whisk down, Rose said with a proud grin and a fake tired look, "No matter how you look at it, I'm the winner." Hyen, shocked by Rose's stamina, replied in a sarcastic tone, "You could whisk a few more bowls with that energy of yours." The comment reignited Rose's competitive spirit, and she glared at Hyen. Sparks flew between them and it looked like a fight could break out at any moment. Isu quickly stepped in. "Please, calm down, both of you." Once they were calm, Isu began the next step. Now I'm going to squeeze this meringue into a piping bag. He gracefully filled the bag and piped out the meringue in a beautiful rosebud shape. Both girls were intrigued and rushed over to ask if they could try. They each took a turn placing meringue onto the baking sheet. There was excitement and a sense of pride on their faces for what they had accomplished. Isu picked up the baking tray and smiled brightly. Now we need to bake it in the oven at low heat. An old man in a white uniform, the head chef, stood near the oven. Isu gently asked, "Can I put you in charge of this?" The chef replied with a polite smile, "Yes, you can count on me, sir." As the tray baked under the chef's care, Rose pulled Isu and said in a warm, childish tone, "Come on, let's quickly check on the creme brulee we made earlier." Noticing her excitement, Isu calmed her down, then took the chilled custard out and placed it into a classy container. It looked like an expensive, restaurant-quality dish. Rose and Hyen were excited, and Rose asked Isu for permission to eat it. Isu smiled and replied, "No." He thought to himself that when it came to tasty food, these girls acted like twins. Then he explained the main part of the dessert. "We need to sprinkle sugar on top and use fire." Speaking of fire, he muttered to himself, "In this world I don't have a blowtorch." He scurried around the kitchen, searching for something useful, and finally found a matchbox. Using it, he carefully melted the sugar. As it caramelized, it formed a beautiful brown coating over the custard, giving it a delicious aromatic appearance. Looking at the finished product they had all worked on, Rose stared at Isu with hungry eyes and a drooling mouth. "Now can we dig in already?" she asked. Seeing her cute reaction made Io chuckle a little. Just then, a maid called out to Rose with a sigh, "How about we eat this properly in the drawing room, my lady?" Rose nodded and agreed. They all headed to the drawing room to enjoy the delicious dessert. Once seated, each took a cup filled with custard and caramelized sugar. Isu guided them. "Crack the caramelized sugar with your spoon, then scoop it up with the cream." Watching this marvelous sight, everyone was shocked and delighted. They eagerly followed Isu's instructions. When Rose took the first bite, her mouth tingled with the sweet sensation. The custard and sugar overwhelmed her taste buds in the best way. Her eyes sparkled, and a red hue appeared on her cheeks as she savored the taste. She suddenly sprang up from the couch and exclaimed, "I should have hired you as our chef before you became a baron." Seeing her so excited and close to him, Isu laughed nervously, but then Rose turned a little angry and began shaking Isu violently while yelling in frustration, "What's wrong with our family's pâtissier? What's wrong with our family's pâtissier? Why can't they come up with something like this?" Meanwhile, Hyen silently enjoyed her dessert with a calm smile. She enjoyed her share of dessert and was delighted by the delicious taste of creme brulee. As Rose calmed down and settled in, Hyen spoke up nervously, "There's plenty of leftover custard. Should we share it around?" Rose found Isu's idea good and responded with a determined look, "Sounds good. Everyone must have a taste of this, including that pâtissier of ours." The pâtissier, who was still in the kitchen, suddenly felt a cold shiver, making him scared and nervous. Isu then turned to Hyen and asked nervously, "How was it, Hyen? Did you like it?" Hyen replied with a calm demeanor, "It wasn't bad." Even though she said it in a nonchalant manner, Isu noticed her empty cup and gave her a warm smile. Rose then called out to her maid, "Lucy, tell the pâtissier to bring the cookies Isu asked him to bake earlier." Lucy agreed and carried out the order. After a while, the cookies were brought out. They were light golden in color and looked extremely fluffy like clouds, giving them a delicious and delightful appearance. Isu then explained, "You can consider these simple sugar cookies. They go particularly well with herb tea." Hearing his explanation and recommendation, the girls were eager to try them. They each took one cookie and ate it in one bite. As they bit into the cookies, it felt like an electric current ran down their spines. Suddenly they both seemed genuinely happy. It appeared that their animosity toward each other had softened, and they began to get along. Rose smiled brightly and said, "From now on this kitchen belongs to Isu. Give him all the ingredients he asks for." The maid agreed, though she felt a bit weirded out by Rose's unusually bright smile and cheerful tone. Rose then turned sharply to the pâtissier and said in a cold tone, "And you, did you write down the recipe?" The pâtissier nervously shook his head. Rose repeated coldly, "What are you waiting for? Jot it down already." He nodded eagerly and began writing. He felt that if he didn't, he might be at risk of being fired. Isu, feeling a bit awkward, laughed softly to hide his self-embarrassment. He also felt genuinely bad for the pâtissier. Suddenly Isu thought to himself, "Come to think of it, I don't have any problem reading or speaking their language, but I still don't know how to write it." He turned to the pâtissier and reassured him, "Tell me the recipe again later." The pâtissier cried tears of relief and thanked Isu repeatedly. Meanwhile, the maid had taken a few servings of the crème brûlée to the count and countess. We see them seated together at a table admiring the beautiful dessert made by Isu. The countess spoke with curiosity. "This dessert called crème brûlée is really delicious, isn't it?" The count replied thoughtfully after taking a bite, "It's my first time trying it, and it tastes absolutely delightful." The countess then took a spoonful and analyzed the flavor. She noticed a mild yet sweet taste that was distinct from milk, sugar, or eggs. She commented, "It has a peculiar aroma. I wonder what it is." The count replied gently, "I heard he used the vanilla beans we brought in a while ago." The countess responded, "We should make a note to keep some in the pantry." The count laughed softly and agreed. They both continued enjoying the dessert and shared a few laughs together. As they were in the middle of their conversation, their butler knocked at the door. The count allowed him to enter. The butler bowed gently and said, "I came with news of the young masters, my lord. Currently, the oldest master is traveling the southern region. He has recently become captivated by wine and is studying the art of winemaking. As for the youngest master, who has entered the royal palace—" Before the butler could finish, the count interrupted with a sigh, "Enough of that for now. Just tell me how Jaja is doing." The butler laughed nervously and then spoke, "Well, my lord, you see." He began explaining the incidents involving Rose and Hyen and the banter between them. This was enough to worry both the count and countess. The countess sighed and said, "I hope she hasn't torn out the duchess's hair." The butler reassured her, "Rest assured, madame. Thankfully, it's nothing to that extent. Lady Jasha has decided to become friends with the Duchess and Baron Bloom, disregarding all formalities." The Count and Countess laughed and agreed that this was for the best, for both Rose and the family. She had always been the most notorious troublemaker and mischievous individual in the family. "It is a bit suspicious that she became friends with Hyen," the Countess added. "But in the end, this might help us learn more about her and make our family stand out stronger." Days passed, and Isu's training for nobility continued. His exhausting and hellish routine never ended. One day, Isu was late for an important meeting. Rose and Hyen were dressed elegantly, and both appeared irritated by his delay. Rose spoke up in an annoyed tone, "What took you so long?" Hyen followed with a cold, flat tone, "Which country considers being late for an appointment to be good manners?" Isu laughed nervously and replied, "Sorry, I had some business to take care of." The real reason for his delay, however, was his upset stomach. He regretted not bringing his daily probiotics. As Isu caught his breath, he noticed Hyen wearing the dress he had bought for her during their visit to Pussing City. Hyen flicked her hair and said, back over her shoulders, she said, "I like this outfit, it's comfortable." She then added in an irritated tone, "Dresses here are so tight around the waist, it feels suffocating, I can't stand it." Listening to Hyen say this, Rose was shocked and then said, "You can easily untie the waistband when the maids are away." She then showed her in an elegant manner how she untied the waistband around her waist. Rah! Hyen agreed and decided to do that in the future. Meanwhile, Rose's maid was in shock and flinched in terror at this sight. As they traveled out of Medic City, the scenery that was seen by Isu was magnificent and beautiful. The air that he felt on his face, the leaves fluttering in the air, and the river flowing around the city were all too bewitching to him. Isu then asked Rose in a surprised tone, "Wow, is that a river?" Rose smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Yep, it's the Midi River." This flowing water and the air were all too stunning for Isu, and he thought it must be awesome to be rich enough to name a river and a city after your family name. Then Isu got a wild idea that if Hyen helped him and cleared a path for his future estate, then the river that would flow there would be named Bloom River. Isu then mesmerized the scenery and admired the beauty of nature. After a while he asked Rose in a happy tone, "Then there must be a lot of fish over there, right?" Rose was a bit confused by his happy demeanor and said in a flat tone, "I heard there are hardly any." This sentence was enough to burst the dreamy bubble of Isu. He thought if the river had fish, then he would go fishing and try making amazing dishes. He then asked the reason for the decline in fish. Rose then said with a hint of sadness, "Yeah, these days even if you farm it's a poor harvest, so we're just expanding the farm." Iso was overwhelmed by this information and had a doubt, but before saying anything he thought, raising livestock in the farm up there and cultivating bee crops in the farm down there, this is an amazing idea. He then spoke his mind. "Then do you also make cheese?" Rose nodded and said, "Of course. If there's a place you'd like to explore on your own, feel free to look around. We'll go back and wait for you." Iso was confused by Rose's words and asked her in a confused tone, "Oh, can I do that?" Both Hyen and Rose had a mischievous glint in their eyes and agreed, letting him go out and explore the city. Then they both opened the door of the carriage, looked around to stall time, and as they found the horses, they got up on them and started running away. The servants of the Medic family were in shock and terror when the girls started running away. They followed after them, really worried. Rose waved at Iso and said, "Then enjoy." Isu then guided the chauffeur to take him into the town, and he observed people making cheese. He thought, looks like a lot of people are making cheese, since it's spring. He was mesmerized by the method they used to make cheese, and later he found a boy sitting on the footpath. He ordered the chauffeur to halt, and then called out to the boy, "Hey kid, come here for a sec." The boy felt he was called and walked nervously to the carriage, speaking in a shaky voice. "Do you need anything, sir?" Noticing the boy's nervousness and scared look, Isu rummaged in his bag and took out the manga cookies, handing them to him. The boy nervously took the cookies and admired their shape before eating them. His eyes shone with a bright sparkle and he spoke in a grateful tone, "This is delicious, sir." "Thank you." Isu smiled and spoke with a warm tone. "I'm glad you like it. Now can I ask you a question?" He then asked the boy, pointing his finger over to the other wagons present there. "Where are those wagons over there going?" The boy understood what Isu was talking about and then spoke up. "They're transporting cheese to the less fermentation chamber." Isu then glanced at the wagons with an intense look, making the boy feel scared. After thinking for some time, Isu spoke in an intense tone, which the boy mistook for anger. "You know the way that comes out after making cheese, right? Do you guys make ricotta cheese with that?" Isu waited for the boy to understand his question, and the boy finally spoke. "Yes, sir, the Lord has approved it too." The boy was so scared that his voice was shaky and his face was turning white due to fear. This made Isu realize that he was being a bit harsh on the kid, so he immediately softened up and smiled at him while saying, "It's okay, I'm not trying to scold you. When you make ricotta cheese, do you add lemon juice and heat it?" The boy relaxed a bit and answered, "Yes, we do." Isu nodded and gave the boy a warm smile. Then he told the chauffeur to take him back to Medi Castle, as there was now an amazing idea running in his mind and he wanted to try it out later. Isu rushed to the kitchen and made an amazing cooling drink, serving it to the Count and his family. They were confused by the white drink in front of them, and the Count spoke up in a suspicious tone. "Are you suggesting that this is the solution to the harvest issues?" Isu smiled and laughed nervously before saying, "It might not be perfect, but it seems like it could provide some help. From what I heard from Jaja, there are no fish in the lake and the harvest is poor for crops as well." The Count understood what he was trying to say, but still a doubt crossed his mind and he said, "Yes, she's right, but how does this help with that?" Isu nodded and said in a polite and formal tone, "I'll explain later, sir." He then said with a bright smile, "But please try it." First the Count and his family nodded and understood his intentions. Without giving it much thought, they tried the drink in front of them. Rose finished her glass of the drink and said with an exaggerated happy sigh, "This is my first time tasting it. It's tangy and sweet." The Countess agreed with her daughter's thoughts and said, "Yes, I enjoyed it too. What is this made of?" Isu listened to the question and after giving it some thought said, "Normally when we make ricotta cheese we add lemon juice to the whey. But this time I added milk instead. Depending on your preference you can also add sugar or fruit." After recollecting his experience while roaming around the village, he continued, "While exploring the village I saw people making ricotta cheese. To make that you need lemon juice." He paused to let the impact of his words sink into their minds before saying, "It seems that the lemon juice flowing from there is entering the farmland and the lake, causing contamination. But if we use the whey to make lassi then there's no need to use lemon juice. It can solve the harvest issues." However, he also added while laughing nervously and scratching his side, "However, we can't just stop the demand for cheese, and the cost of milk is cheap." The first one to speak after Isu's explanation was Rose. She said in an understanding manner, "Don't worry, we'll provide all the milk you want. Father, how about we provide a small portion of fermented cheese to the ranchers?" She then added while smiling, "It may not be ricotta cheese but at least the quality is enough to make it work." The Countess nodded and agreed with her daughter's idea, saying, "Even if we lose profit from cheese, we can make that up once the harvest thrives." Isu was shocked to see how understanding the Medi family was and realized why they were so respected by the people living in their city. The Countess then interrupted Isu by saying, "By the way, you managed to find both the cause of the poor harvest and its solution. No wonder Raja praised you so much." She then added while smiling, but her words weren't as sweet as she was, "It looks like it wasn't a complete lie." This side of the Countess made both Rose and the Count speechless and confused by her behavior. Realizing their faces, the Countess laughed softly while saying, "What's wrong? If you can say it, I can say it too." Rose was concerned and decided to use her words appropriately from there on out. Isu heard it and took it like a champ, understanding where Rose got her rough personality and character from. After the discussion between the family and the quick decisions taken by the Medi family, Isu was once again shown their wonders, and his respect for them grew even more. Isu then spoke up with a kind voice, "Providing milk and cheese for free must have been a difficult decision. I can see why the people respect your family so much." The Countess smiled warmly at Isu and then spoke, "Oh please, it's nothing, we're all doing it for our own good." Isu understood the meaning and felt relieved that the family he got acquainted with were good people and respected by everyone. Isu then thought to himself, "I'm not sure if it's money that's making them generous, or if it's their generosity that's bringing them money. But anyway, the Medi family understands the virtue of giving." The Medi family's selflessness and the thought of putting people before themselves made Isu feel warm-hearted. He smiled and felt happy. In a faraway land, a beautiful castle had a room decorated with lots of luxurious paintings, ornaments, and decorations. In the living room, a few ladies were gossiping about something. All of them looked noble and had a prestigious aura circulating around them. Suddenly, a conversation popped up. "Say, I heard that there will be an international market in Medich City. Is that correct?" They all nodded and gossiped amongst each other. "I heard the royal family approved of it for the first time." Another woman spoke up. "It's their first participation, so I wonder how it will go." A lady who was heavily dressed spoke up in a very controlling demeanor. "Surely not everyone is planning to go, right?" The rest of the women trembled in fear and said while sweating due to their nervousness and fear, "Of course not, Lady Pitt." Another woman joined in. "Why would we even go there? We don't fit in with a family that's all about money and lacks culture." After this heated conversation, a noble woman dressed in a brown elegant gown said, "By the way, have you heard? I heard that the Medi family is expanding their farm again. This time, they continue to monopolize the wool without any conscience, causing harm to the Pitt family." She said this to praise Lady Pitt, but she didn't realize that instead of making Lady Pitt happy, she made her angry and was now being glared at. Gathering her courage, she spoke in a shaky voice, "But there's a rumor going around that the Duke will make an appearance at that event." This rumor made Lady Pitt really interested in the festival, and the other woman who heard it asked, "Is that true?" The woman sitting beside her replied, "I doubt it, my lady. I'm sure it's just a baseless rumor spread in case the Count's family rejects the invitation." The narrator explained, "Seeing the Mage family is rare. unless it's an official event organized by the royal family, may just stay out of sight unless their presence is mandatory, such as at royal ceremonies, events or occasions where their abilities are needed. That's why nobles, whenever they get the chance, always seek to establish a connection with the mage family. A few ladies were having a heated argument about whether this rumor might be true or not, and a few agreed that if it was true then they should attend the festival whether they wanted to or not. Lady Pitt then clicked her tongue and spoke in an irritated tone. Well, I'm not too sure about that. Is it not a bit too much to travel all the way there based solely on rumors? After this, the room went silent and everyone had their doubts about whether to go or not. One lady spoke up with a trembling voice. Well, we're not going there because we like that family, you know. If the rumors are true, it's a great opportunity to form a connection with the Count's family. And if not, we can throw cold water on the Miyashi family. Couldn't we? Everyone agreed to it, and tried to convince Lady Pitt. She herself was giving it a long thought, thinking about her vengeance and the mockery they faced due to the Mishi family. She then smirked after giving it some thought, thinking, those Mishi bastards, how dare they claim to support the commoners and buy wool at exorbitant prices, making a mockery of our family. This was the start of something bad to happen. Lady Pitt and her anger were on the brink of bursting onto the Medici family. Back in Medici City, it was chaos and confusion amongst the workers. Their rushing footsteps and the loud orders from Rose showed how important this upcoming festival was. Rose ordered, "This dish lacks originality. The design is too old-fashioned. Please pay a bit more attention to the interior decor. You two, you're in charge of this area." The bustling and rushing sounds never died down, and the air of nervousness and excitement remained. Isu, who was an outsider, saw the people in a frenzy and smiled at them warmly to cheer them up. That's when he felt a tap on his shoulder by Rose. He turned to her and she said, "Hey Isu, can I have a word with you?" Isu agreed, and they both went out to the balcony, a bit far away from the hectic frenzy in the castle. As they walked out in the cool breeze, Isu noticed Rose's gloominess. To cheer her up, he spoke in a warm tone. "I heard the international market is opening in your county this time. I bet you attended a lot of the previous ones that were held by other families, right?" Rose was nervous and gloomy. She lacked her usual mischievous energy and spoke in a serious tone. "A few times when I was a kid." Isu asked her why she doesn't go now. She then replied, "I always left feeling bad every time I went." Even though she was scared and nervous for this festival, she replied while smiling, "Nevertheless, since it's being held by our family this time, I'm trying to prepare diligently. It means our family has received approval from the royal family." She then had an idea and asked Isu, "Is there any way you could try to persuade Haron a bit?" Isu was confused and couldn't understand why she was so insistent on persuading Hyen. Noticing the confused look on Isu, she explained, "One mage, we only need one mage at the banquet. It'll shut that lousy mouth of theirs." It was clear Rose was desperate and bursting with anger and vengeance for what their family had to go through. Isu understood why Rose wanted Hyen to come to the festival. After giving it some thought, he said, "Since that's really up to her to decide, why don't you ask her nicely?" Rose understood, but a doubt crept into her mind and she asked Isu, "But I thought you two were friends." Isu nodded and understood her desperation, but he spoke up in a warm and understanding tone, "But this is your family's matter." Rose then chuckled and admitted that if she wanted Hyen to come she had to do it herself. But she was a little angry at Isu and said while laughing, "I should instruct the instructors to give you more rigorous training." This was enough to crumble Isu and make him scatter on the floor like a pile of dust. Rose did what she said, and the instructor went full hard on Isu, drilling him with more and more lectures and classes on nobility. As Isu arrived at his room after the instructor's hard regiment, he flopped on the bed and growled like a whining child. According to him, the instructor was like a devil. Bazette made him go through a hellish regiment of nobility. Isu, tired from the regiment, spoke to himself in a whining tone. "Ja, is this how you get your revenge? I can't keep up with it anymore." After this hellish class, he was starving and missed his world's comforting food, grilled pork belly and kimchi. As he was reminiscing about it, He flopped up from the bed and decided to head to Rodan right away. He ordered Lucas to prepare a carriage for him and said that they were traveling back to Rodan. After a long and hard journey, they reached Rodan. It still looked beautiful and had the comforting scent of grass from his first arrival. As he took his first step out of the carriage, he felt nostalgia hit and reminisced about his experiences. Then he turned to Lucas and said, "Take the carriage and go to Rushen. Come pick me up after 3 days." Lucas nodded and did as he was ordered. As he saw Lucas leave, he rushed to his cottage for the portal. As he found the portal, he went through it and reached back to his world. Home. Isu then dressed normally and went down from his apartment onto the street. He cried tears of happiness and relief as he finally made it back home. As he went strolling to find his favorite restaurant, he watched people with happy eyes enjoying themselves and wandering around the city. This made him feel delighted. Later his food arrived and the sparkle in his eyes showed how much he missed Korean food and how long he'd been away from home. Isu then spoke to himself in an excited tone. "It's been so long since I had Korean food." Examining the old familiar dishes and smelling the food made him drool. His shiny eyes and gaping mouth from where the drool fell clearly showed his admiration and desire for the food. Seeing people enjoy their food in the lightened mood due to alcohol and delicious meals was a beautiful scene for him. He then picked up his chopsticks and readied himself to take a bite. As he chewed, the flavors rushed in his mouth, and in his imagination, it was so delicious that he pictured himself waving the national flag of Korea while crying tears of relief and comfort. He spoke in his mind, "It's so delicious, I'm going to cry." While chewing, he sniffled a few tears of appreciation for this tasty meal. He then poured himself a glass of soju, the Korean spirit that is the companion of adults in Korea. Taking the shot filled with alcohol, he was mesmerized by the usual and comforting taste. He let out a satisfying sound as he enjoyed the flavor and nostalgia. He was interrupted by the staff, who served him his pork belly. Isu thanked them and then appreciated the food in front of him. He picked up the belly slices and started grilling them on the hot grill in front of him, enjoying the sizzling sounds and the delicious smell. He then thought, "I'm definitely taking kimchi with me this time." His wide grin and smile showed how happy he was. After grilling the pork belly, it turned golden brown, showing it was cooked perfectly. Isu then carefully placed it on his plate. After admiring this beauty, he blew on it softly and took a bite. There was a wide grin on his face as he then drank a shot of soju. As Isu enjoyed his food and time in the restaurant, he was called out by someone he was acquainted with. "Yo, Isu." Isu then waved back at the man and said, "Hey, what's up?" The man spoke in a happy tone. "How have you been?" Isu thought in his mind, "My former colleague, who I was close to at work." He then gestured for his colleague to sit down and asked with a smile, "Did you just get off work?" The man replied with a tired groan. "Yeah." He felt a bit awkward speaking in his native language, Korean. The man then added, "By the way, why haven't you been responding to my texts lately?" Isu laughed nervously and replied about his reality, "Oh, I was busy traveling." The man understood and asked, "Where did you go?" Isu then poured a glass of soju for his acquaintance. The man guessed his destination, but Isu didn't reply. With a sigh, the man said, "I should have traveled around more before I started work. I'm kind of jealous, man." He then gossiped about the office. "Oh, and if you haven't heard, Park switched to Nan." Isu was shocked and couldn't believe it. Knowing his shocked response, the man added, "Things are so much better without him around." Myershu was surprised that after his exit from the company so much had changed. The man then said excitedly, "Also, our in-house smartphone has been getting good reviews too." Somehow this conversation made Isu realize how left out he felt. He couldn't speak about the world he currently resided in, nor could he fully talk about the world he used to live in, that other world. All of this loneliness and feeling of being left out finally hit him, and he turned silent. The true feeling of being disconnected and not being able to speak openly was eating him from deep within. After being silent for a long time and drinking quietly, he spoke in a flat tone anyway, "If there's no reply, just assume that I'm traveling." The man was energetic and happy to meet Isu after a long time. The genuine smile and happy tone were evident on his face. He then spoke up with a smile. Okay, let me know when you're back. Isu waved back at his friend and then walked back home, his head low and deep in thought, wondering whether what he was doing was okay or not. He reached his apartment, unlocked the door and flopped onto his bed in frustration and tiredness. He groaned into his pillow, turned sideways and spoke up. I'm starting to feel more and more disconnected from this world. He turned in his bed, stared at the ceiling, thinking about something, and then spoke. Come to think of it, I remember they said many nobles will be at the International Market Festival. I want to make use of this opportunity. The empty house, apart from his, felt really weird and sad to Isu, and he was determined to make use of every chance he got in the new world. Then he thought, anyway, since I've already set my mind on becoming a count, the success of this event by the Mishi family will be helpful for me too. He kept staring at the ceiling, thinking and planning his steps to become a count. The loneliness and detachment from his original world were a bit too overwhelming for him. The progress of his company and the changes brought by the transfer of his ex-chief were a bit saddening. After thinking for long about his original world, he shook his head and turned back to focus on his life in the new world. He continued thinking, the current Araman Empire has opened up opportunities for social advancement to wealthy commoners, and I too will walk a similar path so that I am not looked down upon. He then thought for a long time about how he could make his life easier. After a long time thinking, he got an amazing idea: influence. He explained to himself properly, I need to make the Media family an influencer in the Araman Empire. From food and fashion to artifacts, the Media family is already renowned in their field. He then gave this idea some more thought and spoke up. You could say that the trends in the Araman Empire often start with the Median family. He suddenly popped up from the bed, took his laptop, turned it on, and connected it to the internet for research. He thought, with the help of modern knowledge, I can make the Media family an influencer in no time. He then thought of some other ways to make the Media family stronger. After a long time of thinking and trying the trial and error method on his ideas, he also thought, on top of that, I can establish a stronger bond with the Media family as well. Now what to promote to establish the dominance of the Media family's influence? He thought of many ideas and tried rough sketches in his mind, but after this to and fro of ideas, he ended up choosing spices as the base of the Miache family's influence. Cloves, nutmeg, vinegar, and many other spices were his ideas, but he couldn't find the right one. He also thought, since the Miache family already has a hold on pepper, I shouldn't meddle with that. Isu was right, as the Miri family's dominance over the pepper market reigned, and there was no way to overthrow them. After thinking for a long time, he spoke up. How about red pepper powder? Isu's eyes sparked with this idea, and he thought of a plan. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to introduce red pepper powder to the villagers. This was a brilliant idea, introducing a new spice and increasing the family's influence. It was a win-win situation for him. Also, it was a small victory because with this introduction he could make kimchi and enjoy it over there. As this was his next step, he sprang up and planned. Alright, let's start packing the things I'll take with me from the kitchen. This was a brilliant idea by Isu. Isu then later broke the fourth wall and talked to us. You see, viewers might be thinking, kimchi? Not again. Well, you're kind of right. We all thought about this too. Why kimchi again? Couldn't he have a better idea? Also then broke the fourth wall again and spoke to us. Once you're in my shoes, you'll find yourself doing the same thing. Well, that was an amazing thing, Isu said. If we were all stuck in his situation, we would also try to make things really close to our hearts available in that other world. After his 3 days in his old world, it was time to go back to the Media city. As soon as he arrived at the Media castle, he was surrounded by the two ladies, Rose and Hyen. Rose spoke in a lecturing tone while being angry at Isu. You skipped classes and ran off to Riran, right? Hyen then added in a cold and furious tone. How do you think you'll become a count by being so lazy like that? Guilty as charged, Isu was in a pinch of trouble. Now being surrounded by these furious and beautiful girls, he was in for deep trouble. He laughed nervously and said, wait. Calm down, you guys. Instead of calming down, the girls got more furious. Rose spoke up with an intimidating tone. Did you eat Maggie's food all by yourself? Hyen added in her nonchalant yet furious tone. Don't tell me you baked bread and ate it all by yourself. This series of questions and glares was too much for Isu, and he knew the trouble he was in. He slowly accepted his fate and gave up on survival. He then noticed the dresses both Hyen and Rose wore. It was a bit odd and a doubt popped up in his mind. To clear it, he asked in a doubtful tone. By the way, I see you two are wearing similar outfits. Have you finally decided to become friends? The girls were a bit confused at first, and then realizing his question, they both gave a disgusted look to him. Rose said in an irritated tone, You nonsense. Hyen was irritated and furious at this comment and said, Watch your mouth. As there was a heated discussion among them, Isu thought this was a great time to run away to his room. Noticing this, Rose and Hyen also ran after him, but they lost sight of him after a while. Isu, who reached his room, was panting and catching his breath. As he caught his breath, he said in a confused tone, When did those two become so close? The sudden closeness of the girls was really confusing to Isu. According to him, they both made a dangerous pair that could make his life hell. After settling down in his room and taking some rest, he activated his storage and said, Anyway, I'll just unpack the stuff I brought. After taking out all of the things he brought from his original world, he started formulating plans on how to make it seem like they were all grown in this world. After a long time of processing and thinking, he came up with various ideas. Let's store the kimchi in the jar I brought over last time, and let's store the red pepper powder and baking powder deep inside a box. After packing the kimchi in the jar and packing the red chili powder in the wooden box, he called out for Lucas. After a short while, Lucas arrived and said in a formal tone, You called for me, sir. After nodding and smiling at Lucas, Iso spoke up in a questioning yet kind tone. Is the Count in his study? Lucas nodded and replied, Yes, he is, sir. Lucas then talked over to the Count's personal butler. The butler understood and knocked before saying, My lord, Baron Bloom is here to see you. The Count lifted his head from the books, and after listening to the butler's announcement, he agreed to let Iso come in. As soon as Isu came in, he gently bowed in front of the Count and spoke up in a formal tone. Good evening, sir. The Count nodded and smiled at him before speaking up in a serious tone. What brings you here, Baron? Isu nodded and smiled at him. After a brief pause, he spoke up with a smile and a confident tone. I'm here to further discuss the solutions for soil acidification caused by the lemon juice. Iso waited for some time to let the Count understand his words. After giving it some thought, the Count spoke up. I see. Please, have a seat. Isu smiled and thanked the Count for his offer. After thinking for a little while, Isu spoke up in a confident tone. The family farmland is currently contaminated with acidic compounds that have seeped in over a long period. Of course, it will gradually improve once the lemon juice stops seeping in, but it will take a long time to recover. Understanding what Isu wanted to say, and imagining the time needed for the soil to recover, made the Count a bit uncomfortable. A doubt crept into his mind. So, do you have a solution to this problem? Isu then took his time before formulating his words. After some time he spoke up. Yes, sir. Pouring lime powder over the land should do the trick. He then added in a questioning tone. Does Ania have lime powder? The Count understood the question and replied with a warm smile. Of course we have plenty, but are you sure it will work? Isu took his time to understand the question and then formed his answer. Yes, it will certainly help. He also added in a warning tone, making sure he had the Count's attention. However, it can be dangerous if it comes into contact with humans or animals, so it needs to be handled with care. The Count smiled at him and reassured him by saying, Rest assured, Baron, my people have used lime powder before. I'll leave the task to those who are familiar with the material. After analyzing his answer, Isu nodded and appreciated the Count for his brilliant thinking. The Count was happy with Isu and his solutions. He was genuinely happy and felt indebted to him. After spending some time thinking about this brilliant idea introduced by Isu, he smirked and then asked Isu in a warm and gentle tone, Have you found a suitable land for your estate yet, Baron Bloom? Isu laughed nervously and said in an embarrassed tone, Not yet, sir. Besides, it's only been a month since I received my title. The Count chuckled and felt a bit struck by this cute behavior from Isu. After relaxing, he spoke up with a light chuckle. Excellent. Would it be all right if I find a suitable land for you then? Iso was a bit taken aback by this kind gesture and then spoke in a shaky voice. I would really appreciate that, sir. This was kind of weird for him, and he thought to himself, he's being very nice to me for some reason. This was very kind of the Count, and Iso was really happy that the Count wished to help him. The Count smiled and spoke in a warm and gentle tone. Splendid. Let's talk again soon then. Isu nodded and replied, Of course. Thank you, sir. He then got up from the couch, bowed gently in front of the Count and excused himself out. Later, he was called out by Rose and Hyen for a conversation. He gave them a visit in the living room, only to find Rose in a very intimidating posture. A bit intimidated by Rose, Iso spoke up in a bubbly tone. What's with that look? Do you have something to tell me? Rose then let out a sigh of frustration, gathered her intimidating look and said, I need to come up with something spectacular for the International Market Festival so that other nobles won't look down on us. Confused by her demeanor, Iso asked in a confused tone. I thought things were going smoothly. Rose agreed, but replied in a defeated tone, True, but I need something impactful, something that can be a punch in their faces. This sentence alone was enough to clear their doubts. It also showed the conflicts between the Maria family and the Pitt family, a kind of rivalry where they tried their best to make the other family red with embarrassment. Rose was determined to shut the other nobles' mouths and feel victorious, even if just this once. Giving it a long thought on what he could do to impress the other nobles and enhance the reputation of the Meiji family in front of them, Isu came up with a good idea that could impress all of them. Rose was delighted to know this and was eager to hear what his amazing idea was. Isu grinned to himself, got up, and called a maid nearby to provide him with the required ingredients. The maid agreed and started preparing what Isu had asked for. This confused both the girls. Why was he asking for these ingredients? After some time, the maid arrived with the items Isu requested and asked him milk, sugar, salt, vanilla beans, and raspberries. Will that be all? He nodded and thanked the maid for her hard work. Noticing the ingredients in front of them, Rose spoke up. Are you thinking of making a nice dessert? Isu was a bit taken aback and was confused by what she was saying. He asked her, What's that? Noticing his confused look, Rose explained, We have ice desserts here too, by the way. This intrigued Isu's interest, and he asked, How do you make it? Maybe this was a new dessert he never thought of, and he was excited to know about it. Rose, understanding his question, replied, We crush the ice finely and then mix it with fruit or honey. Hearing this, Isu thought of something resembling this exact same dish and thought to himself, Sounds similar to shaved ice with toppings back home. This was interesting, and he wanted to know more, so he asked Hyen, Have you tried it too? Hyen replied with a strong no, as that didn't suit her palate. Rose spoke up in a nervous yet informative tone. Ice may be rare, but it's not that hard to come by among the nobles, and it's not particularly unique. Isu grinned and reassured Rose in a prideful manner. No worries, what I'm about to prepare is completely different. It's called gelato. Hearing this weird name for the first time, both the girls were confused and said in a puzzled tone, Gelato? What's that? Isu then told them to wait and that they would soon know the wonders of the tasty gelato he was about to make. He announced before starting to boil milk, I'm going to make 2 flavors, vanilla and strawberry. Not knowing what it was going to be, but trusting that if it was Isu's cooking it would be tasty, they watched curiously. He then started explaining as he cooked. First, put sugar, vanilla beans, and separately whisked egg yolks into the milk and let it simmer. When the aroma is strong enough, put the mixture into 2 separate bowls. He then explained, add crushed raspberries into one of them and mix them with the milk. He left the bowls to cool down a bit and let the flavors be absorbed. Then he moved on to the next step. Next, prepare a silver bowl filled with ice. Here you mix salt with ice in a 1-to-1 ratio. Seeing this, Rose spoke up in a worried tone. Why are you adding salt into an ice dessert? Annoyed by her questioning and disturbance, he replied back in a sassy tone, Hold on, I'm not done yet. He then calmed himself down and continued explaining, Now I'm going to put what we made earlier into this ice bowl and mix it. Although it might seem that Isu knew what he was doing, the truth was that he found this recipe on the internet and hoped it would turn out good. The looks from both girls were a bit scary and disheartening because they showed their mistrust in him due to his addition of salt into the ice. As Isu kept stirring and checking on how the gelato was doing, it eventually started freezing. Seeing this, Rose spoke up in an amazed voice. Incredible. It's gradually freezing. Isu, are you a mage too? Hyen replied back to Rose with a prideful tone. What did I tell you? He's the bread mage. Listening to this, Rose agreed and admitted that Isu was a bread mage. Isu laughed nervously and continued to explain the procedure of gelato. Once it's frozen to some extent, add some air to achieve a chewy texture while stirring, and repeat this process 2 or 3 more times. After this continuous procedure of scooping and making it fluffier, it was finally ready. He scooped some and served it in a crystal-clear bowl, garnishing it with mint leaves. As it was ready, he asked both of them to try. He then spoke with a confident tone, "Oh, I've only made a small amount for now, but I'll need to make more for the huge crowd at the International Market Festival. So I was thinking if Hyen could help out with the ice." Suddenly, the girls took a scoop of the gelato, and they both started shivering with their mouths full of it. He was worried and asked, "Hey Yen, JJ?" This was a bit confusing for him as to why the girls were trembling and lifting their spoons in the air like they were in some kind of battle or had completed some race. Both Hyen and Rose had tasted a bite of this amazing dessert, and as soon as they did, they were frozen and their bodies trembled. Confused by this action, Isu called out to them, but they didn't answer. After some time passed, both of them stopped trembling. Rose was the first one to speak up with an excited and childish tone. "What's this? It's so delicious. Did you say it's delicious? Did you say it's jello?" This sudden burst of energy made Isu a bit shocked, but he nodded after understanding her question. Rose then spoke up with a delighted tone. "I've never had an iced dessert this creamy and delicious before, not to mention its chewy texture." This amazing response by Rose was enough for Isu to know that what he had created was amazing and would definitely work market magic at the international festival. "Market." He then asked Rose in a calm tone, "How is it? Do you think nobles would like it?" Rose shouted back in an excited tone, "Of course." Hyen then added with a rare expression of excitement, "It's so soft that one might mistake it for cream." Isu was a bit taken aback by Hyen's rare display of energy and emotion, but this also made him feel relieved. If Hyen agreed to the taste and liked it, then it meant it was a suitable dish to be served at the festival. Feeling relieved and happy, he watched both girls digging into the gelato again and again. Then the time arrived when Rose, due to her energetic scooping of gelato, got a brain freeze. She spoke up in a pain-bearing voice while pressing her forehead with her hand. "Oh, my head is hurting from eating cold food in a rush." Although having a brain freeze and the sensation was painful, she yearned for more and said, "This is so good. I want it all to myself." Hyen, the ice queen who didn't show much emotion, spoke up. "I usually don't like cold food, but this isn't too bad." Seeing this reaction, Rose spoke up in an irritated tone, "Nonsense. I saw you devouring it. Give it to me if you don't want it." This infuriated Hyen, and she replied in a cold tone, "No." This was enough to spark the inner wild beast within them. The fight over the last cup of gelato was going to be intense when Isu stepped up and calmed them down. He thought to himself, "I'm glad that at least they both enjoyed it." After calming them down completely, he turned to Rose and asked her, "Then why don't you go and get the final permission from your parents?" Even after being taken far from Hyen, Rose was gritting her teeth, but after listening to Isu, she grinned and replied in her usual energetic tone, "Fine, make me 2 more. I'll bring them to let them taste it." She then turned to Hyen, and after giving some thought, she spoke up. "By the way, Hyen?" Hyen didn't reply but looked at Rose. Rose then asked, "Have you been to the International Market Festival before?" After understanding her question, Hyen replied in a nonchalant manner, "No, never. My so-called father would leave me behind and take his new wife and her bastard of a son instead." Realizing the dark turn of this situation, both Isu and Rose turned silent. After some time, Rose spoke up with a heavy feeling, "Oh, I see." She then nudged Isu to convince Hyen to come to the International Market Festival. Noticing her look and nudge, Isu was a bit confused as to why she was doing that, but then he remembered what they both talked about. Isu then asked, "Hey, Hyen replied in a suspicious tone, "What?" Noticing her questioning glare and suspicious tone, he laughed nervously and asked, "Want some bread?" Rose then slipped out of the room with the 2 bowls of gelato that were prepared by Isu to bring to her parents for approval. After a few days and with the approval of the count for the gelato, Isu called for the head chef to come to his personal headquarters. The head chef was a bit scared and confused as to why he was called, but he abided by the request and headed to Isu's room, knocking softly on his door. Isu then allowed him to enter. The head chef entered the room and with a confused and nervous tone asked, "You called for me, sir?" Isu nodded and gave him a warm smile. He then said in a gentle tone, "Please have a seat. I have something to discuss with you." The chef understood and headed towards the couch. He was a bit hesitant before sitting down on it. Noticing the nervous and tired look on his face, Isu offered, "Here, have some herb tea and please just relax." Noticing Ie's gentle demeanor and kindness, the chef was a bit confused and dumbfounded. He asked again in a confused tone, "Thank you, sir. If I may ask, why have you called for me, sir?" Isu then spoke with a warm and gentle tone, his expression showing empathy towards the chef. "I'm sure you're stressed over coming up with new menu items. Am I right?" The chef spoke up in denial, disagreeing with Isu. "Of course not, sir. I'm just doing my job, that's all." He then continued with a tired tone, "With many important guests expected to attend the festival, I have to think day and night about how to enhance the experience. Nevertheless, my ideas are nowhere near yours, sir." He ended his talk with a light nervous chuckle. Isu nodded in understanding. After some time he spoke up. "Back from where I come from, baking is a big part of our culture. My mother was also passionate about baking as well." The chef nodded in understanding. Isu then continued to explain his idea. "Spices like ginger and cinnamon are particularly inexpensive and readily available. So my point is, if it's all right with you, I would like to pass on my mother's recipe to you." After hearing Isu was willing to share his family's secret recipe, there was shock written all over the head chef's face. Isu was a bit taken aback and said in a warm tone, "I'm not necessarily insisting that you use my recipe, but by referring to it you might come up with even better ideas." The head chef was in tears due to Isu's kindness and selflessness. He spoke in a grateful tone, "I don't know how to thank you, sir. In fact, I was quite stressed about developing new menu items, so I truly appreciate your understanding." Feeling overwhelmed by the tears and grateful tone of the head chef, Isu spoke up in a comforting tone, "It's okay, let's set aside the emotions for now and start writing down the recipe." The chef nodded and started jotting down the recipes that Isu gave. Isu then explained to us, "I gave him a total of 3 recipes: churros, butter cookies, and lemon ginger tea." The head chef, after jotting down the recipes, said in an astonished tone, "Sir, your ideas are simply extraordinary." Isu then said in a gentle demeanor, "I already asked to have the ingredients ready, so go ahead and make them now." The chef then added in a curious tone, "Oh, can I also bring the creme brulee by any chance?" Isu replied in a gentle tone, "Of course. How about making your own version by adding toppings of your choice?" This kind gesture was enough to make the head chef cry again, and he replied with gratitude, "Of course, sir. Please share more recipes in the future. I'm always open to learning new recipes." The head chef then got up, bowed in gratitude, and left the room with new profound ideas. Isu was grateful to see this and was excited to see what new recipes would be formed and given for tasting before the International Market Festival by the head chef. After a while, Lucas came and knocked on the door, announcing himself. Isu let him in and awaited what Lucas had to say. Lucas then said in a calm and gentle tone, "Sir, Mr. Steve and his son have arrived at the Southern Inn." Isu nodded and asked for the directions to the Southern Inn. After some time, he left Medai Castle and walked down the road in Medai City. He was still confused about where it was located but remembered the address. After a bit of walking, he spotted the Southern Inn and knocked on the door. A familiar young boy's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Isu called out his name, and then the door opened with the boy smiling brightly and warmly at him. He then said, "Baron Bloom, I heard you finally earned your title." He continued in an excited tone. "Goodness, I knew it. So was selling mirrors more like a side business? Where is your estate located? Are you not going to visit a Romania city anymore?" Feeling overwhelmed by the number of questions, Isu asked him to limit it to one question at a time. He then asked him, "Are you alone?" The young boy laughed and replied, "Well, answer is yes. My father is away attending to business." Isu understood and then asked him, "Then would you care to join me for a walk?" The boy agreed and they went to a park nearby the inn. The boy asked Isu about how the lessons were going. Isu replied honestly, they are very boring. The boy was happy about Isu's honesty. Isu then asked the boy, by the way, you know the International Market Festival is being held here, right? The boy nodded eagerly and spoke, of course. We're planning to stay for about a week during the festival period since it's on our way back and forth. Isu smiled and nodded in agreement. Then he shared his idea about what he wanted from him. The boy understood and nodded before confirming, so you want us to spread the word once we return to the city after the festival. Is that it? Isu replied with a nod. Yep. Could you do that for me? The boy smiled widely and replied, I have a knack for spreading rumors like nobody else. He then spoke with a mischievous glint in his eyes, rubbing his hands together like a merchant. But you know there's no such thing as a free lunch, eh? Isu smiled nervously before replying, certainly. What do you want in return? The boy lowered his grin and then smiled widely before saying proudly, one would be to provide us with lodging we can stay in for 7 days. The other is a guarantee of a prime spot at the festival. Plot. Both of them don't seem easy, but still for the stuff I want to do, this is a small price. He then assured the boy, I will talk about it to Rose. The boy then said, if we had to choose one of the 2 requests, it would be the prime spot at the festival. As he understood his requirements and assured him, the boy turned sideways to watch something, which confused Isu about what he was looking at. He followed the gaze of the young boy to a carriage standing behind them. The boy said in an amazed tone, what a magnificent carriage, I wonder who's in it. Isu thought, there's still quite a lot of time left until the festival, so I doubt it's one of the noble guests. After staring at the carriage for a bit, Isu remembered he was a bit busy and said to the boy, I should get going, I'll come back later in the evening if I'm available. The boy nodded and waved goodbye to Isu as he rushed towards Mudai Castle. A young man in his 20s came out of the carriage while wobbling. The man screamed out, intoxicated with alcohol, Father, it is I, your son, Clay Medic, has arrived. Isu was shocked to see the young man all tipsy and causing a ruckus in the Madai Castle's front yard. He then went closer to the head chef, who seemed a bit worried, and asked, who is that? At the sudden voice of Isu, the chef jumped a little and spoke up in a surprised tone, oh, Sir Bloom. He's Sir Clay, the Count's eldest son. Everyone was running after Clay and trying to stop him from causing any more trouble. Seeing this young man causing a ruckus and making every servant of the Medici family worried for him, Isu thought, Count's eldest son. He's totally wasted. After calming down Clay and taking him back to his room, there was peace at last. After some time, he met up with Rose and asked, so Sir Clay is your older brother? Rose nodded and answered back. Yes, he's been learning how to make wine recently, she said before scrunching her face in irritation and speaking up, and he seems completely obsessed with it. Sometimes he forgets that he's the heir of the Maisi family. Listening to this, Isu was a bit concerned about the relationship between the siblings and asked, are you not on good terms with him? Rose shook her head and replied in a solemn tone, no, it's not that. I'm just worried about my family, that's all. Suddenly she looked sad while saying, to be honest, our family hasn't fully established itself in the world of nobility yet. Isu remained silent and kept listening. After giving some time for Rose to calm down, he asked, I see. By the way, can I ask you a favor? Rose stopped being gloomy and gave Isu a smile while saying, sure. How about we go somewhere and chat while enjoying the scenery? Isu was confused and asked, where should we go? Rose then took him to her hideout, a special place where she escaped from her day-to-day troubles and gave time to herself. After settling down and relaxing a bit, Rose asked Isu in a serious tone, so, what's the favor you're asking for? A bit intimidated by her serious demeanor, he spoke in a formal and gentle tone, could you possibly help me with booking accommodation during the International Market Festival and also securing a good spot for a stall? After listening to Isu's requests, Rose spoke up in a formal and serious tone, is this for a merchant you know? He chuckled nervously and replied, yep, I asked for a little favor too. Dumbfounded by this, Rose asked, so is this in return for the favor? Isu nodded, and that was enough for her. She then asked Isu while patting her chest in a concerned yet questioning manner, what's in it for me if I do that? This dude then took his time to form a good and responsible answer for Rose's question. Well, if things go according to my plan, it could increase your family's reputation. Rose was a bit confused as to why Isu was doing all of this for her family. She contemplated for a bit and then asked him in a confused tone, I appreciate your sentiment, but why are you concerned about our family's reputation? Isu replied in a mock-sad tone while putting a hand on his chest to show his sadness. Well, that's a bit hurtful. Rose's face turned pale, and she asked for forgiveness as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry if it sounded like that. It's just that I'm worried. Isu was confused and asked her, worried about what? She then replied in a sad and gloomy tone, getting involved with my family might lead you to being rejected by the high-ranking nobles. With your abilities, you could easily blend in with them. Her low confidence and self-loathing clearly showed that they didn't have a good reputation among the other nobles. Isu then spoke up in a gentle and comforting tone with a confused expression. Don't you think that's undermining you and your family too much? Rose spoke up in an angry tone but then calmed down. No, that's not what I meant. Even though it may seem like we can just live well among ourselves, eventually we'll end up crossing paths with those people somehow. Meeting other nobles might change your perspective too. Isu sighed and asked her in a gentle tone, and what will you do if my perspective changes? Rose snapped and said in an intimidating voice, there's nothing but death waiting for traitors. You heard about what happened to the Faney household, right? Isu chuckled nervously while saying, I have no intention of betraying. After some time and calming Rose down, he then spoke up with curiosity. Oh, by the way, have you heard rumors that the Mage family will be visiting during the festival? I don't think Hyen will attend, but do you know anything about them? Rose asked in a serious tone. Where have you heard about this? Isu thought for some time before replying, I overheard what the merchants from the city were saying. Bistiku then thought, if Rose is quiet about this, then this might be an act to degrade the Mediki family by someone. Rose stayed silent for a long time and then gritted her teeth before standing up and speaking in an angry tone. I should go talk to my father about this. He watched Rose leave her hideout in a rush, anger on her face clearly visible. After some time, his instructor arrived and he attended classes till evening. Tired and exhausted from the classes, Isu lay down and tried to relax. That's when he jumped up and covered his ears to stop them from hurting due to the vomiting sounds from Clay. He then spoke up in an irritated tone. Gosh, how long is he going to keep up with this? He then thought to himself, drunk all day every day, then vomiting non-stop. He sighed and thought in a tired tone. I can't even do anything about it since he's JJ's brother. At least he could stop the vomiting. Suddenly, an idea sparked up in his brain, and he called for Lucas, ordering him to go with him to the prep kitchen. After spending some time in the prep kitchen and making a drink that's good for a hangover, he explained, nothing like nice honey water for hangovers. He then asked Lucas to bring it to Sir Clay, which Lucas followed as quickly as possible. He then thought to himself, I hope that does the trick. I'm already exhausted. Of all those lessons, I don't need more stress in my life. He then spoke to himself while stretching. Anyway, I should get ready for the swordsmanship training tomorrow. The next morning arrived and Isu was busy with his sword training master, practicing his sword skills while participating in a mock duel. Sir Kay, who was free from the hangover, called out to Isu. Isu turned around to see who was calling him. That's when he got struck by his instructor, and he yelled in pain. Kay then asked for forgiveness for his bad timing. The swordmaster greeted Kay and then turned to Isu with a serious expression. Baron Bloom, you have been stabbed 89 died 4 times so far. Please focus. Su yelled in protest while clarifying himself. Hey, Sir Kay was calling me. How can I ignore him? Noticing this misbehavior, the instructor said, we need to go over your manners again too. After seeing how tired Su was, the swordmaster declared enough for today and took his leave. Su then realized something. I should have just bought that certificate for 1,000 gold. The training to be a count is extremely hard. Isu sighed and turned to Kay with a gentle smile. Kay smiled back and reached for his hand before saying in a gentle tone, pleasure to meet you, Baron Bloom. Isu was happy to see that Kay wasn't hung over and now seemed sober. He then replied with gratitude, yes, nice to meet you too. Then in a questioning tone he asked, but may I ask what brings you here? Kay replied with gratitude in a happy tone, that honey water last night, I heard it was your idea. Su replied, oh that, yes it was. Are you feeling better now? Kay replied in a jolly mood, it was the perfect remedy for my hangover. Isu smiled and felt relieved that it helped him, then said in a worried tone, I advise you to cut down on the drinking. It's not good for your health. Kay replied with a mock disappointed tone. It seems like nobody is on my side. Yes, you replied with a worried tone and a mild smile. Everyone is worried about you, sir? Kay then responded by sighing in disappointment. Oh, please. Their distress is nowhere near that of this incompetent heir of the family. Kay then replied in a nervous tone while chuckling. Please don't look at me that way, sir. It was just a joke. The CEO laughed awkwardly, and then with a sigh of sadness he replied, in fact, I also once lived a life fueled by alcohol. Noticing the sadness of Isu, Kay felt that he had gone through something heavy. Sensing the heavy air around them, Kay replied with an awkward laugh, I drank honey water not to ease my hangover but to prevent my throat from hurting when I'm vomiting. Kay smiled and replied with a soft smile, I would love to hear more about your story, Baron Bloom. Come join me for a meal. Isu agreed with him. Meanwhile, in the Count's personal library, his personal butler arrived and said in a panicked tone, Sir, rumors are spreading that the Mage family will visit the International Market Festival this time. The Count replied in a stone-cold voice, Yes, I've heard about it from Gigi. The butler replied in a worried tone, So it seems like there will be more customers than expected. The Count nodded and agreed while saying, From what I've heard, a total of 20 families have opened portals and passed through Mount Knots. This was a bit too much for the Medi family, and the rumors that had been spreading could cause more downfall for them. As the royal families from all over the Aromonian Empire were arriving in Medici City, the nervousness and upcoming challenge were becoming heavier. To impress these families, a huge workload had been put on the Medi family's servants, and a huge misunderstanding was the reason for all of this. The Count explained, the reason for these families' arrival is that there is only one mage who can open portals in the Aromonian Empire. However, portals can only be opened in 2 locations simultaneously, so the cost of opening portals is very expensive. Therefore, portals are usually opened only when the imperial family needs to travel. This was a huge headache for the Count, and he let out a sigh in discomfort. He then clenched his head while saying, This is absurd. Because of rumors about the mage household visiting, they're coming in large numbers through the portal. The Count then thought for a while before saying, They must be planning to use this opportunity to humiliate us. The butler understood his heaviness and replied in a worried tone, A large crowd like that must have cost around 10,000 to open the portal. The butler then replied in a comforting yet concerned tone, We're doing our best to take measures, but things aren't looking too bright, right, sir? The Count reassured him, and the butler nodded in agreement and took his leave, worried about what was to come in the future. Meanwhile, Isu, Rose, and Hyen were in the living room enjoying themselves. Isu then introduced them to something. Techa, this is the game I mentioned before, called D-Jenga. I asked the carpenters to make it for me. Confused by this game and not understanding the significance of this pulling blocks game, Hyen asked in an uncertain tone, What's so fun about pulling out wooden blocks? Rose agreed and said, That's what I'm saying. She then continued with a complicated look, strategic thinking and dice throwing. Understanding their misunderstandings, Aiju then clapped before smiling. Now, you don't know until you try it for yourself. Besides, anyone can play this game. People will love it at the festival, he said with a spark in his eyes and a dangerous glint, speaking in a mischievous tone, and the one who makes the tower fall will get a finger flick on the forehead. The girls were a bit confused and looked at him dumbfounded. A finger flick, they asked. He knew that no matter how much he tried explaining it to them, they wouldn't understand, so he said, Go ahead and play it to find out. Rose exclaimed in happiness. Alrighty, this should be easy. But she couldn't do it, and her bratty personality and pride wouldn't accept defeat. So all of them played again and again, and every single time Rose was the loser, getting the most finger flicks on her forehead. She then screamed out in anger and frustration, No fair, this doesn't make sense. How can I lose every single round? She then pointed towards Hyen and spoke in an irritated tone, Especially you. Hyen spoke in a nonchalant tone, What about me? Rose's anger sparked up and her fighting spirit rose as she said, Your finger flick hurts the most, you know that. Let me give you a taste of my flick too. Seeing this turning into a dispute, as you interjected, How about we wrap it up and go eat? Noticing how Rose's knuckles were turning white, he knew she wouldn't settle for a finger flick. Rose then spoke up in an irritated tone while throwing a tantrum. I'm pretty good at playing chess. Let's play that after our meal. As Yu then replied to her, I don't know how to play it and chess is boring, as he wasn't interested in playing it. This only infuriated Rose further, and she was about to throw an even bigger tantrum when the Count's personal butler called for her. She then went towards him and asked, "What happened?" The butler whispered into her ear, "There's something I must discuss with you." This caught Izu's attention and he tried to have a conversation but was requested to leave as this was a personal matter of the Medicae Count. Understanding the privacy of the matter, he smiled and took his leave. He was then taken by Lucas to an establishment near the county. He appreciated the beautiful room given by the Medi family and felt even more respect and gratitude for them. He then thought to himself, "For once, I can be alone." He then turned towards Lucas and said in a merry tone, "You may return to the county, Lucas." This terrified Lucas and he overthought the situation, feeling he was incapable of being helpful to Isu. He then spoke in a scared tone, "Did I make a mistake, sir?" Isu replied in a comforting tone, "No, relax. I just want to spend the next 2 or 3 days meditating alone." Understanding the reason for his departure to the Count, Lucas nodded and then spoke up. "Oh, in that case, I'll instruct the servants to prepare the bathwater, sir." Isu nodded and allowed Lucas to do as he pleased. As soon as Lucas left the room and Isu was alone, he thought to himself in an excited tone, "Alrighty, off to the kitchen. Today's dinner is kimchi stew." He then prepared the ingredients he needed and put the rice to cook while he chopped vegetables and meat for the kimchi stew. Unfortunately, the ingredients were only enough for a single person. After cooking it for a while, a familiar scent arose from the stew and Isu said nostalgically, "Yum, I miss the smell of this." While cooking, he was disturbed by some knocking. Confused by this, he thought to himself, "Who could that be? There's nobody to visit me at this hour." The knocking intensified and he hurriedly washed his hands and ran towards the door. While hurriedly opening it, he asked, "Who is it?" There stood a handsome man in his 20s with a beautiful smile. Confused by his sudden arrival, Isu asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" Seeing Kaylee all alone, he was a bit worried for his safety. Kie then replied in a gentle and polite tone, "I bought some cheese and wine." "Oh, not for me, of course. It's a gift for you. Here you go." He laughed nervously and handed the package to Isu. Isu smiled, and then a tasty scent reached Kay's nose. He then turned to Isu and asked in a curious tone, "Say, are you cooking, Baron Bloom?" Isu turned to Ki and invited him to join him for dinner. Ki nodded and entered Izu's establishment. Noticing the kimchi stew, he asked with interest, "Smells quite peculiar. What is this dish called?" Izu laughed nervously and then replied after thinking for some time, "It's pork stew with kimchi, a specialty from my hometown." He then thought to himself, "Gotta act natural in situations like this." He then said, "Looks like the rice is ready as well. Please have a seat and I'll bring them to you." He nodded and then spoke, "That's all right. I'll help you carry the bowls downstairs." After settling down with the utensils and bowls, Izu brought the rice and stew to the dining table. Watching the stew and rice served into his bowl, Kay spoke in an intrigued tone, "This looks appetizing, Baron Bloom." After taking a spoonful bite of the stew and rice, Izu was hoping that Kay liked it. After chewing and analyzing the flavors for a while, Kay then spoke up in a very refined manner. "Indeed, it has a very unique taste, the harmony of cabbage, pork belly, and shallots." And he said, "I can see you've seasoned it with garlic, ginger, and pepper as well. I can taste the flavor of fish sauce as well." Isu thinks, "Wow, he must be one of those super tasters." Clegg said, "Isu." "Isu, yes, sir." And thinking, "What's this? Did he notice something?" Clegg say in funny way, "How about we have wine with this?" He said, "Oh, of course." After some glasses of wine, Isu enjoyingly yelled, "Woohoo, what happened, dude? You started just now," and yelling and blushing. Isu, thinking, "Oops, I let my guard down and acted the same as I did back home." Clegg said, "I'm glad you like the wine." Isu, "Yes, it's delicious, but how did you know all the ingredients?" And the drunk people talking and yelling nonsense, we just ignore. On the first day of the International Market Festival, families from various places exchange welcoming greetings. On the second day, there is a banquet for the nobles, and on the third day, the castle is open to the public, and the entire village enjoys the festival. CV, I am currently preparing to attend the welcome ceremony. Wow, this feels way too tight. He dressed like acrobatic player? Ha ha ha. Someone said, "Sir, that was made by the tailor who satched with love and care of his body." Plain body, what love and care he mixed. Isu said, "All right, I get it." And he said, "It looking good on you, sir?" Isu, all I have to do today is just greet them and leave, right? He said, "Yes, sir. The banquet is tomorrow. Now a short welcome ceremony. Lady Judge and Lady Hyen are waiting, so let us proceed there." Azashu, of course. Let's hurry. In ceremony, a beautiful women playing music, everything looking rich and awesome. Ashu, it's not as extravagant as I expected. That butler-type person calling our Meg. Hey, what are you? Inside two beautiful girls waiting for Ishu. She is, Baron Bloom. Welcome. Boys, thank you, Lady Jeje. It awkward to treat so formally. She, yes indeed. Asking to the other girl, how about you, Duchess Silverwood? What made you change your mind to participate in the welcoming ceremony? Chio, the Count and I had a discussion. Red Hair Grill asking with shock, you did? But father didn't tell me anything. Speaking himself, is she sure about this? Or does she feel comfortable revealing that she's an elf? The mage family is inevitably entwined with the royal family. I wonder if Hyen is mentally prepared right now. Once she reveals her identity, not only will she be expected to make public appearances, but she will also face pressure due to the marriage issue. There's no need for you to know the details. That time Butler come in and said, Lady Judge, everyone is waiting for your greeting. Baron Bloom and Lady Hyen, please wait just a little while. Hyen and Isu thinking. Isu, he run towards window and watching outside the carriage, he said, wow. Hyen, what's so impressive about that? It looks petty compared to my carriage. Us, says the person who doesn't have a carriage anymore, no house or money either. Isu think it's your end there. There's no chance if she hit with this power P. Isu. She prepared an attack, Mon Perino.
No one sick wait.
Isu said, stop it. This threatening thing is going too far, got it? In next scene, Asiu, by the way, what are you planning to do after revealing yourself to the public? They's talking with each other. Some knocked someone and said, sir, it's time. Isu said, okay, let's go. Hyen be like protagonist, makes the last appearance. Isu, okay, I'm going then, she said. Okay. Jia called Baron Isu. Isu asked, why are you alone? She said, the family I'm close to Hashimi arrived yet. Isu, okay, I'll wait with you. In bright light, everyone sweating and complaining. That time strawberry and vanilla gelato. A dessert with a rich and smooth texture that brings out the bursting flavor of fresh ingredients. In other simple name, ice cream served to everyone. The person he suggests everyone to please try it. People are talking. I've never seen this before. What can this possibly be? What the hell, man? It's ice cream, man. Just eat it. Sorry for my intervene. In that ceremony, one auntie had brand, so she decided to try it first, and she did it. She was mesmerized and very impressed. She's satisfaction level was high. She think it's a 10 out of 10. She suddenly changed her emotions and said, well, it doesn't seem incredibly impressive. What, man, I thought she have so-called brain, but it's freezed with that ice cream. But everyone's saying, wow, it's absolutely delicious, and asking for one more, and Jeshing mother explains to all it's called gelato made with vanilla beans, and she add, I heard the Krenaman family monopolized the vanilla bean trade, she apprecate the family. One woman said it's refreshing and sweet, it feels like all my fatigue is disappearing. She turned to her husband and asking, don't you agree, dear? That poor husband, my dear, you're quite right. The Sioux thinking, once the recipe for making such delicious ice cream becomes known, making money is just a matter of time. Lady Jessie called Isu, are you planning to spread this recipe through that merchant? They whispering with each other that time the barin less lady trying to babble something. And she said, I have admit, the taste isn't bad, just as Lady Chronoman said. I'm sure it wasn't easy to store this much ice in this scorching weather. Could it be that a mage has visited? In serious tone, because you've been promoting it so diligently, everyone has high expectations. Isn't that right, everyone? She, trying to be vileness, and misleading everyone, and all have building their one-made question. At that time, our beautiful Lady Hyen was entered in ceremony. The person announced that, dear guests, allow me to present to you Duchess Hyen Silverwood. That baneless auntie was shocked. Ush! And JJ was to sting their gases. I'm pleased to meet you. My name is Hyen Silverwood. Family, you must all be exhausted out here, so please get some rest and let us gather again tomorrow at the banquet. Everyone, it's an honor to meet you, my lady. Hyen, Lady Jeje, would you like to go for a walk? She happily said, of course. Duchess. Our Zhu thinks, where's the Clegg? Cut to the scene. Ias reached the Clegg house. Butler asking to two Ease, what brings you here? Sir Baron. Isu, we're Lord Clegg. He said he's still in bed. Isu asked I come in, he said. Of course, sir. Is your trying to wake him up, but Clegg not ready to get up? Finally, they out to the street. Isu and Clegg try buy something to eat, searching for food stalls. They just enjoyed the day. The next day, Isu and Jeje decided to joining the reception. At reception, one dumb-looking guy sitting with his friends and try to approve his superiority. Behind him, one red-haired guy appeared and asking Mandy if I join your conversation. He straightly threatened him join the debate after dinner, and he went. Jeje everything from distance. The same red-haired guy welcomed everyone. Sagun whispers to us that the first dish was your idea, right? Isu thinking, I hope it's all right, the dessert was a success, but I hope the dumpling soup isn't too ordinary for the nobles. Everyone enjoying the dish, but one lady that Brima and less lady appear again and insulting the reception and food. Towards the Metzte family, Is thinks to himself in a disgusted manner, wow, what trashy people. Lady Pitt then continues in her sarcastic and taunting manner, saying he put a baron of questionable background in charge of this important banquet. Lady Croman then interjects Lady Pitt by saying, does that mean the food didn't suit your taste? Lady Pitt then replies in a nonchalant manner, no, I didn't mean that. It wasn't as horrible as its presentation. I assume the food was to your taste perfectly, Lady Croman. Lady Croman replies in a gentle and cheerful manner, of course, it was amazing. So amazing that right now it seems as if you're refusing to yield. Listening to these words from Lady Croman, Lady Pitt jumps back and shouts in a flustered and angry tone, not refusing. How dare you? That doesn't change the fact that the food wasn't made by the heir of the Mate family, does it? As soon as this was said out loud by Lady Pitt, the nobles were all in a dilemma and shocked to know that this wasn't created by the heir of the Meditate family. A few of them started chatting with each other and began to question the authority of the Meditate family. Lady Pitt then turns away in anger and calls her son to leave the banquet as soon as possible. Her son was a bit hesitant but left the banquet with his mother. Seeing them leave, Isu had a wide grin and a smirk on his face while thinking, ignore them, Kay. He then speaks up in an irritated tone, serves them right. He continues in his sarcastic tone, that family is a bunch of clowns. He then thinks to himself in an angry tone, those people are really rude. While Isu was speaking in a comforting tone, Kaylee was sulking deeper and deeper. He then spoke up in a depressed tone, no, they're right. Just as they said I'm not good at anything. Noticing the sinking mood and depressed tone of Kay, Isu quickly turns to Kay and speaks up in a comforting tone, don't let their words get to you. But this wasn't enough to uplift Kay's mood, and he thinks to himself, soon my head is going to drop to the floor. After a long time of silence, suddenly a thought ran through his head and he spoke up in a comforting tone, oh right, come to think of it, we went to the market yesterday, didn't we? How about you cook with the ingredients we bought there and serve it to our guests tomorrow? Kay then turns a bit pale and his voice turns a bit shaky and nervous while saying, but during all of this, Rose's anger was boiling. Seeing her brother's nervous and timid look, a dangerous angry glint appeared in her eyes. She banged the table with a loud thud. She sprang up and spoke in a loud voice, Father. This startled both of the brothers and made them turn their heads towards her. Rose spoke up in an angry tone. To commemorate the last day of the International Market Festival, Kai insists on cooking for our guests. Listening to this absurd idea, Kaylee spoke up in an astonished manner. What are you saying, Jai? Rose then turns to Kay and speaks up in an angry tone and a scary look. Right, dear brother? Seeing the furious look in her eyes and the angry tone hidden by a smile, Kay then slouches a little in fear and says, yeah. Isu looks at this little banter created by Rose and then thinks to himself in a nervous tone. Guy looks furious. Her eyes are rolled back. The Count then speaks up in a curious tone and asks Kay, is that true, Kay? Listening to the curious and stern tone from his father, Kai speaks up in a nervous tone. Well, Isu, who was watching this nervous and awkward interaction, turns to Kaylee and whispers in a confident tone while clenching his hand tightly, Lord Kay, now's your chance. It's time to prove yourself. Kaylee gulps nervously and thinks about how he's going to create a dish that suits the noble's palate. Meanwhile, Rose was furious and determined to shut the dirty traps of the nobles that questioned their family and demeaned their respect. Kay, after calming his nerves a little, speaks up in a shaky voice. Yes, it's true, Father. I'll prepare the feast for tomorrow's banquet. As the day ends and night arrives, after the busy and bustling energy dies down, the day was both a memorable one for Isu and the Mate family. Isu then walks to Kay's room and knocks on his door. Lord Kay. He then thinks to himself in a worried tone, I did stop by because I was worried. After a few moments that pass by, Kaylee's soft voice comes from the door. Come in. Isu gathers his courage and enters the room while saying, Pardon me. As soon as he entered the room, a scent filled his nose and he took a few deep breaths to enjoy the flavorful scent. He then speaks up in a curious tone to himself, This smell. After the eventful day, Ki was deeply immersed in his cooking, and as Isu disturbed Kay and entered his personal room, he was hit with a flavorful smell that made him remember a dish from his old world. Ki then speaks up in a loud voice, Please, on the first floor, I'll be down in a minute. There was some rustling upstairs, and Kay rushed down with loud footsteps and spoke up in a nervous tone, Sorry for keeping you waiting. Isu shakes his head and smiles at him warmly while saying kindly, Not at all, that was fast. Kaylee laughs softly and places the pot gently on the table. He then says in a gentle tone, Try this. This dish is called the chicken soup of the East. Isu then admires the dish in front of him and takes a whiff of it. His mouth starts drooling, and he speaks in an excited tone. Looks delicious. Are you going to serve this to the guests tomorrow? Isu asked. Kay replied in a bit of a nervous tone, Yes, that's my plan. But since you're the culinary expert, I wanted you to be the first to try it. Listening to this dramatic stretching of Kaylee's words made Isu feel a bit weird and awkward. He laughed in an awkward way and replied hesitantly, Calling me an expert would be a stretch, but he then scooped up the chicken soup and politely continued, Don't mind if I do. As soon as the soup entered his mouth, it filled his tongue with extravagant flavors and also reminded him of his original world. He then spoke in his mind in a delighted tone, This is it. I could tell from the smell, but this is almost exactly like curry. Isu then spoke up in a very delighted and happy tone to Kay, I've had something similar before, but this is even more delicious than that. Hearing Isu had already tried something similar, this made Kaylee a bit worried, and he asked him in a defeated tone, You've had something similar before? Noticing the gloomy and defeated look on Kay's face, Isu replied in a slightly shaky voice, Oh, as you know, I used to be a voyager, so I've tasted various foods from different regions, but I swear I haven't seen or tasted anything like this in the Romanian Empire yet. Kay started overthinking and went into a cycle of depression and self-loathing. He then spoke up in a bit of a hurtful tone, Perhaps I should prepare something else? This situation was getting out of Isu's hands, and he spoke up in a bit of a nervous and shaky voice, trying to comfort him. No, don't. Trust me, this is quite innovative, Lord Kate, and it tastes even better when eaten with the bread you brought. Kay replied in a bit of mock happiness, while still being doubtful of his dish. Thank you for your kind words. Taking a piece of bread and dipping it in the soup, it soaked all of the soup's flavor in it. After having the bite and being mesmerized by the flavors, Isu asked in a curious tone, No, but seriously, it has a more sophisticated taste than anything I've ever tried. After munching down a bit on the bread, Isu asked in a contemplative manner, The ingredients you bought from the market again? After listening to the doubt from Isu, Kay replied after a thoughtful pause, Let's see, turmeric powder, nutmeg, cloves, fennel, ginger, cinnamon, and pepper. As soon as Kay finished explaining the ingredients he bought, Isu was overwhelmed by the hefty prices of these ingredients. After having some time to collect himself and calm his nerves, Isu spoke up in an excited voice, This will be a total success among the nobles. Listening to the kind words from Isu, Kay was happy that someone appreciated his cooking, and he replied in a warm tone, That would be great, but my parents would be very disappointed to find out their heir's only talent is cooking some food. Seeing the degrading tone from Kay, Isu then spoke up in a bold and confident voice, Don't say that, the entire world needs to taste this recipe. Kay replied with a doubtful expression, Yeah, you really think so? Isu then replied in a warm and comforting tone, If you weren't born a noble, you would have surely become an excellent chef. Seeing Isu trying his best to comfort and assure him, Kay smiled warmly and replied in a warm tone, Thank you for your genuine words. I deeply appreciate it. Your praise alone would have been enough to thrill me. If it weren't for my status, as a matter of fact, I might have even opened a restaurant in the capital, you know. As the third day of the festival arrived, nobles from distant nations gathered for the banquet. The chattering and laughter filled the hall. Kei, who was excited and nervous to show his dishes to the world, walked towards the center and spoke up in a confident tone. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kei Mud, the eldest son of the Muddy family. He then continued with a gentle demeanor. Today I had promised to treat you all to a dish I made. Please enjoy it, and I hope it suits your taste, the chicken soup from the east. As soon as the dishes were served to the nobles, they were really taken aback and chatted with each other. Lady Pitt spoke up in a bit of a fed-up tone. Not soup again. Do they ever get tired of the same old thing? Realizing that Lady Pitt was unhappy with the dish, Kay replied in a gentle and warm tone, "Oh, if the dish doesn't suit your taste, I will prepare a different meal for you, Lady Pitt." Lady Pitt was a bit flustered by this and replied in a frustrated tone, "Does it look like I'm throwing a fit about the food right now, Lord Kay?" Realizing the flustered expression from Lady Pitt, Kay then replied in a warm tone with a smile, "Well then, I hope everyone enjoys their meal." Seeing Kay really confident and proud of his dish, Isu then spoke to himself in a relieved tone, "Looking good. That curry from last night should be impressive enough for everyone." As the nobles took a bit of bread and dipped it in the soup, the bread soaked all of the flavors. Rook, a nobleman, spoke up in an intrigued and excited tone. "Ha! This tastes exquisite." Another nobleman agreed and spoke up in a delightful tone. "I agree. It also has a remarkable texture." Kaylee was shocked and overjoyed to see that everyone loved his cooking. A noble couple were having a conversation, and the lady spoke up in a curious way. "It has various spice flavors, but the aroma isn't too strong, and it's smooth. Do you suppose he added milk?" The man didn't have any answers, but he spoke up in an excited manner. "It's delicious even when eaten with bread." Seeing the nobles enjoy it, Isu spoke to himself in an excited manner. "I knew it. They love it. With this, everyone has to acknowledge Kai's cooking skills. Then he will surely gain confidence as well." Isu then turned towards Kay but was confused as to why Kay was silent. He spoke in a concerned tone. "What's wrong, Lord Kay?" Kay was a bit deep in thought, and after gathering some courage, he spoke up in a loud tone. "Everyone, I apologize for interrupting your meal, but I have an announcement to make." Isu was a bit confused about what and why Kay was speaking like this. Kay then gathered his courage once again and spoke after some time. "I am well aware that I don't have what it takes to lead this family. Therefore, I, Kay Meidikai, hereby renounce all rights as the eldest son of the Madai family from today onwards." After his declaration, all of the nobles were in shock and murmured to each other. Rose, who was enjoying her meal, dropped her spoon in shock. She spoke up, "Really?" Mark Madai was also shocked and questioned, "What did you say?" The Countess was the most shocked and spoke up in a considerate voice. "Keith, what is the meaning of this, dear? Say something, please, dear." The Count took some time to process what his son said and what he wished for. The Count then spoke up after giving it some thought. He acknowledged his shortcomings in front of many people. He even gave up the wealth and glory that lay before him. He stepped forward and supported Kay's decision. After speaking his mind, the Count spoke up in a prideful and warm tone. "As his father, I admire his courage and support his decision." Seeing his father supporting his decision and not scolding him for this choice, although the Midakai family was in support of Keida's choice, the adults from the noble families were disappointed and angry at this foolish decision. One of the old men spoke up. "He's giving up his position as the eldest son so easily." Another nobleman spoke up in an irritated tone. "Unbelievable. It's a shame that the Count gave in to such a cowardly statement." Another nobleman joined in the conversation and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "It's obvious how he'll live from now on." Seeing the disappointed looks and frustration of the nobles, Kay grit his teeth and made his resolve even stronger. Among this chaos, a sound was heard. It seemed someone was clapping. A handsome and kindly-looking young man spoke up in a supportive tone with a bright smile. "Such a brave decision, don't you think?" Seeing the support warmed Kay's heart and made him smile warmly. Listening to the young man and his support for the Medikai family, the rest of the nobles joined him and started clapping with him, cheering for Kay. One of the supporting noblemen spoke up in a cheerful tone. "He's right. It must have been a tough choice to make." Another nobleman agreed and cheerfully spoke out loud. "We support you, Lord Kay." Seeing all of the nobles support him made Kaylee really happy and overwhelmed with gratitude and warmth in his heart. Kay then spoke up in a kind and soft tone while wiping his tears. "Thank you, everyone." After the banquet was done and the nobles left, Rose and Isu left the banquet together and roamed around the city. After walking for some time on the road and exploring the festival, Isu then spoke up in a hesitant and curious way. "So, how are things going with Lord K?" Rose then spoke up in a tired and shocked tone. "Woo, don't mention it. Father offered him the position of a baron in a small estate, but he decided to opt for a small house and a shop in the capital instead." Listening to this, Isu was a bit shocked, and then his chest filled with guilt. He then thought to himself, "Now that makes me feel guilty for encouraging him." Rose then shook her head and spoke up in a leisurely tone. "Well, it's all for the better, I guess. Plus, with Mark as the heir, things will be much easier." She then got a bit sad and disappointed due to not being free. She then spoke in a sad tone while smiling to hide her pain. "Lucky K, he's free to do whatever he wants now." Noticing the evident sadness in Rose's eyes and face, Isu felt a bit sad too, and he called out to Rose, "JJ?" Noticing the heavy environment around them, Rose then jumped up and turned to him with a bright smile and spoke in her cheerful tone. "With that aside, I have a surprise gift for you." Isu was confused by this and stared at Rose with confusion-filled eyes. Rose then turned towards the gate with excitement and spoke up in a cheerful tone. "Oh, there they come." Isu turned towards the gate to see who was coming. As the people came a bit closer, Isu heard a familiar voice calling him out. It was Hans from the Raran village. He wasn't alone. Along with Hans, the village chief and Humphrey tagged along to surprise Isu. The surprise that was created by Rose was the arrival of Isu's friends. This made Isu really happy and emotional, as Raran village was his first home in this world. Isu then turned to Rose and asked her in a curious and excited tone, "Hans, how did everyone get here?" Rose was really happy to see Isu smiling and being cheerful, so she replied in a warm and happy tone, "I invited them." Hans, who was close to Isu, was a bit taken aback by what Isu was wearing, so he asked in a questioning and slightly curious tone, "By the way, Isu, you're—" Realizing what Hans meant, Isu smiled politely and replied, "Oh, I've become a baron." Rose confirmed it and spoke up in a cheerful manner, "He's Baron Bloom from now on." This was really shocking to Hans, and he screamed in shock and happiness, "Woo, really?" After calming down from the excitement and adrenaline rush, Hans went into overthinking mode and questioned Isu in a hesitant manner. "Then do I call you Sir Baron Isu Bloom?" Noticing the tense behavior and awkwardness of Hans, Isu replied in a relaxing tone, "Relax, Hans. Just call me like you did before." Hearing this reassuring tone from Isu, Hans was really happy and he jumped, hugging Isu tightly. Meanwhile, Rose was excited to see Humphrey, so she ran towards her. After the heartwarming reunion and hugs, Isu asked in a gentle manner, "How do you like the International Market Festival?" Hans replied in a chaotic and excited tone, "I love it. So many new things to see, new people to meet, and a lot of fun things to do." Hans then became a bit sad and continued to speak. "Not that I don't like Rodin, but it really feels like the countryside there. Only me and the doggies. I didn't want to miss this opportunity, so I came as fast as I could, but now that I'm here, I feel reluctant to go back." Realizing the sadness and gloomy look on Hans, Isu spoke up in an exciting tone. If you're done exploring the market, want to take a look at where I'm staying?" Hans was a bit confused and asked him in a questioning tone, "Really?" Isu then spoke in a polite and proud tone, "Sure, you came all the way here, so I should serve you well." Isu then took Hans to his living quarters. They both roamed around the city, enjoying the people, having fun and getting lost in the excitement. As they reached Isu's temporary living quarters, Isu opened the door for Hans. Seeing the magnificent and beautifully decorated house, Hans spoke up in an excited tone, "Wow, do you really live here, you?" "Great." Isu laughed nervously and replied, "It's temporary." But Hans was really interested in this house and was amazed by it. He spoke up in a shocked and amazed tone, "This temporary place feels like a palace compared to my house." Hans then started looking around the house, exploring new artifacts and paintings in the room. Meanwhile, Isu had a bright smile and enjoyed Hans being excited like a small child. He then turned around and called, "Lucas." Lucas appeared within a few seconds and spoke in a formal tone, "Yes." Usan asked him politely, "We still have that gelato from last time, right? Could you bring me a bowl of that?" Lucas nodded and rushed back to the kitchen. After some time, Lucas arrived with a bowl of 2 flavors of gelato, vanilla and strawberry. He served it to Hans, gently bowed, and took his leave. Isu then turned to Hans and politely offered, "Try it, Hans. It's a nice dessert called gelato." Hans was a bit perplexed by this dish and asked Isu in a curious and gentle manner, "Isu?" Isu then replied after giving it some thought, "Yep, I was able to get ice." Listening to Isu say that ice was available to him, Hans was shocked. Hans then replied in a shocked manner, "They have ice here? That's unimaginable in Rodin." Hans then took a scoop of the gelato and spoke in a grateful tone. "Then mind if I do." As soon as the gelato settled in his mouth and he chewed on it for a little while, he went silent and didn't speak for some time. Seeing Hans not replying or speaking, Isu got a bit worried and asked in a worried tone, Hans?" Isu then got a bit more worried and spoke in his mind. What's wrong? Did he get a brain freeze from trying cold food for the first time? He couldn't bear seeing this anymore and yelled in a worried tone, "Are you okay, Hans?" Suddenly tears were dropping from Hans' face. Isu was a bit tense and thought to himself, "Is he crying?" Hans then wiped his tears away and spoke in a grateful tone, "Oh, sorry to startle you. It's just that I've never eaten anything like this before. Boy, I was surprised." He laughed a little at this embarrassing thing and then spoke up in a grateful tone. "The taste is so fascinating. It's so squishy and chewy, and yet it's also smooth like the clouds and sweeter than honey." He couldn't control his tears and kept crying while appreciating this dish. "It's simply so scrumptious." Ishu then relaxed a bit and thought to himself in a relieved tone, he nearly scared me there. Of course, he would be shocked if it's his first time eating ice cream. After enjoying the gelato, Hans spoke up in a slightly nervous tone, "You?" Ushu was a bit confused as to why Hans was a bit serious. After collecting his thoughts and relaxing his nerves, Hans spoke up, "Could I travel with you, Ushu?" Isu was a bit taken aback by Hans' request. After giving some time to this thought, he asked in a worried tone, "Why do you ask all of a sudden? Did something happen?" Hans then calmed his nerves a bit and spoke up, "No, everything's fine. It's just that if I stayed in Rodin, I wouldn't have experienced something like this in my lifetime, nor would I have had a chance to enjoy this festival with so many people. I also want to explore a bigger world, experience different things. I simply can't do it alone, but I have a feeling I can do all that if I'm with you." After listening to Hans' explanation and needs, Isu smiled softly and looked at him. Isu then spoke in a comforting tone, "Hans." Hans then got a bit scared and quickly spoke up in a nervous and shaky voice. "Of course, I'm not saying just take me along without any consideration. I can do pretty much anything with my strength and muscles. And I'm pretty smart from working at the library." He then stood up from his seat and spoke in an almost begging tone. "So please, take me with you." Isha then took his time and thought for a long while, but a doubt crept into his mind, and he asked Hans, "That's fine with me, but did you ask your parents?" Seeing Isu agreeing with Hans, Lucas spoke up in a scared and shaky voice. But sir," he then continued to speak in a gloomy and depressed tone. You have me serving you right now. I can also do pretty much anything you ask for. Are you planning to get rid of me?" Lucas fell down and started crying, regretting and punishing himself for not being a better butler for Isu. Lucas was slowly sinking into depression. He was getting scared of being replaced by Hans. Isu then realized that Lucas was getting into depression as he cried. He walked over to him and comforted him, although his voice was shy yet no nonsense. "Calm down, Lucas." Realizing that this blunder was getting out of his control, Isu then spoke up after thinking, "Both of you can help me out." Lucas and Hans had a bit of a stare down at each other, and there were little sparks between them. This showed a conflict rising between the two men. After a bit of a staring contest, Lucas then turned around and avoided looking at Hans. Noticing the contest and angry glares between them, Isu then spoke up after taking some time to think. "Then, how about we discuss this again after Hans talks to his parents about it, and Lucas can help me clean the table." Lucas understood this solution and agreed with Isu. Hans then took his leave after hugging Isu and saying goodbye to him. As soon as Hans left his living quarters, Isu flopped down on the couch and spoke in a tired tone. "Woo, finally I can get some rest." After relaxing for a bit, Isu thought about what Hans said and then spoke up, "But I didn't expect Hans to have such thoughts. Well, he did say he was bored without peers his age. But first, let's get some rest." As Isu was taking his break, he heard a knocking and spoke in his mind in an irritated tone. "Oh, come on, can a guy get a break already?" Isu then relaxed his tired form and spoke out loud, "Who is it?" As soon as the door opened, Rose and Hyen were standing there and they entered his living room. Isu was confused and asked them in a curious way, "What are you two doing here at this hour?" Rose then calmed her nerves and spoke up in a cheerful tone, "Today is the last day of the festival. Join us in enjoying the night view." Isha was a bit tired and spoke in a tired manner. "Oh, I'm feeling a bit tired today. How about you two go ahead and enjoy without me?" Rose and Hyen didn't listen to Isu's words and dragged him out to the festival. Rose then spoke up while dragging him out. "Okay, let's go." The last day of the festival was a more peaceful and calm night. The three of them were walking around the perimeter of the castle. Rose then spoke up in a gentle and warm tone while Isu was gazing at the village. "Did you enjoy your first international market festival?" Isu then thought for some time before replying, "Sure, but overall I had a great time. It's all thanks to both of you, Jieja and Hyen." Hyen and Rose were both a bit flustered and shocked when Iso complimented them. Rose then smacked his back while being flustered, her voice also flustered. "Yui, why are you being so cringy?" Rose then stopped smacking his back and spoke genuinely. "Thanks for your contribution too, by the way. You're a man full of talent. How come you're traveling around the world as a voyager?" Listening to this question, Isu got a bit gloomy and started to think about the things he had to go through in his old world. Rose saw Isu being sad and gloomy, so she called out, "Isu." Isu then collected his thoughts and spoke up in a sad and gloomy tone. "Hyen might already know this since I told her, but both of my parents have passed away." After explaining his parents' death, Isu then had flashbacks of the incident. A dark memory popped into his mind. Car crash sounds and loud honking were heard. Ambulances rushed in to rescue the victim. After taking the victims to the hospital, Isu rushed there after getting a call from one of the nurses. As soon as he entered the operation theater, he saw his parents dead in front of his eyes. At the time, there was only one thing in his mind: why? He opened the door to the mortuary and saw his dead parents lying there with a cloth covering their faces. After a few days of staying in the hospital and the cremation of his parents, Isu filed a case against the driver who caused the accident. After days and nights of hard work and fighting, the judge heard both sides, the prosecution and the defendant. After a long duration of this to and fro from both sides, the judge gave his final judgment. While the defendant was slightly intoxicated while driving, taking into account the challenge of securing good visibility late at night, and considering the defendant's mental health condition and impaired judgment, I hereby sentence the defendant to 18 months of imprisonment with 3 years of probation. While listening to this judgment, Isu was dumbfounded and spoke to himself in an angry and confused way. Mental health condition and impaired judgment? Probation? The defendant, who was truly guilty, showed his true acting skills. He showed the judge that he was grateful for the chance he had been given, and that he would reflect on himself forever. Meanwhile, Isu had doubts about this decision and asked the question, "How is this possible? It's not fair." After the final decision of the court, Yu was sitting outside the courtroom, feeling gloomy and sad. Meanwhile, the defendant, who was actually guilty, came out of the room and saw Isu being all sad and gloomy. He smirked while watching this behavior. Isu was shocked. Later, anger boiled inside of him, and he lunged at him. He shouted at him in frustration and anger, "You, I'm going to kill you." He grabbed his shirt and shook him really hard, but the guilty man wasn't fazed at all and kept his smirk on his face. Later, a few people removed Isu from his neck and pulled him back, but Isu kept being in pure rage and shouted at him with all his energy, "You're going to pay for this." As the guilty man was leaving, Isu screamed in pain and anger. He was left broken and destroyed due to the corruption of this world. After feeling destroyed and depressed, he said about his experience, "To overcome this pain, I needed to distract myself from everything, and so I found refuge in the online world." After that, he could not get back on his feet for a long time. He was still gloomy and sad and thought to himself, "Thanks to that, I read a ton of fantasy web novels. Is it a coincidence that the portal opened up in front of me?" He then remembered the time when the portal arrived at his apartment for the first time and how he entered and lived the life he has. He had a last thought. Or could it be that my late parents opened one up for me? As he thought this way because of his parents' early death, they might have felt bad, and maybe they might have wished or begged God to open a portal or bless him with happiness. Seeing Isu all sad and gloomy made Rose really uncomfortable. She slowly called out, realizing he had blanked out and was deep in thought. She continued, "Oh, you suddenly blanked out without finishing your sentence." You forgot to continue his story as he was lost in flashbacks of his old life. He then replied in a sad tone while staring at the road. Anyway, as I was saying, they were both struck by a carriage driven by an intoxicated coachman. Isu lied about his parents' death to not let anyone know where he was truly from. After listening to this sad and heavy story, Rose spoke up in condolence. "Oh dear, I'm sorry to hear that." Hyen, who knew the past of Isu, didn't speak, but it was evident that she couldn't speak up due to the heaviness and sadness lingering inside her, and it reciprocated with Isu's. After listening to Rose's sad tone, Isu replied back in a gloomy manner, "No, it's okay, so I started traveling to let go of stray thoughts, and I feel like I've gotten somewhat better while adapting here." Even though he was speaking with a smile, it was quite evident that he was trying to hide his pain and sufferings from them so they wouldn't feel bothered by it. Realizing the late night and the quiet situation around the city, Isu suggested in a polite manner, "It's late, how about we head back inside?" Even though Rose wanted to say more, she stayed silent and felt that if she said anything or tried to comfort him, things might get a bit weird. Both Hyen and Rose noticed the suggestion made by Isu and agreed to head back to their rooms. Meanwhile, the Count, in his personal room, was disturbed by his personal butler saying, "A message from the Croman family, sir." As soon as the letter was handed to the Count, he opened the envelope and with a serious expression, read the contents. After reading the letter, he closed it and put it back in the envelope while having a delighted smirk on his face. He then explained to the butler in a delighted tone, "It says that the food served at the festival is trending in the capital. They are thanking us for the surge in sales of vanilla beans and ginger. This was all thanks to the rumor spreading that was requested by Isu, and one more favor indebted to the Medici family." The butler understood the explanation and then asked in a curious tone, "Aren't the Pitt and Croman families at the heart of central power, sir? We should take this opportunity to increase our trade volume of vanilla beans and ginger." This indeed was a great idea and a fabulous suggestion by the butler. The Count then spoke up in a happy tone. "JJ told me this was all Baron Bloom's idea." The butler nodded and agreed with the Count. "He is indeed a man of great knowledge, sir." However, the butler was not sure about something and a doubt crept into his mind. After pondering about it for a long time, he asked in a polite manner, "But sir, are you truly considering handing over that land to Baron Bloom?" Confused by this question, the Count spoke up in a formal and stern voice. "You mean the land I'm considering presenting to him? Well, what do you think?" The butler was a bit taken aback by this question and pondered on it. After a long time of thinking, he spoke up in a cautious tone. "Be cautious, sir. He's a foreigner about whom we know very little." The Count thought for a while on this question before answering in a chuckling manner. "Ha, I heard that the Baron is terrible at swordsmanship." The butler replied while holding back his laughter. "Yes, sir, I heard his joints ache whenever he wields a sword." The Count laughs hard and replies while laughing, "Even better for us, don't you think?" The butler was confused by this and asked, "Excuse me, sir?" Realizing the confused tone and the dumbfounded look on his face, the Count replies after controlling his laughter and speaking in a confident tone, "At least he won't threaten me with a sword to my neck." After explaining his reasons, the Count then orders his personal butler, "I have made up my mind, go and fetch the Baron." Meanwhile, Isu was training really hard on this hot summer day, swinging swords one by one with his joints cracking every time he struck with his wooden sword. On the other hand, we see Hyen and Rose chilling in the shade, enjoying watching Isu all battered up and hard-working in his training. After enjoying the cookies made by Isu before his training, Rose speaks up with her mouth full of cookies. You know what they say, nobody is perfect. Hyen, who was in her elven form, agreed with Rose and spoke up in her usual cold tone while munching the cookies. "Good thing he's at least a good cook." Rose then replies in a sarcastic and teasing tone while munching on the cookies, "He's worse than Clay, in my opinion." Hyen felt this was a bit over the top and replied back, "That's a huge insult." Hyen then turned her attention to the plate filled with cookies and noticed that a lot of them were missing. Hyen then spoke in her cold and sharp tone, "By the way, I only ate 4 cookies, yet there are barely any left. Just how much did you stuff yourself?" Rose was in huge trouble because of her binge eating the cookies that were made especially for Hyen. When Hyen questioned her about the fewer cookies, Rose felt a sharp gaze and an intimidating aura from Hyen that made her feel like prey against a strong predator. After some time, the Count's personal butler called out to Rose while bowing gently, "Lady JJ." Rose turned quickly towards the butler and spoke in a shaky voice. "Oh, Peter, what brings you here?" Peter, the Count's personal butler, then replied in a gentle and formal tone, "The master is calling for Baron Bloom." Rose nodded and called out to Isu in a very casual demeanor while waving her hand. "Oh, you, Baron Bloom, father wants to see you." Isu was a bit dumbfounded by this request, but complied. He then turned towards the swordsmanship instructor and spoke up in a polite manner. "I should get going." The swordsmanship instructor understood this urgent meeting and replied, "Very well, sir. Please don't be discouraged. You will get a hold of it soon." Asiu shook his head and replied in a warm and gentle, comforting voice, "I'm not worried. If I keep practicing, I'll be able to face a petty thief at most. What do you think? I should at least know how to defend myself when I'm alone." The instructor nodded and replied in a stern voice, "We shall practice with a real sword tomorrow." Izu was shocked and replied in a gentle tone, "Really?" The instructor nodded and took his leave. As soon as Isu left the sparring arena, Lucas reached him as quickly as possible and suggested, "Sir, how about a quick shower before you go?" Isu agreed and replied in a gentle tone, "Good idea, Lucas." After having a proper bath and changing into fresh clothes, he then walked towards the Count's personal room and knocked on his door. The Count agreed and let him in. Asiu then spoke up in a cheerful tone while having a polite smile. "Did you call for me, sir?" The Count nodded and replied, "Yes, please have a seat." After taking his seat, Ieyasu then spoke up in a nervous tone, "May I ask what it is you want, sir?" The Count noticed the nervous and shaky voice. He smiled warmly at Ieyasu and spoke up in a cheerful tone, "I have an offer for you, Baron." Ieyasu was a bit confused as to why he was being gifted this opportunity and asked in a curious tone, "An offer?" The Count nodded and quickly dropped his smile. In a serious and intimidating voice, he then replied, "Yes, but first, let me ask you a question." Asiu quickly replied in a hurried tone, "Yes, anything, sir." After some time, the Count straightened up and asked in a strict and stern voice, "Why did you help us during the family incident?" Noticing the serious look on the Count's face, Asiu then thought to himself while remembering the incident, "He must be talking about the last time we used the lie detector." Asiu calmed his nerves and spoke up in a soft voice, "To be honest, I did it all for the sake of Ladine rather than the Medici family. In a way, Ladine is like my hometown. I couldn't bear the thought of it losing its freedom by falling into the hands of the Finai family." Understanding the logic behind why he was helping them, the Count replied in a thoughtful tone, "So that's how you helped us in the process." Izu nodded and answered in complete honesty, "Yes, sir." The Count then dropped his strict and scary demeanor and smiled brightly at him. "Splendid. Let us leave this discussion for later. Did you say you're still in search of land?" Izu nodded and replied in a confused tone, "Yes, sir." The Count then continued with a gentle tone, "I happen to know a place and I was thinking of giving it to you as a gesture of gratitude." Izu felt a bit uncomfortable by this gesture and spoke up in a worried tone, "Excuse me, sir, but I don't believe I deserve such a grand gift." Noticing Asiu's nervous expression and gentleness, the Count replied, "Please, I insist, not only because of the Fane incident, but we are indebted to you for so many things." Asiu wanted to reject this offer, but he wasn't allowed to, so he accepted it and spoke in a grateful manner with a bright smile. "I appreciate your thoughts, sir. If that's the case, instead of land, may I take some of your people with me?" After Iesu's request was made, the Count was a bit taken aback and went into a dilemma. The Count then thought in a judgmental tone, "Look at how impudent he is. I wonder who he wants specifically." The Count was still in his thoughts when he suddenly felt anger boil within him and thought, "If he dares to take Gya with him, I'll chop his head off." The Count then shook his head, removed all of his torturous thoughts and spoke in his formal and gentle tone, "By people, who do you mean?" Izu nodded and thought for a while about whom to select. After a thoughtful discussion with himself, he replied, "Lucas, sir, he'll be enough." Listening to his request, the Count went silent and didn't speak for a while. This made Isu a bit nervous, and he questioned him in a curious and shaky voice, "Is something wrong?" Noticing the fearful and confused look on Isu's face, the Count then spoke up in a comfortable tone. Oh, it's nothing. No asset is more valuable than a person. I will inform him of this in advance. The Count then thought to himself in a kind and considerate tone, Lucas's family has served the Medici for generations. Therefore, he knows better than anyone else about how the Medici family operates. The Count then looked over at Isu and thought in a genuine tone, giving attention and recognition even to someone who might be considered below their class. Such a fine character. After some time, the Count spoke up in a confident and gentle tone. I'll give you an estate as well. Isu felt a bit uncomfortable and spoke in an uncertain tone. An estate? I do appreciate your thoughts, sir, but isn't it a little too excessive? The Count laughed softly and then spoke up with a kind and considerate tone, with a bit of sarcasm. Are you seriously planning on starting from scratch, Baron? Thinking about this, Isu's face went pale. Noticing this pale and struggling look, the Count smiled warmly and explained, if you have enough money, building a mansion and buying land is no big deal, but how do you plan to attract people to live there? Listening to this obvious and important question, Isu was a bit overwhelmed. He felt that he had no idea and spoke in a hesitant voice. Oh, well. Seeing Isu being frozen and not able to answer, the Count then explained in a delightful and confident tone. The land that I'll give you includes livestock, mansions, and the people living there. Will you still refuse even if I offer this? After listening to this genuine offer and kindness from the Count, some doubts crept into Isu's mind. He asked him in a confused tone, then may I ask you just one thing, what's the reason for treating me so well? Seeing the genuine doubtfulness and curiosity, the Count explained in a gentle and reassuring way. Think of it as an investment, Baron. Anyway, let's plan to look around together soon. Isu nodded and agreed to this decision, then left the room, leaving the Count all alone. After some time, Isu went to the kitchen and made a new dessert. He then placed it on the table and called for Lucas. After Lucas arrived at the living room, Isu then gestured at the dessert and spoke to him. Here, try this. Confused by this new dessert and cold treat in front of him, Lucas asked in a curious tone, is this another iced dessert, sir? Isu noticed the curiosity and nervous expression and explained in a gentle manner, it's called a chocolate shake made using the leftover gelato from last time. After understanding the explanation, Lucas nodded. He then turned to Isu and questioned him in a shocked manner. Did you make this for me, offering such a fancy treat to someone like me? Seeing the excitement and nervousness on Lucas's face, Isu tried to calm him and replied, yes, so please have a seat and enjoy. Lucas felt a wave of gratitude and happiness rushing through him and thanked Isu for this fabulous and tasty treat. As soon as Lucas sat on the couch, he took the glass and admired the chocolate shake decorated in the glass. After admiring and expressing his gratitude, he took a huge sip of the shake. After savoring the drink, Lucas's cheeks turned pink with excitement and enjoyment. He then turned to Isu and replied in a grateful tone, this is so good, sir. As he felt a bit overwhelmed by Lucas's gratitude, he collected himself and spoke up in a shaky and nervous tone. I'm glad you like it. Now, Lucas, I have something to tell you. Lucas was a bit confused, and he asked him in a curious tone while scooping the ice cream, what is it, sir? After letting Lucas calm down and enjoy the shake, Isu spoke up in a serious and gentle tone. Did you hear anything from Count Medici? Lucas then settled down the glass and replied in a polite tone. Oh, I have, sir. About leaving on a trip with you, right? After listening to Lucas's reply, Isu asked him in a polite tone, so what do you think? Isu then thought to himself in a guilty manner, I feel kind of bad. It's like luring a child with candy and then taking them away. Lucas then replied after giving some thought to the question and pondered about it. Could you give me some more time to think about it, sir? It's a matter of my life. Isu then replied in a comforting voice. Oh, sure, of course. Lucas then thought to himself about his future. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can depend on him, although the Count is willing to give him a part of the estate. He then shook his head and strengthened his will, but my goal is to become the head servant of the Medici family. While being all serious and determined, Lucas started stuffing his mouth with the shake. Seeing this hurried eating, Isu then spoke up in a considerate tone. Take it easy. Lucas then noticed that he was being improper while enjoying the dessert, which made him blush slightly. He then slowed down and placed the finished glass down on the table. Lucas then spoke up in a grateful tone. "Thank you for such a delicious dessert, sir." Isu then replied in a heartwarming and welcoming tone. "Great to see you enjoyed it." After some time passed, Isu then spoke up in a serious tone. "By the way, Lucas." Lucas then replied in a warm and gentle tone. "Yes, sir?" Ezzy then questioned after some time, "What's the biggest reason for the Baron's downfall?" Lucas thought for a while, and after giving it some thought he answered in a serious tone, "Well, it's money, of course, sir." This straight answer made EU slouch from the burden of earning money. He then thought to himself while feeling burdened by this impossible task, simple answer, "Nice." SU then questioned Lucas, "Are there any disputes over the estates?" Lucas then replied in a serious tone while explaining, "There's hardly any dispute among the barons as far as I know. Actually, it's more common for vassals to argue among themselves." Isu then replied in a shocked manner, while feeling scared for himself, "Then there's a possibility that it could lead to one's downfall." Lucas shook his head and explained in a gentle and polite tone, "No, sir, the lords can always gather armies with their wealth, so it's impossible." Listening to these harsh words of reality, Asu once again felt the burden. Asu then thought to himself, "I have about 3,000 gold in my hands at the moment. The tax for retaining my baron title is 1,000 gold. This thought process alone was enough to make Isu feel down. After some time, Isu continued thinking, "If I hire 20 soldiers, it seems like I'll go bankrupt within a year." Ezio then shook his head and with a determined look thought, "No matter how I look at it, being a merchant in the capital comes first before farming." While staying in a clenched and determined position, he then thought, "But it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the estate." The very next morning, Onoju and the gang were ready for their journey to the estate. As soon as Ieju stepped out of his living quarters, both Rose and Hyen were waiting for him at his doorstep. Seeing them standing there for him, he asked them in a curious tone,
"You two are going to come along?"
Rose showed her cute side and replied in a sweet tone, "Yes." Hyen nodded and replied in a cold tone, "Yeah." Listening to their obvious answers, Asu then spoke up in a curious tone, "I mean, tag along all you want, but what for?" Rose then answered in a serious tone, "Well, first and foremost, we're bored, and there's an enchanted valley on that land, so we can take a look while we're at it. That place is said to have been inhabited by elves once." This intrigued Hyen the most, and she turned to Rose while asking her in a curious tone, "Are there any traces of elves there?" Rose listened carefully to Hyen and then replied in an uncertain tone, "Not sure. The only time I've been there was when I was young. All I remember is the gorgeous color of the water." The Count then disturbed the long discussion between the three of them with loud claps and spoke up in a stern voice, "Now that everyone has gathered, let's start our journey." All of them nodded and entered the carriage that was supposed to take them to the estate. As they crossed many fields and villages, Isu was stuck in this long and torturous trip as he was getting motion sickness from the movement of the carriage. He then thought to himself, "The atmosphere feels awkward, and it's been a while since I rode in a carriage. I feel so nauseous." He then questioned himself, "How come Jads doesn't feel anything? She treats it like some amusement park ride." Noticing Isu being sick and staring at her, Rose quickly turned to him and replied in a boastful voice, "Do you know how good my stamina is?" Isu was a bit confused. Noticing his confused and sick look, she continued explaining in a prideful and boasting tone, "This is a piece of cake. At this rate, I can jump over Mount Knots to the capital." Isu was a bit annoyed by her cheerful and bubbly tone, so he replied in an annoyed tone, "Okay, good for you." Rose then turned to her father, the Count, and spoke in a very cute and docile manner. "With that being said, father, can I come along the next time you go to the capital?" The Count wasn't fazed by this cute act and with a stern voice said, "No." Realizing Rose was in a foul mood, the Count tried his best to console her. There, cheer up." Realizing she wasn't getting any better and remained in a foul mood, he sighed and replied in a comforting voice, "But you can take Mark with you. The road is too rough for a child like you." Rose replied in an annoyed tone, "This is unfair. I'm much more capable and trustworthy than that useless Clay." Meanwhile, Clay, who was minding his own business, felt goosebumps running down his spine. His spine tingled, but the Count didn't listen to her rambling on about how she could handle everything alone and spoke in a firm tone. A no is a no. End of discussion. Rose tried to interfere and change her father's decision, but he remained strong and said strictly, "No buts, young lady." Rose then tried her best to convince him in a cute voice, "But you are the best father in the entire world." Hyen watched this bickering between Rose and her father and felt a bit empty and sad. She then turned to the window and looked outside to distract herself. Aziu felt a bit sad and pity for her, so he called out for Hyen. Before they could have a conversation, one of the servants working for the Medici family announced in a loud voice, "We've arrived, my lord." After a long, treacherous journey filled with huge obstacles and troubles, only for Isu due to his motion sickness, they had reached their location. The fresh wave of air and the silent surroundings made it feel like a place out of fantasy. The Zayo stepped out of the carriage and was hit with the beautiful scenery in front of him. While admiring the structure, he thought, "Wow, just look at this place. It's more like a mansion." The Count, after stepping down from the carriage, turned to all of them and spoke in a suggestive manner, "Let's stay here for tonight." The Count then turned to one of the servants and spoke in an authoritative tone, "Show the Baron the best room." The servant nodded and bowed gently before the Count, then proceeded to take Isu to one of the luxurious rooms. After entering the room, Isu flopped on the bed, all tired and succumbed to fatigue. Feeling extremely tired and sleepy from the long journey, Isu "If the paved roads are this uncomfortable, I wonder how exhausted I'll be when traveling on unpaved dirt roads. Whatever, I'll think about it tomorrow. As long as I take motion sickness pills, I'll be fine." After thinking and planning his days, Isu fell asleep and slept until early morning the next day. The next morning, Isu woke up super early. He yawned and stretched himself while saying, "I shouldn't have slept so early yesterday. I woke up way too soon." As soon as he entered the backyard, Isu was a bit taken aback by Hyen's presence. He spoke up in a polite and curious manner. "Hyen, you're up early. Are you out for a walk too?" Hyen shook her head in denial and replied in her cold tone, "I couldn't sleep well." This was a bit odd, but Isu thought for a moment and spoke, "Perhaps it's because your sleeping spot changed?" After this short conversation, both Hyen and Isu went for a walk. After walking for a while, Hyen was reminded of her old times and shared it with Isu. "My family sometimes went on trips without me. Then I didn't like being alone in that big house, so I wandered outside all day like this." After listening to this sad past, Isu spoke up with a heavy-hearted voice, "Must have been lonely at such a young age." This awkward situation was a bit too heavy between them, and Hyen didn't reply to what Isu said. After walking a bit of distance, Hyen replied in a stoic and nonchalant voice, "Well, it's all in the past." Isu then replied in a soft and questioning tone, "Oh, do you know that it's already been 5 months since we started traveling together?" Listening to this, Hyen replied with a gloomy look while her voice remained nonchalant, "Time surely flies." Noticing this would be a good time to tease Hyen, Isu spoke up in a sarcastic tone while holding his laughter, "Isn't it sad that time passes by so quickly?" Isu was expecting a cold, savage reply from Hyen, but it was completely opposite to what he expected. Hyen replied in a gloomy tone, "Yes." Seeing her reply in such a gloomy tone and admitting it confused Isu, and he replied in a very confused tone, "Oh." While trying to understand her behavior and her speaking manner, Isu thought to himself, feeling guilty. Wasn't expecting such a straightforward answer. Hyen didn't reply after Isu's awkward response and remained quiet for some time. Noticing the strange silence between them, Isu spoke up in a comforting voice, "As long as you're okay, I'm fine with continuing to travel together." Both Han and Isu remained quiet for a long time, no one suggesting any movement. But after seeing the sun reach its pinnacle, Hyen spoke up in her cold and commanding tone, "Let's just go get ready to leave." Isu replied in agreement and started to head back to his room to change his clothes. After changing and freshening up, he rushed down to meet the Count and servants waiting to show him around the estate. After greeting everyone with a good morning, Isu then entered the carriage and awaited the long journey around the estate. As the carriage roamed around and juggled on the pavement, Isu felt nauseous and thought with fear and irritation, "It feels like riding a taiguda, it's taking ages to get there." Isu was feeling irritated and nauseous when the Count called out for him, "Baron Bloom." Isu turned to the count, calmed his nerves, and replied, "Oh, yes, sir." The count then turned to the window and said in a stern voice, "We have entered the Auburn estate." As soon as Isu peeked out of the window, he saw barren land, expired wheat, dried leaves waving in the air, and cracked land. Seeing this, Isu replied in an amazed tone, "It's kind of empty, sir." Suddenly, a high-speed stone was thrown by someone aiming at the carriage. The stone then hit straight on Isu's head, which made the stone hit him, making him bleed. Seeing Isu clench his forehead, Rose got worried and spoke up in a worried tone. "What's wrong?" While trying to see what happened to Isu, Rose was also attacked by the stone thrower. She screamed out in pain. "Oh, what was that?" Su started rubbing his forehead and saw Rose getting hit too. Rose was shocked and spoke out in terror. "Yikes, your forehead is bleeding." The count then turned to Rose and spoke in shock and terror. "Pshaw, you're hurt too." This angered the count, and he turned to one of the soldiers and asked in a stern voice, "What is going on?" The soldier quickly ran towards the count. After examining the situation, he replied, "A vagrant, my lord. What shall we do with him?" The count then ordered the soldiers, "Bring him to me." The soldiers brought the guilty man in front of the count. The man then spoke up in frustration and anger. "Kill me if you desire. I'd rather die at the hands of knights than live like this. I don't want to live any longer in a place where only the Lord is well-fed and rich." The count then spoke up in a reassuring tone. "I understand what's going on, but that doesn't justify such behavior. Get rid of him." The soldiers nodded and replied in an understanding tone, "Yes, sir." They then dragged the guilty man away from the carriage. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Isu was wiping the blood off with his sleeve. Seeing this, Hyen handed him a piece of hand towel. "Here, take this." Isu was grateful for this and replied in a grateful manner, "Oh, thanks." While wiping the blood off his face, Isu spoke up in a nervous and embarrassed manner. "Boy, I never knew I would see the day when you showed sympathy towards others." Hyen felt a bit bad about this, and spoke in a genuine and caring tone while keeping her cold demeanor. "I also don't like seeing the people I care about getting hurt, and stop talking as if you've lived for 1,000,000 years." As Isu continued to wash the blood off with the handkerchief, Rose was trying to find the perfect moment to tease Hyen about this situation. After a while, Rose turned to Hyen and asked her in a cute voice, "Where's my handkerchief, Duchess?" Seeing Rose trying to irritate her, Hyen spoke up in a cold tone while being irritated, "You sound fine to me." Later, both of the ladies calmed down and sat in their respective seats. The count then turned to Isu with a worried expression and said, "Are you all right, Baron?" Isu then gave a warm smile with genuine appreciation. "Yes, sir." The count nodded and gave a warm smile to Isu. Then, turning to everyone present in the carriage and collecting his thoughts, the count spoke up in a serious tone, "This is what happens when you have an incompetent ruler." The explanation and strict nature of his voice made Isu think for a while before speaking in a confused tone, "Who is the lord of this estate?" After giving it some thought and walking towards the mansion, he spoke up in a stern voice, "He's my second cousin, if I'm correct." After reaching the mansion, they were greeted by a smiling, rich-looking couple. The man spoke up in a formal and gentle tone with a wide smile. "Welcome, dear Count. Good to see you too, Lady G. You brought a lot of guests." The lady standing beside the man then spoke up in a worried tone, "Goodness, my lady, how did you get that wound on your forehead? We should treat it before it leaves a scar." Meanwhile, Rose was standing in front of them in an intimidating posture which made her look like a predator. After the fake caring from the couple, the count then gathered air in his lungs and spoke out in a loud and angry voice, "Silence! I order all of you to pack and get ready to leave. If you obey, then I will at least spare you a cottage in Medi City." Listening to the final decision from the count and realizing his seriousness, the man then spoke up in a scared and fearful tone, "What do you mean, sir? This is my property." The count raised his voice again in a stern and strict tone, "If you refuse, then I will have no choice but to use force." The man then spoke up in a nervous and scared tone, "But this is all too sudden." The count then yelled in an authoritative tone, "There are only half of the serfs left, and the remaining ones have turned into vagabonds. The farmlands are overrun with weeds, and the houses have turned into ruins, yet you're here enjoying outrageously luxurious clothes and ornaments. And look at this mansion. Why are there so many glass windows? After taking a little break from shouting and showing his anger, he took a deep breath and shouted at his maximum volume in anger, "Let me ask this one last time. Are you going to leave or die right here?" Isu was a bit taken aback and felt shivers run down his spine. He thought, I suppose he's not here just to look around the estate. After listening to the Count's warning and last chance, the man replied, "Very well, we will leave as you wish." The lady then spoke up in a horrifying tone, "Honey." The Count then ordered the man, "Take 2 servants and nothing else." He then announced to the estate, "From today onwards, Alan Medier is banished from the Auburn estate. I'll personally oversee the management of this place until the new owner arrives, so be it." After seeing his cousin and his wife leave, the Count then turned to Isu and, forgetting to switch back his tone, spoke in a strict voice, "Have a walk with me, Baron Bloom." Isu was a bit scared of his demeanor and agreed before the Count could shout at him again. As they both walked around the estate, the Count then softened his tone and gave a warm smile to Isu while speaking. "Sorry to present such an unpleasant sight upon your first arrival." Isu then turned to the Count and replied in a soft tone, "It's okay, sir. I'm sure there was a reason behind it." The Count gave a warm reply and asked him in a curious manner, "Anyway, how do you like this place?" Isu replied with a warm smile, "I like it very much, sir." The Count nodded and gave a warm smile to Isu. Both of them walked around the estate for a while. After walking around for a bit, the Count spoke up in an informative tone, "If you travel west for 3 days, you'll come across a small port called Inch." Isu was a bit confused as to why he was sharing this and then spoke up in a formal tone while understanding, "I see, so from here I guess Inch is closer than Fusing." The Count was impressed by Isu's understanding. He then replied in a gentle tone, "Correct. You know that all of Aaron's fisheries belong to the royal family, right?" Isu nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard." The Count gave a knowing nod to Isu and then continued explaining, "The fishermen who work at those fisheries live here in Inch." While the Count explained it carefully, doubts crept into Isu's mind. He then thought to himself, "But why is he telling me all of this? Come to think of it, the road was divided into 2. However, Medicity already has active interaction with Fusing. Perhaps calling it saturated wouldn't be an overstatement. Then that means..." Isu then thought for a while before speaking, "Do you need me to take charge of the ENT region?" The Count smirked widely after knowing that Isu understood what he wanted and the future developments that the Medi family would have due to Isu's help. After the discussion of Isu's need to take over Auburn estate, the Count was pleased to know that Isu guessed his reason for bringing him to this estate. The Count then explained in a gentle tone, "As you can see, Medi City is at full capacity. There aren't enough lodgings for merchants to stay." After understanding the reasons and ideas for the redevelopment of this estate, Isu spoke up after careful thinking, "So you're hoping to revitalize the route from Auburn to Inch, which is close to Medi City but hasn't developed yet." The Count nodded and explained in a genuinely interesting tone, "If this place is developed and the roads are well maintained, it will only take half a day to travel back and forth from Medi City." The Count then turned to Isu with a genuine smile, "What do you say, Baron? Does it intrigue you?" Seeing the genuine trust and anticipation on his face, Isu was speechless and thought in a nervous manner, "Count Medi is a tycoon beyond imagination. He is acquainted with many other nobilities too." He then doubts himself, "But am I qualified to take part in this endeavor? I am not sure." He continued to doubt himself and kept questioning his worth. After gathering his thoughts and thinking about it, Isu spoke in a nervous, self-doubt-filled voice, "Sir, thank you for your generous offer, but I'm afraid I lack the experience and would prefer to gain that before proceeding." The Count laughed nervously and spoke in an understanding tone, "Oh dear, I didn't mean to rush you. As I get older, my mind keeps feeling more impatient. Take all the time you need, Baron. I'll give you 3 years." Listening to the reasons behind the Count's excitement, Isu had a doubt in his mind and asked, "May I ask you a question, sir?" The Count was a bit confused about what he wanted to know. After collecting his thoughts and calming his nerves, Isu asked in an uncertain tone, "What potential did you see in me?" The Count then turned silent and took his sweet time to think on this. After thinking for a while, the Count spoke up, "It's hard to put into words, but there's something about you that feels different from others." Isu then thought about this and said to himself, "He's not completely wrong. I am from another dimension after all." The Count then asked him in a curious and clarifying tone, "Besides, you're not from Arman either, correct?" As Io sighed in relief and spoke up in a nervous tone. "That's right, sir." The Count then asked in a clarifying tone, "And you mentioned that both your parents have passed away, is that correct?" Isu replied in an understanding tone. "Correct, sir." As Yu then thought to himself, Jade must have told him. The Count gave an understanding nod and continued with his explanation for his question. "And the fact that you have no association with the nobility makes you the perfect candidate. When you're involved with many people, it's easy to get swayed." After understanding his reasoning and the Count's need for him to take over this estate, Isu felt a bit sad and thought, "He likes me for being a commoner, now that hurts." He shook his head, clearing his sadness and depressive thoughts. He then thought to himself in a positive and uplifting mood, "But I'm not going to rush things from here. I'm going to slowly settle down and establish myself. After all of the terrible experiences and having a depressive and horrifying reality, I am ready to move on. For this life that I am granted by the heavens, I am going to do my best to live the life I want." After a long walk around the palace and discussion, all of them settled down in their rooms in the palace. After a while, Hyen and Rose took Isu with them to the stream Rose used to visit when she was a child. After some time, while riding the carriage on the way to the valley, Rose spoke up in a relieved and childish manner. "Oh, I'm glad I could make it, because of that vagrant incident. I thought I could never go out. Did you see how my dad stopped me from going out earlier?" Rose then spoke up in a prideful and grateful manner. "Never in a million years would he have let me go out alone," and that's when the Duchess stepped in just in time. He said yes as soon as Hyen agreed to accompany me. After listening to Rose thanking and explaining her gratitude to Hyen, Isu then spoke up in a mindful manner. "But it's not like you're completely alone. The knights will follow to guard you. It's not as if we're traveling a long distance." Listening to Isu speaking in a very mindful way and switching sides to the Count, Rose spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Was getting hit by a stone earlier not enough of a warning?" Isu nodded and replied in an uncertain tone while his voice remained soft. "Well, I understand that, but..." Realizing the awkward silence in the caring tone in his voice, Hyen spoke up in her usual aloofness. "It's fine, I wanted to visit anyway too." She then asked Rose in an irritated tone, "Did you say it takes around 30 minutes? Rose nodded and gave orders to the carriage driver to speed up. After some time of traveling through the forest and thick grass, they finally reached their destination. Rose then spoke up in a loud and announcing tone. "Behold, the enchanted valley." Both Hyen and Iu were uncertain and confused by the thick grass and weeds covering the valley. Hyen spoke up in her usual coldness while questioning, "JJ, are you sure we've come to the right place?" Seeing Hyen being unsure and questioning her, Rose replied in an uncertain tone, "I think so." Rose then turned to one of the guards and ordered them, "Quick, cut the grass, and make a path." The soldier nodded and turned towards the grass and weeds to cut, but that's when Hyen interfered and said in an authoritative tone, "Hold on." This confused all of the people that were present at the valley. As soon as the commotion died down, Hyen started gathering mana from her body and circled it throughout her being. The mana then started forming around her finger, taking the shape of a blade. She then fired the blade-shaped mana at the grasses and weeds, obliterating them and making a path towards the valley. After Hyen's help, the valley was seen, and a beautiful waterfall was also present. While Isu walked towards the valley admiring its beauty, he spoke up in an astonished tone. "Wow, this is amazing!" After clearing the path, Hyen sensed something in the river flowing nearby. She continued to walk towards it. Seeing her walk towards the river without any warning, Isu called out to her in a worried tone, "Hyen, wait!" She then jumped into the river and sank herself deep into the water. Seeing this, both Rose and Isu shouted for her in horror. Hyen continued to sink herself deeper and deeper into the river. She then felt a bit strange and started gathering her mana in her body. While gathering her mana, she felt a surge of increasing mana within her and kept going to collect more and more. Meanwhile, both Rose and Isu were worried sick because Hyen was in the water for a long time. Rose then spoke up in a worried tone. "Shouldn't we help her?" She then grabbed Isu's collar and shook him in a nervous and terrified tone. "I don't know how to swim. Hurry, get in there and save her." While being shaken really hard, Isu spoke up in a calming voice. She's the water mage. I highly doubt she'll drown. After listening to Isu's thoughtful reply, Rose nodded and spoke up in agreement. Oh, you're right. After a while of waiting and searching for Hyen, she finally came out of the water, gasping for air. Seeing that she hadn't drowned and had come out safely, Isu spoke up in a relieved tone. There she is. Hyen then walked through the water and got out of it, walking towards Rose and Isu. Rose then asked in a worried and curious tone, "What was that all about, Duchess?" There was something odd about Hyen. Rose spoke in a curious tone. You've grown taller. There's more vitality in your cheeks too. Listening to Rose's description of Hyen, Isu spoke in a dumbfounded manner. Do you think so? He then quickly brought out a towel and offered it to her. Here's a towel, Hyen. Hyen felt grateful and gracefully took the towel from him. She then started patting herself dry. Isu asked her in a curious tone while she was patting herself, "But why did you suddenly jump into the water?" Hyen spoke in a happy tone. The water, Isu went quiet, had a doubtful expression on his face and spoke in a curious way. Huh? Hyen then continued with a smile and a happy tone. The water here feels very refreshing. Seeing Hyen smile for the first time, both Rose and Isu were left with their mouths open in amazement. Rose then turned to Isu and whispered to him, "I never knew she could smile like that." Isu nodded and agreed with her. Seeing them shocked and whispering among themselves, Hyen then spoke up in an irritated tone. "What? Do you two have a problem?" Seeing the visible frustration and anger on her face, Isu just spoke up in a nervous and shaky voice. "No, we're just talking about how glad we are that you love it." Rose was also a bit taken aback by Hyen's irritation. Hearing Isu's reasoning, she agreed with him. Rose then changed the topic to avoid making herself feel guilty and to prevent Hyen from getting angry. She spoke up in a nervous tone while laughing awkwardly. "How silly, let's call it a day and head back. It's getting late." Hyen agreed. While watching the sun set down, all of them walked towards the carriage and settled down. As soon as everyone was settled, the guards and the carriage driver remained on their guard and took them back to the mansion safe and sound. After reaching the mansion, Isu walked to his room and flopped on his bed, tired and exhausted from all the traveling. As he felt the softness and comfort of the bed, he thought to himself in a relieved manner, "The bed feels so nice. I can feel all my fatigue melting away." But the moment he tried to fall asleep, suddenly a knock was heard on his door and a familiar cold and aloof voice spoke up. "Isu, it's me." Isu continued to speak in his mind in an irritated tone. "She'll come over." Not wanting to get up from the comfort of the bed, he reluctantly got up and opened the door. He then let her in and spoke in a curious manner. "What brings you here at this hour?" Noticing his curiosity and tiredness, Hyen spoke in her usual cold tone. "I have something to tell you." Isu was a bit taken aback, wondering what she had to tell him. He then noticed something different about her and thought in approval. She has definitely gotten taller. Hyen then walked towards the bed and flopped on it, sitting with nobility and grace. She then asked Isu in a curious tone, "Is the Count planning to hand over this estate to you?" It seemed as if Hyen was interested in something and wished for it dearly. Seeing this awkwardness and desire in her eyes, Iya spoke up in an understanding tone. "Oh, is that why you're here?" He paused for a while to see Hyen's reaction. As she didn't react and waited for his answer, Isu spoke up in his gentle voice, "But I plan to go to the city and earn some money first." After listening to Isu's reasoning and his plan, Hyen spoke up in her cold tone with something else in her voice that seemed like a request. "No matter how long it takes, you must take possession of this land." Realizing the way Hyen was speaking, Isu spoke up in an amazed and sarcastic tone. "This is quite sudden. You must have really liked that puddle earlier." Hyen was irritated and spoke up in frustration. "That's not an ordinary puddle, it's elfon." Confused by this new term and irritated look on Hyen's face, he spoke in a dumbfounded manner. "What's elfon?" Hyen then calmed her nerves and explained properly to Usie. To put it simply, it's a mana spring. With elfon, an elf could survive a lifetime without eating. Listening to this, Isu was surprised and felt amazed by the shocking revelation. Hyen waited for a bit of time to let Isu calm down and then continued. After calming his nerves, he waited for Hyen to speak. Hyen then continued to explain her experience. "It was a feeling I had never experienced before, a feeling of energy coursing through my body and a calming of my mind. Isu took his time to understand this experience, and he had a question in his mind. He spoke up in a doubtful tone. Hyen. Hyen didn't listen to him calling her name and continued to explain. There are a total of 5 elfen in Omen. Since you can obtain limitless mana from them, they are a rare find. She then spoke up with a determined and requesting tone. I need that elfon, so I want you to claim this land at all costs. She then spoke up with fury and bloodshot eyes. If someone else takes it, I'll crush them and snatch it away. Seeing the seriousness and the fury in her eyes, Isu spoke up in a scared tone while laughing awkwardly to hide his fear. That's quite a threat. He then replied to her in a calm and collected manner. The Count said he'll wait at least 3 years for me to settle down. After listening to this, Hyen's anger calmed down and she relaxed. Seeing her seriousness and need for it and hearing her reasoning, Isu spoke up in an uncertain and doubtful tone. But is it okay for you to tell me something that important? If you look at it without knowing, it's just a beautiful lake. But if people discover that it's a mana spring, couldn't it potentially harm the mages? Hyen understood what he meant by saying all of this and replied to him with full confidence and trust. I'm saying it only because it's you. You're someone I can trust. Listening to Hyen say this confused Isu, and he spoke in a curious manner. Huh? Trust me? Hyen continued explaining why she had immense trust in him. Being with you has brought about a lot of good things. After hearing this, Isu remained silent and did some thinking before speaking in a gentle demeanor. Maybe it's because you're the goddess of luck. Hyen was a bit taken aback by what Isu said, and she repeated his words. I'm the goddess of luck. She had her doubts and was really confused because of her past and the losses she had experienced. The sad past and the things she had to go through all made her feel confused, but she also understood that after going through all this, she might actually be lucky. She then smiled warmly at Isu before speaking in a grateful manner. You really are different from me? She then also explained, oh, and you can use as much mana as you want while swimming in the Elfon. I'm sure you know what that means, right? Isu understood what she meant and nodded at her. Seeing that Isu understood what she wanted to say, she got up from the couch she was seated at and spoke in a tired yet aloof manner. Then I'll be off to my room. She then turned towards the door and took her leave to go to her room to rest. After having this conversation with Hyen, Isu thought to himself and decided perhaps it would be best to keep it a secret from others. He then turned towards the bathroom and changed his clothes into something comfortable for the night. After changing, he flopped down on the bed and slept soundly throughout the night. The next morning arrived with birds chirping in the estate. A beautiful visual was blessed upon them. After some time, the trio were laughing and giggling, having fun talking with each other. Rose then spoke in her cute and clumsy manner. Are you sure you're okay being here alone? Hyen then replied in her usual cold manner but with a confident voice. Yes, I'll stay here a bit longer. Rose then offered. How about just living here with me then? Let's send Isu alone to the city. Hyen replied in a cold and harsh tone. No thanks. Seeing the girls bickering and irritating each other, Isu laughed nervously. After Rose calmed down, he got a funny idea. Isu then spoke up in a sarcastic manner to tease her. Okay then, off to Riren I go. I'll be back shortly. Don't cry because you miss me. This really irritated Hyen, and it seemed that she was going to use her magic to teach Isu some lessons. Seeing the anger in her eyes, Isu replied back with a nervous laugh. I'm just kidding. He then smiled warmly at her and spoke in a concerned tone. Stay safe while I'm gone. Both Rose and Isu then settled in the carriage and headed out on their journey back to Riren. On the way back, Rose was a bit gloomy and spoke in a sad tone. Once you're back, I suppose you'll head straight to Adrenia City. That's a bit sad. Seeing this as the best opportunity to make her laugh, Isu spoke in an irritating, sarcastic tone. You're quite sad? I'm extremely sad. Listening to this, Rose was a bit irritated and wanted to get back at him for it. She then spoke in mock seriousness while hiding her menace behind a smile. Maybe I should tell the instructors to not issue your certificate. Noticing the seriousness in her eyes, Isu spoke in a nervous and submissive tone. I wouldn't want that. After laughing and giggling with each other, their laughter died down and they both stayed silent for a while. Rose then spoke up in a questioning tone. Did you say it'll take 3 years to return to Alberta State? After listening to her question, Isu replied, Yes, I believe it should take about that long. Rose nodded and understood his duration. She then spoke up in a polite and happy tone. I see. He asked father to write a property title under his name. Listening to this response, Asu felt that this was a bit too much of a favor. He then replied in a polite manner, "Ha, you didn't have to." Rose then laughed menacingly and replied with a coy and cunning voice, "With those documents in place, I'll know for sure that you'll return." Listening to this master plan of Rose, Ayazu felt a bit intimidated by her. He then spoke up while laughing nervously. Haha, trust me, I'll be back. It seemed that Rose had some trust issues regarding ISU. ISU then spoke up in a calm and polite manner. It would be nice if you could come to the city with me. A question crept into his mind and doubts arose about whether to ask or not. However, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, by the way, why are you and Hyen always not on good terms? Rose was a bit confused by this question. She then understood his viewpoint and explained in a jolly mood, what do you mean, we're best friends? Listening to Rose being in her own world and daydreaming, Azu then spoke up in a sarcastic tone. Yeah, right? Seeing the sarcastic smile on Ayazu's face made Rose really infuriated. She then spoke up in an irritated tone trying to prove her point. It's true, both the Duchess and I tend to be blunt in our speech. Nonetheless, we've had numerous deep conversations. There's more to things than meets the eye. Su gave up and agreed with her while being sarcastic. All right, you win. Rose wasn't sure and understood the sarcasm in Isu's voice. She got even more furious and kept pressuring Isu to make him believe that she and Hyen were friends. All along the way to Roran, both Rose and Isu kept teasing and making fun of each other. The laughter never died down and they both felt great. After some time, as the route to Roran was coming closer, both of them readied themselves to attend to the people. As soon as the carriage entered the main village and stopped at the center, Isu got out first and offered his hand to Rose for support, as a gentleman and a noble. Isu then turned to Rose and asked her in a polite and gentle demeanor, will you also be resting in Roran? Rose nodded and answered his question in a goofy and cute manner. Yeah, I'll hang out here for a few days until you finish all your business. As they were bickering and talking for a while, a familiar voice was heard calling for them. They turned towards the voice that was calling. Hans came running to them and spoke out. Could I join you in your journey? I was already preparing to return to Maise City anyway. Listening to this explanation and reasoning, Su was a bit dumbfounded and replied in a dumb manner. Oh? Seeing this reaction of Isu, Hans spoke out in anger and frustration. What do you mean by oh, did you forget about it? Seeing Isu forget about the promise they made, Hans was left broken and started crying. Isu felt really terrible at that time and tried to comfort Hans. No, of course not. Let's go together when we leave. Seeing this dramatic event unfold in front of her, Rose chuckled and enjoyed their bickering. Hans then turned to Isu with puffy eyes and tears streaming down his face. He then asked Isu with genuine curiosity, seeking reassurance for himself. Really? Yesu smiled nervously, sweat forming on the sides of his face. He then replied in a reassuring tone, I promise. Seeing the genuine promise and reassurance in Isu's eyes, Hans then stopped crying in the middle of the road and got up. He then wiped his face to clear his tears while speaking out loud in a polite tone. Then allow me to guide you to the end. Su then felt nervous and worried. He said in a hesitant voice, Oh, I can stay at my cottage. Hans understood Isu's request and turned to Rose while asking her in a polite manner, What about you, Lady J? Rose's face turned serious and she had a look of determination to force her way. She spoke in a menacingly cold and calm voice. I want to spend every minute with Maggie while I'm here. Seeing the fierce nature of Rose, Hans gulped audibly and replied in a nervous tone, Roger that. Rose then started walking towards the inn and Hans followed behind her. She then turned to Isu and spoke out loud in a delighted tone, Get some rest. Ezu replied back in a genuinely grateful tone while waving his hand to her, Thanks. As soon as this interaction was over, Isu walked to his cottage, which hadn't been touched by anyone and was left the way it was. Coming back to the place where all of the things started made Isu feel both happy and sad. He then walked towards the room where the portal to his world was located. He then entered the portal, coming back to his original world. Seeing his room, he spoke out loud in amazement. Wow, it's been 4 months. Look at all the dust. He then quickly rushed to his bathroom to take a shower and freshen up from the long journey. After wrapping a towel around his waist, he started to plan about his journey. Anyway, what should I take with me if I'm going to cross over? I heard it's going to be a rough journey. He kept on thinking about his journey to the Aranya capital city, and suddenly he realized something and spoke out in a sad tone. Let's set that aside for now. First, there's somewhere I need to visit. He then quickly dressed himself and bought flowers on the way to the cemetery house where his parents were currently resting. As soon as Isu reached in front of his parents' graves, he greeted them with a warm smile that hid a lot of pain. Mom, Dad, I'm here. How have you been? I'm doing pretty good in my own way. He then gathered his thoughts before speaking out in a sad voice. When you passed away on his birthday, he felt like he could never celebrate it again. He placed the bouquet of flowers in front of the photo, the last memory and proof of his parents. He then spoke up in a sad yet grateful tone while smiling warmly at his parents' photo. But now, if I go over to that world beyond the portal, I think it'll be all right to bring it up and celebrate. After having a heartwarming conversation with his parents, Isu smiled at them one last time and took his leave. After returning from the cemetery, Isu stopped at the supermarket that was on the way to his home to shop for his needs during the journey to Aranya city. He then took all of the things to the other world. After buying his essentials, he went back to his room to start packing. After packing, he recalled, let's see, an animal encyclopedia, a book on plants, 10 packs of ramen, energy bars, snacks, a compass, a survival kit, and a gas gun with ammunition. After checking all the essentials packed, he spoke out loud, packed everything I need. And lastly, down jackets. He then rummaged in the briefcase to check the things he had packed. He thought to himself, since Mount Knots will be freezing cold, I thought it would be nice for everyone to wear down jackets to keep warm. He then shut his briefcase and turned towards the exit, thinking to himself, I should tell Hans and JJ it's time to leave. Isu then left his cottage, looking for Hans and Rose. He traveled back to Macy City. As soon as Isu, Rose, Hyen, and Hans reached the Medici mansion, Lucas was standing there waiting to greet Isu. Isu then called out to him in an excited and curious tone, have you decided to join us? Lucas then greeted Isu and replied in a polite tone, yes, sir. Hans then gathered his courage and tried to greet Lucas. Hey! But Lucas ignored him and walked away. Hans felt defeated and sad. Meanwhile, Isu was a bit worried about whether they would get along or not. He then shook off all of his thoughts and asked Lucas in a curious tone, is everything loaded? Lucas nodded and turned to Isu while replying, yes, sir. Isu smiled warmly at him and asked in a nervous manner while trying to maintain his polite smile, and did you say farewell to your family? Lucas replied in a confirming tone, of course. After this small talk between Lucas and Isu, Lucas then announced in a loud voice, we're leaving, hurry and get on the carriage. As everyone was busy packing and putting stuff in the carriage, Hyen was searching for someone and felt that someone was missing. Seeing Hyen searching for someone eagerly, spoke up in a curious manner, hey Hyen, aren't you coming? Hyen replies in a worried tone, I'm worried about JJ. After listening to her being worried about Rose, Isu then replies in a warm and gentle tone, while being curious, is it because she didn't come to say farewell? After calming Hyen's nerves, Isu then speaks up in a nervous and sarcastic manner, don't worry, she probably didn't come because seeing us leave would make her sad. I bet she's crying in her room right now. Listening to this explanation by Isu, Hyen scoffs before replying in a disappointed tone, what's there to be sad about? I mean, it's not like we're going away for good or anything. Isu laughs nervously and tries to reply, but the Count interrupts Isu, replying in a laughing tone. That's because JJ is quite the softie inside. After having fun bickering with each other, the Countess replies in a soft and gentle politeness, have a safe trip. The Count then speaks up in a warm tone, please be careful. Hans then replies in an excited tone, we will, sir. Thank you for everything. Everyone bows in front of the Count in gratitude for his help. Everyone then settles in the carriage, setting off on a journey awaiting new challenges and new experiences for them. After a long and treacherous travel, Isu screams out in a whiny voice, I'm so bored. We've been riding for days and this journey feels never ending. Isu then turns to Hyen and says to her like a whiny child, hey Hyen, do you know any mage that handles the portal? Hyen then replies in her cold and sarcastic manner, If I knew, I wouldn't be here, would I? This fun and teasing conversation ended soon when a soldier shouts out, "Halt!" Seeing the sudden halting of all the carriages, Isu was a bit confused and also had some guesses. Then he calls one of the soldiers' captains and asks him in a curious manner, "Are we staying here for today?" The captain gently bows before Isu and speaks in a serious and gentle tone. "Yes, sir, we usually stay at designated bivouac sites. We've already cleared the trees and prepared the ground. If you will excuse me, sir, I need to go and build the barracks." Noticing the urgency and the need for the captain's supervision, Isu spoke in a polite tone. "Oh, go ahead." Hans then pokes his head out of the carriage and speaks in an excited tone while admiring the nature around. "Are we camping out here?" Isu then laughs in a polite and nervous manner while speaking. "Looks like it." The soldiers had finished building the barracks and resting station for all of them and also built a special resting station for Isu and Hyen. After spending early morning to their noons and most of their evening, everything was built properly and ready. Meanwhile, Isu and the gang were at a nearby place seeking warmth from the campfire. Hans, Isu, and Hyen were really close to the campfire and enjoyed its warmth. After observing for a while, Isu noticed something off about Hyen and thought in a worried expression, she looks very tired and cold." Hyen sat there expressionless, but a hint of exhaustion and cold was visible on her face. Seeing this for a while, Isu then gets reminded about something and thinks in an excited way, "All right, the down jackets." He then gets up from his position and rummages through his briefcase for the jackets he bought for them. After finding the jackets, he turns around and calls out, "Hyen." Hyen then lifts her head up and says in an exhausted and timid voice, "What?" Isu then shows her the jacket he bought and speaks out loud with a bright smile, "Try this on." A beautiful purple-colored jacket was shown to Hyen. Seeing the weird-shaped coat given to her by Isu, she feels the fabric of the jacket and speaks up in a questioning manner, "What's this?" Isu then answers Hyen's question with excitement, "That's called a down jacket. It's a quilted coat filled with duck feathers. It should keep you warm." He then brings out 2 more down jackets for Hans and Lucas, showing them. Seeing the generosity and the surprise gift for them, both of them spoke out in a dumbfounded manner, "For us?" Isu then speaks up in a gentle and warm manner, "Yeah, go ahead and try them on." Both of them screamed out in gratitude, "Thank you." Both of them took the jackets from Isu and tried them on. Hans fidgets and moves his arms around excitedly. He then spoke out loud, "Wow, this coat blocks out all the cold wind." Lucas felt really warm and comfy. He then spoke out in gratitude and astonishment, "It's the first time I've worn something like this." Seeing this, Isu chuckles softly and smiles at them. Meanwhile, Hyen pondered about something and kept silent for some time. Hyen then spoke out loud in a curious manner, "By the way, why do you keep buying me clothes in the same color?" Isu then turns to Hyen and speaks out without thinking, in a derpy manner, "Because that color suits you well." Listening to this explanation by Isu, there was a hint of kindness and happiness in her eyes. She then wears the jacket and enjoys the comfort provided by it. She then speaks out in a genuinely grateful tone while smiling, "The down jacket is really warm and lightweight. Thanks, Baron." Isu smiles back at Hyen with warmth. Hans then interrupts both of them and stands in a pose while asking Isu in a curious manner, "How about us? How about us?" Meanwhile, Lucas stood there in awe and embarrassment. Called out by Hans, Isu turns to them and says out loud. In a genuine complimenting manner, Isu said, "You guys look good too." Isu then turns to Hyen and asks her in a requesting manner, "Oh, and could you get me some water?" Hyen was a bit confused and asked, "What for?" Isu then smirks in a menacing manner and spoke out loud with excitement, "Let me prepare one of the finest dishes from my hometown. Why don't you go lie down and get some rest while I cook?" Hyen understood his words and took a rest to recover herself. He then turns to Hans and Lucas and said out in a gentle demeanor, "You guys can take a break as well." Seeing the insistent look on Isu's face, both Hans and Lucas felt awkward. Lucas spoke out in a nervous tone, "But sir," seeing the uncomfortable and nervous look on both of them, Isu spoke out loud in a very gentle tone, "No, really, I insist." Lucas then gives up and speaks in a hesitant tone, "If you say so, sir." As soon as Hans and Lucas left the place, Isu thought to himself in a nervous tone, The thing is, I don't want them to see me cooking this instant food. He then rummages through his briefcase and took out the instant noodles. After taking out the instant noodle packet, he thought to himself in a serious tone, I wonder if there will ever come a day when I'll tell them I'm from another world through the portal. Hyen is a mage, so she might easily understand the concept of portals. He then shakes his head, removing all of his overthinking thoughts. He thinks to himself while adding the noodles into the boiling water, which had been boiling with spices and oils. Whatever, let's just focus on making this ramen for now. He then simmers the noodles in the broth for a long time. Seeing the noodles were cooked, he then thinks to himself, it looks almost ready. This is when I add the egg I brought from the previous village. As he was cooking the noodles and eggs together, Hyen peeked into the tent and sniffed the air that was filled with the yummy scent. As the noodles were ready, he served them in bowls with soup, noodles, and an egg on top as a topping. He then calls out loudly, come gather around, the meal is ready. Hyen approaches the bowl and after seeing the contents, her face distorts in anger as she speaks out in disgust. Aren't those strands of hair? The sudden appearance of Hyen and her comment startled Isu. Hans, who saw the contents, also spoke in a disgusted manner. Ew, they really do look like human hair. Lucas coughs a bit to silence the ongoing barrage of disgust and spoke, everyone, let's not rush to judgment. Hyen then spoke out, confirming her suspicion, but it does look like strands of hair. Irritated by their attitude and complaining, Lucas spoke out loud, these aren't hair. This Daiju then calms everyone down and explains, these are noodles made by kneading flour dough and stretching it into long strands. Hans, you've seen this before, right? Hans was a bit taken aback and spoke out loud in confusion, I have? Daiju shakes his head and tries to figure out a way to explain it. He then remembers the time they had something similar and said in an excited and hopeful tone, yeah, don't you remember ramen tang? This is the boiled version of that. Remembering something he had like that when Isu was back in Rodan, it clicked to Hans and he spoke out in remembrance, aha, I see. Feeling relieved that Hans remembered, Isu then prepares 3 bowls of noodles and calls out, here, Hyen, this is yours. Hans, Lucas, come and take your bowls too. Hearing his name called out, Lucas felt a bit weird about it and spoke in a nervous manner. As a servant, how could I possibly dine with you at the same time? Isu waves his concern off and spoke out in a happy tone, come on, it's fine. After distributing everyone their bowls of ramen, he took his bowl and sat with all of them. Hyen continued to stare at her bowl in confusion and spoke out in an almost doubtful manner. I guess it shouldn't taste bad since it's made with the same ingredients as bread. Seeing the confused look on everyone's face, Yeju then took his fork and explains in a gentle manner, now use the fork to scoop it up and eat it like this. After scooping up some noodles, he slurps the noodles into his mouth, making lots of noise with a blissful expression on his face. Seeing this vulgar manner of eating, Hyen spoke up in a disgusted manner. Perhaps I should confiscate and burn your etiquette training certificate. He laughs nervously and then turns to Hans and Lucas, convincing them, you guys should try it too. You won't tell anyone that you made noises while eating. Hyen got a bit flustered by this method of enjoying and spoke out in her usual cold and commanding tone, Hans, Lucas, cover your ears. She then took her fork, scooped some of the noodles and slurped it into her mouth just like Isu. Grabbing this opportunity to tease Hyen, Isu spoke in a mock complaining tone while chuckling. Even the Duchess made noises while eating. Listening to this and the way he made fun of her, Hyen got furious and channels her mana while saying in her frustrated tone, Mon Perino, I'm sure no one will know if I get rid of you. A sharp ice blade formed and she aimed it at Isu's throat. Realizing he took it too far with her teasing, Isu spoke out in fear and shock, whoa, calm down, take it easy there. Both Hans and Lucas gasped for air and were in huge shock to do anything. Hyen then continues with frustration. It won't end with just a threat. Isu understood he took it too far and asked for forgiveness while laughing nervously. Alright, I'm sorry, I'll stop teasing you. Seeing the fear and genuine sincerity on Isu's face, she cancels her spell. It disintegrated into small particles of water and vanished completely. She then spoke in an irritated, imp-like pouting manner. I'm letting it slide this time. Isu felt a heavy burden fall off his shoulders and he spoke in a light-hearted manner. You really need to control that temper of yours. Both Hans and Lucas were glad that nothing happened to Isu and Hyen didn't do anything in anger. After a few days of traveling and resting in between, they were near their final destination. After traveling through rough roads for a long time, Isu spoke in a whining tone, woo, now that's much better. Finally, we reached the paved road. Dirizu then gathers himself and asks Hyen in a polite, curious tone, "Oh, by the way, where are you planning to stay once we get there?" Hyen takes her time before replying to Isu. "I'll need to stay with you until I reclaim my mansion. Besides, there's still time left until Iramas's date." Cho Isu then remembers the promise in the contract they made and how she would use her powers for him for 1 year. After being reminded about the contract, he thought in a gloomy tone, "I have about 5 months left. That's not enough time to settle into my estate." He then replies in a gloomy manner, "Right, about that." Hyen then speaks up in a decided and serious tone, "Once you claim the Alber estate, I intend to live there for the rest of my life." After listening to Hyen's decision, Isu was a bit taken aback. He then thought in astonishment, "Rest of your life? Is she already going to the fourth base?" He then slaps himself mentally and thinks, "Snap out of it. Isu, she's doing this for the mana spring, of course." After traveling for a long time, they had finally reached the Aromania capital city. As soon as the carriage entered the city, people were bustling and roaming around. Seeing the crowd and people interacting with each other, Isu spoke in astonishment, "Wow, big cities sure feel different." Hyen was a bit irritated by this behavior of Isu. She then spoke in a teasing manner, "Stop acting like you're from the countryside. It's embarrassing." Hearing this from Hyen broke Isu's excitement and he spoke in a sarcastic tone, Yeah, I'll just keep acting like a country bumpkin, all right?" They continued to travel further and further towards the end. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the inn. Isis, Hans, Lucas, and Hyen got out of the carriage and entered the inn. Then they all went to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Lucas followed Isis. Su flopped on the bed and spoke out in an exhausted manner, "Phew. Finally, that carriage ride is over." Lucas then gently offers Yesi, "Would you like to have lunch? Right now, sir?" Azu was a bit too tired from the long travel. Listening to the offer from Lucas, he agreed and then spoke out in a loud manner, "Yeah, go ahead and order a special meal for yourself and for Hans as well." While Chiu was relaxing on the bed and taking his sweet time, he got disturbed by a soft knocking on his door. Lucas then notifies Ju, "Sir, a guest is here to see you. Should I tell them you're not available now? You need to rest, sir." And Siu got up with a light groan and spoke in a gentle manner, "No, tell them to come in. I'm curious to see who's here to see me." The door opens and a young man arrives and greets, "Good afternoon, Baron Asu. I am the butler of the Kroman family." The butler then continues to explain his reason for the visit. "Excuse me for this sudden visit, but my master would like to see you." Azu was a bit taken aback and asked in curiosity, "For what?" The butler then replies back in a regretful tone, "I'm afraid I was not informed of the details. Could you spare a moment right now, sir?" After listening to this, Azu thought in a skeptical manner, The Kromans are not the most trustworthy people, but still, I want to know what business they want with me." The butler then adds in a polite manner, "If you accept, my master will come to the nearby annex." Azu then walks over to the butler and speaks in a serious yet polite tone, "I guess it would be rude to refuse when he's come all this way." The butler from the Kromans bows gently in front of Isu and replies in a grateful tone, "Thank you, sir. I shall get the carriage ready." The butler then takes his leave from Isu's cottage and takes care of the carriage needed to travel to the annex. Isu then turns back to Lucas and speaks in a serious and reassuring tone, "Lucas, I'll be right back. You, Hans, and Hyen can start lunch without me." Lucas then replies with a gentle bow, "Yes, sir." As soon as he stepped out of the inn, a carriage was ready for Isu to take him to the annex where Lord Kroman was waiting. After a short journey, they arrived at the annex, a beautiful old-style building with lots of windows and benches to enjoy the view. Isu then steps out of the carriage and walks towards the inn to find that Lord Kroman was waiting for him. Lord Kroman speaks up with a delighted and gentle smile. "Welcome, Baron. Thank you for accepting my invitation." Asu then bows gently in front of him and speaks in an elegant, polite manner, "Not at all, sir. Thank you for inviting me." Lord Kroman smiles at him warmly and offers, "Please have a seat. May I ask why you wanted to see me?" The Kudaman Lord placed his cup of tea down and spoke in a serious yet gentle demeanor, "Let's not wait any longer and get to the point." He then mentioned something about the International Market Festival in an interesting tone. "About the gelato you served at the festival last time, my daughter has been craving it so badly that she fell ill." Hearing about the gelato, Isu spoke in a gentle voice. Oh, the gelato, they're good, aren't they? Even though he was masking his doubts, he thought to himself, is he asking for the recipe? Lord Croman offered in a very calm demeanor. How about you sell that recipe to me? Hearing this offer, the smile on Isu's face faded away and he thought to himself in a shocked manner, I knew it. He found out I was the creator of the recipe, but how? Seeing the shock and astonishment on Isu's face, Lord Croman replied with a smirk and pride while picking up his cup of tea, our family's informants are renowned experts. After listening to this explanation by Lord Croman, Isu's smile faded completely, and he stared at the table while thinking to himself in a very disappointed manner, is this what being a noble means? The last thing I expected was for them to sneak my information behind my back. He then decided in a determined manner, I should be more careful next time. After thinking about the proposal, Isu came to a conclusion, but I'm not ready to sell that recipe just yet. He spoke up in an uncertain voice. Frankly, sir, it's causing me concern. You see, I was thinking of doing business in the city. Seeing Isu being a bit hesitant about selling the recipe, Lord Croman thought for a bit before offering in a guaranteed manner, how about I give you 20,000 gold? Hearing the shocking amount of money offered, Isu thought to himself in a calculative manner, 20,000 gold, that's 2 billion won. After taking his sweet time to recover from the shock, he then thought to himself in an excited manner, this is definitely a go. He took a few breaths to calm his nerves and wiped away his sweat. He then spoke out in a serious tone, very well, sir, but let me remind you that you'll need ice. Listening to the obvious need and requirement, Lord Croman laughed a little before replying, the need for ice is obvious for ice desserts. Isu felt a bit shy and blushed at this conversation. Lord Croman then asked in a very polite and warm tone, so then, are you accepting my offer? Isu nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, yes, sir. Seeing the quick reply and the confirmed look on Isu's face impressed Lord Croman and he spoke in a delighted manner, I appreciate your quick decision. Here, sign this contract. He then pushed the contract papers towards Isu to sign. While taking the contract in his hands, Isu thought to himself in a very proud manner, all right, this is my chance to use what I've learned about the Aranon language. After thoroughly reading the contract and not noticing any major flaws or deception, Isu took the pen and signed the papers. After checking the papers again, he passed the signed papers to Lord Croman. While giving the papers, he thought to himself in a doubtful manner, I hope I'm making the right decision. Lord Croman checked and verified the paperwork. After seeing all the important areas signed, he then said in a polite manner, then, let each of us have a copy. Isu smiled and replied in a gentle demeanor, sure. While he was checking his part of the paper, Isu thought to himself in a cheerful tone, at this rate, I might as well make a living just by selling recipes. Lord Croman then explained to Isu, you can withdraw the 20,000 gold from the Media Bank in a Romania city. This seal is the key to our private safe. Please keep it safe. Understanding the grave importance of this seal, Isu nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, yes, thank you. After completing the transaction and the paperwork, Isu spoke out loud in an excited manner, then let me show you how it's made. After explaining and showing a step-by-step procedure of gelato making, Isu took his leave and went back to his inn. After some time, Isu was found in the dining hall of the inn. Hyen approached Isu while he was eating. Seeing her, he replied in a very nonchalant manner, I heard you met Count Croman. Listening to what Hyen said, Isu replied back in a bit of a shocked manner, oh, is that what it's about? He wanted to know my gelato recipe, he said without batting an eye and continued chomping on his food. Listening to this buffoonery, Hyen's anger shot up to the roof and she shouted, what? So did you just give it to him? Her rage and fury were enough to burn this inn down. Seeing the anger and rage on Hyen's face, Isu replied in a soft and excited tone, of course not. I sold it for a good price. Listening to this, she felt a bit relieved that Isu wasn't a complete fool, but curiosity got the better of her and she asked him in whispers, how much did you sell it for? Seeing the curiosity on her face, Isu spoke in a happy tone while whispering 20,000 gold. She suddenly took a step back and all of her anger dissipated. This confused Isu a little and he called out, Hyen. She then gathered all of her energy before speaking in a commanding tone, I thought we almost had to live in a shabby attic. This left Isu speechless as he awaited her next words. She then continued while crossing her hands. Speaking in a commanding tone, Hyen said, "Go and search for a mansion with 10 rooms." After listening to Hyen's command, Isu was a bit in shock. Then, after calming his nerves and collecting his thoughts, he spoke to Hyen in an angry tone while pointing his finger at her. "Since you're a water mage, you could at least open a public bath and chip in. As you can see, I've done all the work to make money." To Isu being a brat, Hyen replied in a disgusted and cold voice, "You're so cheap." She then relaxed herself and reminded Isu in her cold and distant tone, "Keep in mind our promised time is almost up. Shouldn't we at least try to remain amicable after that?" Hearing this, Isu was a bit startled and remembered that they had less time together. He then dropped his anger and started smiling at her while speaking in a gentle and polite tone. "Why don't we bake some bread together and get along?" Seeing his desperate attempts to calm her anger, Hyen spoke in a dismissive manner, "I'll think about it." After this mini-fighting situation, they both went to their respective rooms and slept for the night. The very next morning, Isu had left his room and gone to my bank. After exiting his carriage, he entered the bank where he was greeted by a female employee with a polite smile. "Welcome to Mutt Bank. How may I help you, sir?" Isu then replied back in a gentle and polite demeanor while handing over some papers. "I would like to withdraw some money." She gave a polite smile and replied, "Of course, sir. Wait a moment, please." After checking all of the papers and the seal, she then asked Isu to wait for some time. After ordering some of her subordinates, they brought the money outside. Seeing the heavy chest filled with gold, Isu thought to himself in awe, "That looks really heavy." He then politely asked the female employee, "Can I open my own vault here?" She replied in an affirmative tone while checking some papers. "Absolutely, sir." She then continued to explain in a calm and gentle voice, "When you open a vault, a personal seal will be issued. You will also receive a contract for making transactions with other people." After listening to this explanation, Isu nodded and requested, "Then please deposit the entire 20,000 gold into the vault and also issue me 10 contracts." The employee nodded and rifled through the papers, finding the contract. She then slipped it onto the table towards Isu while replying politely, "Please sign here and be careful not to lose the contract. It's difficult to forge the personal seal, but there are criminals who forge signatures." Understanding the importance and the threats of forging, Isu nodded and replied, "Got it." After the procedure of signing and getting his personal seal, Isu smiled and thought to himself in an excited manner, "Awesome, this money is more than enough." He then spoke to himself in an excited tone, "Finally, I get to purchase my house." After getting the money transferred to his personal vault, he took his leave from the bank and started searching for a good 10-room mansion. After finding the perfect one, he paid the money for it and did the paperwork that was required. As soon as the ownership was given to him, he took Lucas, Hans, and Hyen to the beautiful and magnificent 10-room mansion with their luggage. Looking at the beautiful mansion, Hyen spoke in a shocked and astonished manner, "You actually bought a 10-room mansion. At this rate, you won't need any of my help." Hans, who was looking at the mansion, spoke up in an excited tone, "Are we staying here from now on?" Seeing this naive and excited boy, Lucas replied in an irritated tone while sighing, "Of course not. We'll be staying in the annex next to it." Listening to this, Hans' face dropped down and he looked at Lucas with a sad and defeated look. Meanwhile, Lucas had an irritated look on his face. Seeing that both of them had sparks between them and were ready to go for each other's throats, Isu spoke out loud in a gentle voice, "No, Lucas, you and Hans will be staying in the small room on the first floor. That way you both can come as soon as I call for you." Lucas was a bit taken aback and spoke in a doubtful manner, "Really, sir?" Meanwhile, Hans' smile returned and he spoke up with gratitude, "You're the best, Isu." Azu then spoke up with a warm and polite tone, "Well then, unpack. Lucas, I need you to visit the labor office early tomorrow. I think I'll need about 7 staff for this huge mansion." Lucas understood the request and bowed politely before speaking in a curious tone to Hyen, "Yes, sir. Shall I ask for a maid for you, Duchess?" Hyen replied in her usual nonchalant manner, "Yes." Seeing Izu doing his best for the mansion and also providing a personal maid for her, Hyen spoke up in concern and mild guilt. "Now that I think about it, I do feel bad living off of you." She then suggested in a very courteous manner, "So in return, I'll let you use water as much as you want. How about that?" Noticing the courtesy from Hyen and also thinking how she would exhaust herself for it, Isu spoke up with a worried tone. No need to overwork yourself. We can wait until more people move in. Noticing the worries and genuine care in his voice, Hyen understood and replied in a nonchalant manner, never mind that, I'm craving bread. Getting reminded by the fact that it's almost the end of the week where he has to offer her bread, Isu bowed gently in front of her and replied, I'll serve them after. We're done unpacking, dear mage, Hyen said. Isu then turned to Lucas and Hans and spoke to them in a gentle tone. Lucas, you and Hans can take the day off. Lucas couldn't control the happiness in his voice and said out loud in an excited voice, thank you, sir. Isu then continued to add in a gentle and caring manner, go ahead and take a warm bath too, use the fireplace to warm yourselves, don't worry about the firewood. He then rummaged through his pockets to bring out white packages. He handed them to Hans and Lucas while explaining, and here, take this, it's soap. There are 2 of them in there so you both can have one each. Feeling overwhelmed by Isu's kindness and care, both Lucas and Hans spoke at the same time with gratitude. Sir, yes sir, you're so generous. He blushed a little when they complimented him, then smiled at them warmly while thinking to himself in a happy tone, I guess it doesn't take much to become a good master here. The Yemen Empire is the best. After unpacking and settling down, Isu then came to the entrance of the mansion and looked all over at the beautiful carvings and designs, but it seemed that he wasn't appreciating the mansion. Instead, he was deep in thought. He then groaned in frustration and thought, now the question is, where do I open the portal? He then thought to himself in a condescending manner, I can only move the portal twice in each dimension. My plan was to open it in the capital once, then open it again after I own an estate. He kept on pondering about where to open the portal and where it would be safest from others. After a long time of thinking, Isu came to a conclusion. I guess my room will be the best place to do that, out of everyone's sight. He then walked back to his room and searched for the perfect location to open the portal. He thought to himself in a very relaxed tone, it's my room anyway, so I'm sure the location does not matter. I'll just find a decent corner to open one. After finding a decent corner, he opened the portal. A gate appeared, and he thought, perfect, now time to utter the spell I memorized. He then collected his thoughts and prepared himself to chant the spell. He chanted in a slow and steady rhythm, making sure not to cause any mistakes. After completing the chanting of the spell, there was a spark and change in the portal. For a while, the portal stopped sparking up and then it was ready for traveling. Seeing the ready portal, Isu's eyes sparkled and he spoke up in an excited tone, wow. He then entered the portal and stepped out into a familiar room. Seeing the dirty room, he started cleaning it hard while thinking to himself in a very tired tone, whew, it's been a while since I've done chores myself. After scrubbing the floor hard and cleaning the room thoroughly, he spoke out in an exhausted tone, this place is hard enough. How am I going to clean once I move into a bigger house? Should I hire a cleaner on this side of the world? After all this scrubbing and cleaning the room neatly, he was all sweaty and smelly. After taking a shower and wearing clean clothes, he heard a knock on his door. Then a man spoke out loud, Zhaizhong Mian delivery. He hurried to the door and smiled politely before receiving the parcel. He then took the parcel to his dining table, took his chopsticks and broke them in half. Seeing the tasty Zhang Mian, Ayu spoke out loud in an excited manner. Now, you can't find something like this over there. While enjoying the noodles, he was deep in thought about his future, but if I am to move to a bigger house, where should it be? He then slurped on the noodles and took his phone while saying out loud, let's see how home prices in Songdo are. He then scrolled on the website trying to find a suitable house. After watching lots of properties, he spoke out loudly in shock, 2 billion won for 71 square feet. That's super expensive. He then shut his phone and continued to chomp on the noodles while speaking out loud, forget about Songdo then, I'll skip the Han River view as well. But suddenly while eating, he thought in a surprised tone, but wait, selling recipes should get 2 billion in a flash. What if I sell the recipe for Jjajangmyeon and Jampong? After having a thought on this idea, he spoke out loud in excitement. I should be able to move into an apartment with a Han River view in no time. He then stopped daydreaming about buying a house and thought to himself while having the noodles, but no need to rush. I've got all the time in the world. For now, let's do some exploring like doing business and so forth. While he was enjoying his noodles, he was disturbed again by someone knocking on the door. He then quickly finished the noodles and cleaned his hands before heading out to his door. He opened the door to find a box placed in front of it. Realizing what it was, he spoke out in a shocked tone. "Oh, it's the delivery I ordered yesterday. The delivery times in Korea are so impressive." While thinking about the delivery speed, Asu then got an amazing idea and said out loud, "Perhaps I should start a delivery service in a Romania city. I think it'll be a smash hit." He then quickly opened the box and removed a pair of beautiful shoes which were lined with feathers to keep the feet warm. After having a tasty meal and experiencing the quick delivery format from his old world, he decided to head back with the shoes he bought. After hurrying back, he dressed himself properly and ran to Hyen's room. Reaching Hyen's room, he knocked on her door and called out in excitement, "Hyen, are you in there?" After a short while, Hyen peeked out of the door and asked in a curious tone, "What do you want?" You see, he couldn't control his excitement and spoke in a happy and excited tone. "Today, I got a present for you." Listening to Isu saying he had a gift for her sparked excitement and curiosity in her behavior. She quickly took the box from him and started tearing the cover like a child, asking him in an excited manner, "Is it bread?" Seeing her fast reaction and super speed in unwrapping his gift, Isu spoke in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, but no." After disposing of the wrapping paper and ribbon, a beautiful pair of shoes quilted with feathers were present in the box. Looking at the pair of shoes, Hyen spoke out loud in a curious and mildly disappointed tone. "A pair of shoes?" Seeing Hyen confused and sad made Isu feel a bit bad. He then calmed his excitement and explained, "It's to keep your feet warm in this chilly weather." He then gestured to Hyen to take a seat. After she took the seat, he took out the shoes from the box and slipped them on her foot gently. After doing the same with the other foot, he got up and took a few steps back. Seeing the shoes fit perfectly, he asked Hyen in a curious tone, "What do you think?" After clicking the heels of the shoes and taking them for a light walk, Hyen nodded appreciatively and replied to Isu with a wide and warm smile, "It's warm and pretty." Seeing Hyen smile at him in gratitude, with genuine happiness in her eyes, Igu's cheeks flushed pink lightly, and his heartbeat started beating faster. Meanwhile, he looked at her smile with a newfound expression. Seeing this look on Igu's face, she then spoke in a worried and teasing tone, "What's with that face?" Hearing Hyen's voice, Isu snapped out of his daydreaming and spoke in a flustered voice, "Nothing. I bought pears for others too. Since you like it, I guess I made the right choice." He then quickly took his leave. The very next morning, what awaited Isu was a long and hard day. Lucas then summarized the people he found for the mansion: one chef, one experienced butler, one handyman and attendant, and a maid. He then took a more professional and serious tone while explaining, "With this, I have interviewed and hired 7 staff, sir." Meanwhile, Han smiled politely and said, "Call me if you need me." Isu felt a bit overwhelmed by the new addition of members and their introduction. He then spoke out in an exhausted tone, "I never knew hiring people would take up so much energy and time." He was grateful for what Lucas and Hans together did. He appreciated them in a gentle and warm tone. "Nice work, you two." Hearing genuine appreciation for his hard work, Lucas smiled at Isu and replied in a warm tone, "Thank you, sir. Now that we have staff, we should also move to the annex." Hearing this, Hans groaned in sadness, but Lucas then spoke in a strict tone, "Hans, stop whining. It's something that we must do." Listening to this explanation, Hans felt really sad about leaving the mansion and sobbed softly. Seeing this, Isu felt bad and suggested, "I would prefer to have both of you stay in the main building." Lucas shook his head, indicating disagreement with Isu. He then explained in a gentle and warm tone, "We must avoid giving the impression that we are being favored over other staff. The rule is that only official butlers can stay in the main building, sir." After understanding the rules and regulations, Isu realized it would be unfair to the rest of the servants, so he accepted this decision. But seeing Hans still in a sad mood, it ached Isu's heart, and he spoke out in a comforting, happy tone, "Very well then. Hans, come, let's visit the marketplace." Hearing this, Hans stopped crying and washed his face before leaving for the marketplace with Isu. As they roamed around the marketplace, Asu was a bit shocked, though he had kind of guessed that it would be bustling with lots of people. While roaming around, Hans got a bit curious as to why they were there, so he asked in a curious tone, "By the way, what are we here for?" Dechu replied in a serious tone while looking over the stalls. I need ingredients for cooking. He then turned to Hans and asked him in an excited voice, what do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Hans felt a bit awkward at this question and he replied in a confused tone, are you asking me, sir? Oh, I'll eat anything you make. Noticing the hesitant look on Hans's face, Isu kept pressing and spoke, come on, tell me. Getting pulled by two sides, Hans' face turned gloomy, and he spoke in a regretful tone, but Lucas will kill me if I say it. Seeing the gloominess and sad sighs, Isu then comforted Hans, don't worry, I won't tell him. Hans knew how Isu was and he trusted him completely. So after thinking for a while, Hans spoke in an uncertain tone while fidgeting with his fingers and laughing nervously and awkwardly. Nothing specific comes to my mind, but I do feel like having a nice warm bowl of soup now that the weather is getting chillier. After thinking for some time about Hans's request, Isu got a brilliant idea and spoke in an excited and mischievous tone, then I know just the dish for you. After figuring out what to cook, he then ordered, Hans, follow me. Hans followed him, but he was a bit curious and asked, wait, but what are you going to make? Isu replied back in an excited and thrilled voice, it's a secret. At the marketplace, they looked for the ingredients Isu needed for his new recipe. After buying tons of ingredients, they went back to the mansion and entered the kitchen. He asked Hans, who was carrying the bag, to leave those there. Hans smiled at Isu and placed the heavy bag on the table. Seeing the heavy and huge bag, Hans got a bit curious about what Isu bought and asked him, you've been busy shopping for various things, what did you buy? After seeing the curiosity and excitement in Hans's eyes, Isu replied in a gentle voice, some pork bones and appendages. I'm going to make tomorrow's meal with these. Hearing someone enter the kitchen, a man in his mid-20s walked in and greeted them in a formal and polite manner, welcome back, sir. This startled Isu a bit, and he turned to the voice. The man then bowed gently and introduced himself. I'm the chef in the kitchen. Leave the cooking to me. The man standing in front of Hans and Isu was Seth. After the clear reintroduction, Isu greeted him back and spoke in a requesting, serious yet gentle tone. Then I'll leave this in your care. First, drain all the blood from the pork bones. Then prepare the intestines for me. I'll give you specific instructions after that. Isu waited for a while for Seth to understand his words. Seth then nodded and agreed to his clear instructions. Seeing this, Isu smiled at him in a very warm and gentle way. Suddenly he realized he didn't mention an important thing, so he quickly said, by the way, this will be tomorrow's menu, so prepare something else for dinner tonight. Seth nodded and spoke out loud and proud, yes sir, please go and get some rest. You can leave the kitchen to me. Isu nodded appreciatively. He then took his leave and entered the living room. Meanwhile, his personal butler, who was waiting for Isu, spoke up in a gentle way. Your bath water is ready, sir. The personal butler who was introduced was named Corky. After listening to this announcement, Isu said, okay. Corky nodded and took his leave first to the bath. Meanwhile, watching the stern and elegant man walk away, Isu thought in a nostalgic manner, he reminds me of Peter. I wonder how capable he is. Isu then followed Corky to the bathroom. Seeing the bath water ready, he stripped all his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. He then relaxed even more, laying in the bathtub and spoke in a relaxed tone. Ah, so refreshing. Seeing Isu feeling relaxed, Corky then asked in a suggestive manner, should I add more hot water for you, sir? Hearing this suggestion, Isu politely waved his hand and said, no, it's fine, the temperature feels perfect. Corky nodded in agreement. He then spoke up in a concerned tone. This mansion has been vacant for a long time, so there's a lot to renovate, sir. Isu understood the concern and knew that the mansion hadn't been renovated for years. He then spoke up in a gentle tone. Don't worry about the money. Just repair everything thoroughly. I'll also install a fireplace in the servants' quarters. Corky nodded and felt gratitude towards Isu. He then suggested, after thinking for some time and noting down his thoughts, excellent, sir. And I noticed the barn was empty. May I suggest raising chickens and cows there? After hearing this idea, Isu was impressed by Corky's perception. He then spoke up in a happy tone. Good idea, let's do that once everything is repaired. After saying this, he took a bit of a break and thought about some things that needed to be done in the mansion. Isu then spoke up in an excited manner, and call in a skilled glass artisan, a construction worker, and a tailor. I want to build a swordsmanship training ground on one side of the courtyard. Corky nodded and kept jotting down the requests Isu made. Isu then stopped for a while to think about something he needed. After remembering his need for someone, Isu then requested Corky. Oh, and I need someone knowledgeable about the market prices of items in Romania. Find someone who is well versed in that area. Listening to this specific request made by Isu, Corky spoke up in a reassuring tone. In that case, there might not be a need to hire someone, sir. I have notes from my time working as a butler that include information about it. After listening to this, Isu felt a bit proud of Corky. He then thought to himself, I think we hired the right person. I can rest well today. Meanwhile, Corky was jotting down all the requests in great detail. After enjoying the bath for a while, Isu took his leave and changed into something comfortable for the night. The next morning arrived, the sun shone on the mansion, illuminating it with its warmth and might. Cold air moved in the environment that felt chilly, and the chirping of birds indicated a fresh start to a new day. As soon as Isu woke up, he rushed to the kitchen with excitement and eagerness. As soon as he reached the kitchen doors, he opened the door with a loud bang, making a flashy entry. Meanwhile, Seth, who was in the kitchen, got startled by this drama and felt a bit scared for himself. He then gathered courage and calmed his nerves before speaking in a formal and curious tone. Good morning, sir. What brings you here so early in the morning? After listening to the genuine worry and concern in Seth's voice, Isu spoke up in a reassuring tone. About the pork bones I asked you to drain the blood out of yesterday. Could you place them in a pot and boil them thoroughly? Seth understood his instructions and did as he was told. He then stirred the pot in between to make sure it didn't stick at the bottom. Seeing Seth doing exactly as he was instructed, Isu then added to his instructions in a gentle and polite manner. Leave it to simmer until dinner. Make sure you stir it in between so it doesn't stick to the bottom. Seth then nodded and spoke up in a noted tone. Yes, sir. After hearing Seth's accepting manner, Isu then spoke up in a grateful tone. Keep up the good work. As soon as Isu left, Seth started stirring the pot while thinking to himself in a confused tone, what would he use pork bone broth for? I mean, I'm just taking orders here, but what is he planning to cook with this? He shook his head and continued to stir the pot. Isu then roamed around the mansion, checking it out. He saw Hyen walking out in the fields. He then rushed out to the field, calling out for Hyen. Hey, Hyen. Hearing her name being called out, she turned toward the sound. Isu then caught his breath and spoke in a curious manner. Why are you out in this cold weather? As he was going to say something more, he noticed something about Hyen and spoke in an amused tone. Oh, you're wearing the shoes I got for you. Hyen wiggled her leg, enjoying the feeling of the shoes. She spoke in a comforted tone. Yes, they're keeping my feet warm. Both Isu and Hyen went for a small walk while talking with each other. Listening to her complimenting the shoes, Isu then spoke up in a delighted tone. Is that so? As they were talking and having a long walk, they were interrupted by a familiar voice. The voice called out in an excited and happy tone. Baron Bloom. Isu then turned to the sound of the person that was calling him. While he turned, he was a bit in shock to see the familiar man, the eldest son of the medic family, Kei Michi, waving at him. Kei then ran towards Isu with a bright and wide smile. Kei spoke up in an excited and polite manner. It's so good to see you again. I heard you bought a mansion a while ago. Sorry to visit you so late. After hearing this and sensing his apologetic manner, Isu waved it off and spoke up in a friendly tone. Nonsense. There's nothing to be sorry about. Kei felt a warmth running through his heart when he heard Isu's friendly tone. Kei then spoke up in a gentle and polite voice while gesturing to his carriage. I brought a belated housewarming gift as well. Chanrisku felt a wave of happiness course through his body when he heard that gifts were brought by him. Isu then spoke up in a friendly and warm tone. Then all the more reason, you're welcome here. It's been a while since we've met, and you're looking great. After listening to Isu's genuine happiness and concern for his well-being, Kaylee felt really happy. He spoke up in an excited and bubbly mood. Of course, I've never felt happier in my life. Kaylee was a bit curious to see Hyen there. He then turned to her to ask in a curious and polite manner, and may I ask why you're here, Duchess? Being questioned about her choice and her wish to live there, Hyen didn't reply but stared at him with a cold and nonchalant manner. After getting the cold shoulder from Hyen, he felt a bit awkward and he flinched while replying in an awkward and nervous manner. Well, I'm sure you have your own reasons. Noticing the awkward and cold interaction between both of them, then Isu then spoke up in a suggestive manner. "Oh, by the way, I'm going to cook my new recipe today. Would you like to join and watch Lord K?" He then thought for a bit about the situation he was in and realized that seeing Isu cook a new recipe would be more interesting, so he turned to Isu and replied in a grateful manner, "I would love to." Isu was delighted to hear this. He then turned to Hyen and asked her in a curious tone, "Want to join us, Hyen?" Hyen then spoke in a nonchalant manner, indicating her zero interest in cooking. "No thanks. I'd like to step on some fallen leaves a bit more." Respecting her choice, Isu then spoke up in a concerned tone, "Okay, be careful not to catch a cold." Both Isu and Kaylee made their way to the kitchen while conversing with each other. As soon as they reached the kitchen, they saw Seth stirring the broth. It had simmered down to a very thick and soupy base. Kay then took a whiff of the broth and spoke up in an excited tone, "This smells delicious. Is it dinner for tonight?" Isu nodded and requested in a gentle tone, "Yes. Please join us and have a bite." After noticing the broth was done, Isu then explained, "Now that the broth is ready, let's chop up some leeks. Now add that in with cooked barley rice and steamed pork." After placing it on the table and garnishing it with spring onions and leeks, Isu then spoke out loud in an excited tone, "And voila, it's ready." After sharing his recipe, he then showed how to serve it and prepared 3 bowls in the same manner. He then ordered one of the staff members, "Take these to the dining room." He then turned to Seth and gave clear instructions, "And you all do the same and have a bowl each." Listening to this, Seth was a bit taken aback and got startled. He then asked in a confused tone, "Are we allowed to eat the same food, sir?" Seeing the shocked look on Seth, Isu then smiled warmly at him before speaking in a comforting tone, "Of course. It's my favorite dish. It warms your body in cold weather. Consider this my hometown cuisine as a celebration of becoming a part of my staff." Seth then smiled, accepting that this was Isu's intention, generosity and kindness. He then called all of the staff working for Isu. All of the staff arrived in the kitchen one by one, anticipating why they were called. Seth quickly prepared the bowls the way Isu instructed and placed them on the table. One of the maids spoke in a curious manner while tapping her chin, "What's this? Some kind of soup?" After watching everyone's confused looks and curiosity, Seth explained in a gentle voice, "It's a pork bone soup with other pork meat in it." After listening to this explanation, many of them talked and gossiped with each other. Noticing the food, one of the male butlers spoke out in a disgusted manner, "Pork bone broth? Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to handle the gamey smell." Seeing his disgusted look and unwillingness to try, Seth spoke up while defending Isu. "What you had before were uncleaned intestines. How can you compare that with his dish?" He then continued to speak in a disgusted manner due to his colleagues' childish behavior of complaining about food without even trying it. "You might as well starve." Noticing the heated conversation between the staff, Lucas interrupted them with a prideful and confident voice, "This is Baron Bloom's recipe, correct? Then trust me, it'll be delicious." He then continued to boast about Isu. His culinary skills are approved by the Medici family. After seeing all of them go silent, Lucas then took his spoon and dipped it in the bowl while speaking in awe, "Let's see." After scooping the rice soup and the pork that was garnished with leek, he blew over it to cool it down a little. After it cooled down, he took the bite. He chewed on it for a while, examining the flavors and taste of this recipe. After taking his time, Lucas then spoke out loud in astonishment, "Goodness, how can pork bone broth taste so good?" One of the staff members spoke up in a delighted manner, "It's so savory and pleasant to eat." Another staff member replied in a defeated and sad tone, "I guess I should have brought the pork bones that the butcher was going to throw away and tried boiling them." Meanwhile, Seth ate the food while thinking really hard about the consequences. Where did he get the idea to make broth out of pork bones? Broth that could have been greasy, but the leek makes up for it. All of the staff members enjoyed it and were in a really happy mood. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Kay took a bite of the dish and spoke out in an amazed tone, indicating his compliments for Isu. "What a stroke of genius, your recipes are truly extraordinary." After enjoying the recipe, Kay then went silent and thought about something. He then spoke up in a warm, gentle tone, "How about selling the recipe to the Inn Association? With such affordable ingredients, it will yield a substantial profit, which will attract vendors." After listening to this suggestion, Isu thought for a while before asking in an uncertain tone, "Do you think it would sell well?" Noticing his doubts and concerns, Kay smiled brightly and said in a confirmed and gleeful tone while giving him a thumbs up, "Take my word for it, I think it would be a huge hit." As the two men were busy talking about business and how it would be beneficial for the association, their talk was interrupted by a loud slurping sound. Both of them turned to the sound and saw Hyen slurping the soup like a child and enjoying it well. Seeing her enjoy the dish and her slurping sounds, as Yu chuckled lightly and said out loud in a joyous manner, "Looks like even Hyen approves." Kay noticed this and joined in the fun, laughing along with Isu and enjoying this lively environment. After eating their fill and feeling the warmth of the dish course through their bodies, Isu, Hyen, and Kay were seated in the living room while enjoying tea. Kiev had an interesting doubt and asked Hyen in a polite tone, "How come you don't engage in business or trade?" He then continued with an affirmative look, "I'm sure selling water during winter could earn you a considerable amount of money." Hyen understood what Kay wanted to say, but she had a gloomy look. She then started to lower her cup of tea and spoke in her usual cold tone, "A mage needs imperial approval to do business." After hearing Hyen's response, Kay responded back in an astounded manner, "Is it a complicated process?" Hyen then placed her cup of tea on the coaster and turned to Kay, responding in a very calm and gentle manner, "Not really, but I have no intention of doing any business." Kay was a bit taken aback by her nonchalant response, and spoke back in a worried tone, "It's just that I feel it's a shame you're wasting your talent." Feeling his genuine concern and worry, Hyen then spoke up in a reassuring tone, "If it's water that you want, we have plenty, so take whatever amount you need." While both of them were in conversation, Isu had a pleasant smile and enjoyed his tea in the conversation. After hearing the genuine offer from Hyen, Kay stood up in a hurry and spoke in a stunned, worried manner, "Are you sure about that, Duchess?" Hyen nodded and replied in an encouraging and comforting tone, "I'm only doing this because you're an acquaintance." Listening to Hyen's words and her selfless attitude, Isu thought to himself in a proud manner, "One like a parent? Hyen has finally learned to give. I'm so proud of her." After this fun bickering, they all continued to enjoy their warm evening together and laughed. Kaylee noticed something interesting about Hyen's shoes. This really intrigued him, and he asked in a curious tone, "By the way, Duchess?" Hyen looked up and replied, "Yes?" After her response, Kay continued in his intrigued and curious tone, "May I ask where you got those shoes from?" Hyen was a bit confused as to what he was talking about. She then looked down and realized what Kay meant. She replied in a nonchalant manner, "Baron Bloom gave them to me." After hearing her say it was a gift from Isu, Kay smiled politely before requesting, "If you don't mind, may I take a look at them?" Hyen replied in understanding, "That won't be a problem," but then her facial expression turned into one of disgust and coldness. "Please don't bring your face too close." Seeing her expression turn into disgust, Kay was a bit stupefied, but he understood her demeanor and nodded, "Yes, ma'am." As Kaylee examined the shoes, he understood the different components of them. He then spoke in a dazed manner, "Interesting. Why did I not think of this?" After completing his investigation and thorough examination, Kay spoke up in an intrigued manner, "I see so much business potential in this item. Is the inside layer wool?" Isu replied in a gentle tone, "That's right." After understanding his reply, Kay then asked in a curious tone, "What's the first trade item that comes to your mind when you think of the Maggie family?" Isu was a bit dazed by the sudden question. After thinking for a while, Isu replied in an uncertain voice, "Pepper?" Hearing his response, Kay then tried to hint to Isu that too, but after seeing the push from Kay, Isu then thought for a while, trying to find the correct answer. Suddenly, an answer struck his brain and he spoke in an eager tone, "Oh, woolen fabric is your family's main trade item." Kai was happy with his answer and gave him a nod before saying in excitement, "Correct. Besides, wool or leather are pretty affordable items. We can make these shoes and sell them to the commoners and middle class." After listening to the genuine and healing offer from Kay, Isu thought in a joyful manner, "Yes, this is my chance to benefit from personal connections." He then spoke up in excitement, "That's an awesome idea. I should suggest this to Count Medi when I meet him again." Listening to the business proposal between Isu and Kai, Hyen jumped in with an affirmative tone. "Then I'll help you convince him. If that happens, 3 people are better than 2 to persuade someone." Listening to this wonderful idea from Hyen, K then gave a really bright and polite smile while speaking in a polite tone and rubbing his hands. What a remarkable idea from a remarkable duchess. Seeing this overly friendly demeanor of K, as you thought to himself in an astounded manner, K sure knows how to flatter people. After this fun and little bickering between Hyen and K, they all enjoyed the time they spent together. K then noticed the dawn and spoke in an embarrassed tone, "Oh my, look at the time, I should get going. Please stop by my house anytime to try the new recipe I created." Asu gave a warm smile to K and replied in a polite tone, "I sure will." He then turned to Lucas and asked him in a confirming tone, "Lucas, did you bring what I asked you for earlier?" Lucas then entered the room and said out loud, "Yes, sir." As soon as Lucas put the jar on the table, Asu smiled at K and spoke in a gentle and warm tone, "A gift for you, Lord K. It's tea made with jujube." Then took the jar and opened it. After eyeing the contents, he took a whiff of the jar. K then said in a happy tone, "Yum, it has a remarkably pleasant smell. I should look into this ingredient, called jujube." He then shut the jar and gave a polite smile to Isu, saying, "Thank you for the gift. I should get going now." Then smiled back and greeted him, "Have a safe trip back, Lord K." And then took his leave and went back to his home. After his departure, Isu turned to Hyen and offered her to go to the balcony to enjoy the night and the stars while drinking tea. While enjoying the stars and the song from the cicadas, Isu spoke in a delighted manner, "I love sipping warm tea while feeling the cool breeze." Meanwhile, Hyen stayed silent and sipped her tea. Isu had some concerns and doubts, so he turned to Hyen and asked her in a polite manner, "By the way, Hyen, do you really have no intention of making money?" Hyen put her cup down and spoke up, "I just don't want to get involved with the imperial family." After hearing this, Isu then asked in a confused tone, "Wasn't it just a matter of getting a simple approval?" Hyen responded with a sigh, "It's not as simple as you think. To get approval, I would have to go to the palace in person, which will expose me to more people." Isu was still confused and asked her in a dumbfounded manner, "But I thought you decided to be more confident from now on." Hyen then spoke out loud in anger and rage, "That's a different problem. Once they find out who I am, they'll bother me by trying to find me a groom, and I don't want that. If I want to do my own business, I must first marry someone I want. Otherwise, I'll end up marrying one of the imperial members." After hearing Hyen's anger towards the imperial family and her hatred towards them, Isu was confused. He then spoke up after understanding all the things Hyen said in a confused tone. "All this hatred toward the emperor and talk of killing him. Why are mages so uptight about the imperial family?" Hyen then spoke up in a sad and gloomy manner. Hyen said, "Because they know our weaknesses." After hearing this, it shocked Isu and he spoke in a frightened tone. "What do you mean by that?" Hyen remained sad and gloomy the whole time. He then replied in a dejected manner, "I'll tell you in due time." After hearing this from Hyen, Isu was outraged and thought to himself, forcing them into marriage on top of exploiting their weaknesses. That's despicable beyond belief. He tried to calm himself down, but the thought of the imperial family using this method made him even more furious and angry. After calming down and collecting his thoughts, Isu spoke in a suggestive manner. "If it doesn't work out, you could resort to a fake marriage." Hyen thought about this suggestion and replied in a thoughtful manner, "Well, I guess that could work if I try." She then turned her head away from Isu and spoke in a sorrowful voice, "But this is more about my honor and reputation. If word gets out that I'm married, it'll complicate things when I try to marry someone I really want." After listening to Hyen carefully, Isu felt pity for her and thought in a careful manner, "She doesn't seem to have any interest in men at first glance." He then shook his head to dismiss the negative thoughts and asked Hyen in a very curious tone, "So what kind of person do you want to meet then?" After this question, Hyen remained quiet and thought for a while about her type of man, but got a bit flustered and dodged the question by saying, "It's late. Let's call it a night." After a few days of bustling and running around, Isu finally gathered something important that he had always wished for. One fine day, he called out a few of his staff members and instructed, "Okay, today we're going to plant what's called bamboo along the walking path." Listening to Isu brag about planting the seeds for a tree, Hyen was a bit startled and said in a condescending tone, "If you want to plant trees, you might as well have brought saplings instead. With these you won't live to see them fully grow." Isu chuckled at Hyen's question. After giving a smirk, he then explained in a very gentle and proud manner. Don't worry, in 5 years, they'll all be grown. The staff members worked hard to dig holes and plant the seeds properly, while Isu instructed them softly, adding mulch around the hole, then covering it with dirt. Finally, they added a bit of water to hydrate the soil and increase the chances of growth. After the completion of this procedure, Isu turned to Hyen with a knowledgeable look, like a nerd, and explained, tall trees need deep roots, right? It might seem slow at first, but once it reaches its 5th year, it'll grow more than 20 inches per day. Isu was feeling great while sharing his thoughts and knowledge for the first time, but it was soon broken by Hyen. She spoke up in a nonchalant manner. Even 5 years is too long. She then asked in a curious tone, got any money left? Isu was still in a daze and shocked after listening to Hyen say 5 years is a long time. After calming his anxiety and disappointed demeanor, he spoke up in a confused and perplexed manner. What for? It's not like you can buy bamboo anywhere around here. Hyen shook her head before replying in a serious tone. That's not why I asked. She then explained in a very calm and gentle manner. With money you could visit the mage secretariat and hire a gardening mage. You can find out all the plant mages available for hire over there. After listening to this suggestion by Hyen, Isu was really excited about it, but realizing it might be very expensive to bring over a mage, Isu then looked at Hyen with puppy eyes and asked her in a very cute and childish charm, are there any discounts for current mages? Listening to Isu being all cute and childish for the benefit, Hernine's face turned into one of disgust. She spoke in a very rude and cold tone. No, although they might offer you a cheaper price if you're friends with one. Listening to this explanation, Isu was a bit disappointed and spoke in a disheartened manner. Never mind then. Seeing this bratty side of Isu really infuriated Hyen. She then growled at him before speaking in an angry tone. You'd better leave unless you want another taste of the ice pick. Feeling threatened by her words, Isu laughed nervously while cowering in fear and reassuring her, no thanks, but thanks for the info. I'll get going right away. Hyen really looked like she was ready to use her mana to form an ice pick and threaten Isu. Before that happened, Isu called out for Lucas and asked him to prepare the carriage for his departure. Lucas nodded and ordered the carriage master to ready the carriage for the journey. Isu was seated in his carriage and ordered the master to head to the mage secretariat. After a short while of traveling, Isu entered the hall and was greeted by an employee. He was then given a book that registered many mages for different occupations. Isu flipped through many pages and was quite fascinated. He spoke his thoughts out loud in a stunned manner. Wow, looks like there are about 50 registered mages. Incredible. While he was scanning the pages of the registry, he was amazed and said out loud, so the healing mage charges the most. There even seem to be magic skills for protection. Any magic related to survival demands the highest price, just as I thought. While he was rummaging through the pages, he had some doubts and thought to himself. After giving it careful consideration, Isu thought, if one could use magic limitlessly, it would be immensely helpful to people. But at such high prices, only the privileged can enjoy magic. He pondered for a while, trying to come up with a solution. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he thought out loud in an exhilarated manner. The Alphon, what if I persuade wandering mages not affiliated with the imperial family to stay in the city and utilize their magic limitlessly? He then smiled widely, thinking excitedly, then the Albert estate would become immensely powerful beyond anyone's reach. But suddenly, his excitement and happiness died down quickly as he began thinking more carefully. But if the mages were to see the mana spring and incite a rebellion, things might get a bit complicated. He shook his head and refocused on the task of recruiting a mage for his bamboo garden. After selecting a mage, he turned to the employee and asked for an appointment. After finalizing the date and time, Isu signed the paper and headed back to his mansion, where he awaited the mage's arrival. A young and handsome man with pointy ears arrived at Isu's mansion. After looking for Isu, he found him and greeted him with passion burning in his eyes. Pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Edro of the Goldson family, he said. Isu gave a warm smile to the upcoming mage and offered a firm handshake. He replied in a warm and gentle tone, "Welcome, dear mage. I'm Baron Isu Bloom." After this short introduction, and still smiling at the mage, Isu thought to himself, it seems he hasn't inherited the title yet, judging by his use of honorifics. After some casual chatting and exchanging of pleasantries, Adro got straight to business. "That'll be 200 gold for my travel expenses, sir. Where shall I use the magic?" Isu nodded and explained what he had done so far. "I've planted tree stems along the walking path here." Adro nodded, then stepped up to the garden and sensed some sort of energy. He spoke in a concentrated manner. "I sense a lot of unfamiliar life energy under the soil, not flowers, I presume." Adro continued to explain in a cautious and unhappy tone. "If flowers bloom in the middle of winter, everything will freeze. Without a weather mage, that would be tragic, sir." Isu nodded and reassured Adro with a nervous laugh and polite smile. "They're trees that grow well even in winter, so there's no need to worry." After hearing this explanation, Adro understood and replied in a relieved tone, "Well, that's a relief then." He then said in a cautious manner, "Now then, please step back." Adro chanted a spell, forming a magic circle in his palms. He then aimed at the ground where the bamboo seeds were planted. Lots of buds sprouted, and after a while of continuous mana flow, beautiful and long bamboo trees emerged and stood strong. Seeing how powerful the magic was, Isu was amazed and spoke his thoughts aloud. "Wow!" Meanwhile, Adro, who also saw the trees, was fascinated and exclaimed in an amazed voice, "Wow!" Both of them enjoyed the view of the magnificent trees for a while. Adro then turned to Isu and complimented him in an amiable manner. "Some magnificent trees you've got here, sir. What are they called?" Isu, happy to explain, replied in a gentle tone. "They're bamboo trees. They're common where I come from." Adro nodded in acceptance and touched one of the bamboo trees while expressing the emotions rising in his heart. "They're as beautiful as the banyan trees, which are my favorite." He then turned to Isu and gave him the warmest and gentlest smile while asking for a favor. "Could you share some seeds with me as well?" "Of course, I'm not asking for them for free." His eyes conveyed genuine trust in Isu. After thinking for a moment, Isu spoke out loud in a determined tone. "I would like to sell you a gold's worth. I won't charge you a travel fee either." Hearing the shocking amount of money Adro was offering, Isu went wide-eyed and thought to himself in a flabbergasted manner, "That's 100 million won." Isu smiled warmly and offered in a genuine tone, "Sure, feel free to take as much as you need." Adro was surprised and spoke in an amazed tone. "Really? Thank you, sir." After finalizing the deal, Adro prepared to leave. As he headed out, he greeted Isu, "Take care." After Adro's departure, Isu kept staring at the bamboo forest, feeling relieved and happy. He spoke out loud, "Now that the bamboo forest is complete, I need someone to walk through it with me." He then got an idea, having a partner to walk through the forest. He called out for Lucas and ordered, "Lucas, could you call Hyen for me?" As soon as his name was called, Lucas appeared like a ghost. After hearing Isu's order, Lucas nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Lucas hurried to Hyen's room and called her out, saying that Isu wished to see her and that she should hurry to the bamboo forest. As soon as Hyen entered the lawn area, she was stunned to see the beautiful and strong trees standing tall. She spoke in an amazed voice, "How marvelous." She then examined the trees more closely and said in a marveled tone, "They're as stunning as the banyan trees." Isu smiled warmly and then explained his idea. "I'm going to build a small annex on the opposite side of this forest." Hyen nodded, already understanding his vision. While enjoying the bamboo forest, Hyen spoke up with a cheerful smile, "It would be nice to have flowering trees around it." Isu nodded and agreed with her magnificent idea. He then walked beside Hyen, accompanying her while they admired the bamboo trees. After a few days of admiration and tree growth, Isu headed out to a renowned construction merchant to discuss his brilliant idea. After listening to Isu's plan, the main engineer spoke in a confused tone. "So you're saying to use KD Basel as the flooring and connect it to the fireplace, sir?" Isu had a serious and determined look on his face, almost intimidating, while agreeing with the engineer. He continued to explain in his firm tone, "When you light the outdoor fireplace, warm air will flow through the floor and exit through the chimney." After understanding this explanation, the engineer responded with slight confusion but asked curiously, "So rather than heating the air, it's heating the floor?" Isu nodded and replied earnestly, "Yes, exactly. Do you think you can do that?" The engineer was a bit baffled by the unusual request and replied in an uncertain tone, "Well, I've never seen this type of architecture before. I understand that this type of construction is foreign to Tanyan. Still," he offered kindly, "I'll help you out." Knowing this wasn't enough incentive for the engineer, Iyasu added with an earnest and genuine offer, "And I'll add 1,000 gold on top of that." Hearing this generous offer, the engineer was thrilled and didn't want to miss the opportunity. He spoke in an enthusiastic tone, "I'll prepare for construction right away, sir." After the contract was completed, the engineer brought many capable workers to begin the project. Upon arriving at the site, Isu, the engineer, and the workers worked diligently on the construction of the annex. Many mistakes were made along the way, but that didn't stop Isu from pushing forward with his goal of creating a comfortable home. He kept showing the workers how to follow his vision, explaining his idea again and again. Thanks to the workers' dedication and the engineer's persistence, the annex was finally completed. They all tried lighting the fire one last time, and it truly worked. Everyone jumped and cried with joy. They celebrated the moment with Isu, enjoying their shared success. After the engineer and the workers departed, Isu put out the fire and went to his room where he slept soundly. The next morning, he woke up and called Hyen to show her the surprise. Hyen was a bit confused but walked with Isu to the new building. Upon reaching the doorstep, Isu exclaimed happily, "Wow, pretty impressive, right?" Hyen looked at the house puzzled and said in a perplexed tone, "It looks like an average house to me. What's so different about it?" Isu turned to her and responded proudly, "You'll see once you step inside." He then gestured for her to follow him into the house. As the door creaked open, a plain house was revealed. No furniture, no paintings, completely empty. Before entering, Isu politely instructed, "Take off your shoes and come up here." Hyen followed his instructions but remained doubtful. She asked in a frustrated tone, "I asked what's so different?" As soon as she stepped onto the floor, she felt something unusual. It was pleasant to walk on and surprisingly comfortable. While walking further, she was mesmerized by the strange sensation. She spoke in an astounded tone, "The floor feels warm." Isu laughed softly at her startled expression and explained, in a gentle and sweet voice, "It's called an underfloor heating system. Here, sit on the floor and cover yourself with this blanket." She did as he said, sitting on the floor and wrapping herself in the blanket. Isu nodded at Hyen, then walked over to the window. He opened it to let in the cool air from outside. Turning back to Hyen with a warm smile, he asked in a curious tone, "What do you think?" The cold air brushing her face caused a pink hue to appear on her cheeks, and she shivered with joy. She responded in a delighted and comfortable tone, "My body feels warm while my face stays cool. It feels really good." Isu smiled at her warmly, then sat beside her and asked out of curiosity, "By the way, I heard aristocrats don't prefer sitting on the floor around here, yet you don't seem to be bothered by it." Feeling a bit offended, Hyen snorted in disdain and spoke in a confident tone, "It's not new to me. I used to live locked up in a chamber without a bed." Isu quickly apologized, and they both laughed a little. After the laughter died down, Isu thought about their earlier conversation. After collecting his thoughts, Isu asked Hyen to confirm something. "You said your mother died giving birth to you, right?" Hyen replied in an affirmative tone, "Yes." Isu then said in a dejected voice, "Remember when I said I lost my parents to an accident? Well, that day was my birthday too." After hearing Isu's story, Hyen felt a sense of connection and comfort. A shared pain linked them together. Her expression turned sad, yet her beauty remained radiant. She then spoke in a sorrowful tone, "Is that so? You and I both have birthdays that aren't meant to be celebrated." After this deep and heavy conversation, they both remained silent for a long time, basking in the cold air and the warmth from the floor. Out of nowhere, Isu became curious about something. He waited for a while before asking in an anxious manner, "So when's your birthday?" Hyen understood his curiosity and replied in a straightforward manner, though her voice remained soft, "Around Kwasa Luna, it's the 14th day of February." After hearing this, Isu exclaimed internally in a shocked manner, "That's Valentine's Day." Hyen continued, her expression gloomy, "That day is a very special day for the elves. It's called Valentine's Day." Isu was still shocked and thought to himself in a curious tone, "Do they celebrate Valentine's Day here too?" Hyen went on, "It's the day commemorating the death of our progenitor, the Grand Mage Valvalin, who passed away at the age of 37. That's why, according to Martha, my mother was so happy despite the pain of childbirth. She believed I could be the reincarnation of him." After finishing her story, she turned to Isu and asked in a curious tone, "And you, when's your birthday?" Isu answered in a very nonchalant manner, "Oh, my birthday already passed." Hearing this, Hyen grew furious. She growled in anger before saying in an annoyed tone, "What? Why didn't you tell me?" Realizing his mistake, Isu laughed nervously and replied in a hesitant tone, "Oh, I couldn't find the right time, I guess." Listening to this, Hyen's anger began to calm, but she still spoke in a stern tone, "Next time remember to tell me so that I can celebrate it with you." Seeing how upset she was over missing his birthday, Isu was confused at first, but as he continued looking at her, he realized it was because she cared. He smiled softly and warmly at her, and replied in a gentle voice, "I sure will. Let's celebrate each other's birthdays from now on." Hyen nodded, calming further. She then spoke up in a commanding tone, "But for now I want you to bake me some bread." Hearing this, it suddenly dawned on Isu that it was bread week, and he had to bake some goodies for her. He smiled and agreed to her request. Then he took his leave from the house and walked straight to the mansion's kitchen. He washed his hands thoroughly and prepared all the ingredients. While mixing a few of them together, Isu thought to himself in a remorseful manner, "It's been a while since I made her a proper dessert. I should treat her with something special." While whisking the ingredients, he continued thinking, "I can't believe I forgot my promise to bake her one loaf of bread per week." He then imagined Hyen stating her demands, "I expect a loaf of bread every week, man." Meanwhile, Seth, who was worried and anxious to see Isu cooking in the kitchen, spoke in a nervous tone, "Please, sir, leave the kitchen duties to me." Understanding his concern, Isu responded in a serious yet reassuring tone, "I enjoy cooking, so there will be times when I do things myself. Don't worry about it." Reassured by Isu's words, Seth finally calmed down. After whisking the ingredients, Isu called out, "I'm going to make a pie crust now." Seth, still somewhat in a daze, realized this might be his cue to help. He offered, "Allow me, sir, I can do it." Isu waved off the offer and explained in a gentle tone, "It might be a bit different from the pies you're familiar with. Just watch how I make it." Seth understood and stood back, observing every move Isu made. Seeing Seth's attentiveness, Isu continued to explain, "The essence of a pie lies in the rich, buttery flavor and crispy texture, so add butter at about half the amount of flour." He then added in a cautious tone, "And remember to use cold butter to preserve its crispiness. Then season the dough with salt once it's done and gradually pour in iced water to knead the dough." Hearing that, Seth was shocked and spoke in an appalled tone, "Did you say iced water, sir?" Isu nodded and replied in a gentle tone, "Yes. The colder the water, the crispier the pie crust becomes." After listening to these crystal-clear instructions, Seth spoke in an amazed tone, "Wow, sir, you certainly know a lot, just like the rumors say." Isu shook his head and replied in a modest, gentle manner while kneading the dough, "Nah, it's all just from experience." He then remembered the times his mother used to bake sweets with him and teach him. Reminiscing, Isu spoke in a nostalgic voice, "My mother was good at making bread and cookies." After listening to Isu's story, Seth replied in an apologetic tone, "Oh." Ayo waved off his concern and took on a strict yet gentle demeanor as he continued kneading the dough. "You'll have to make them someday too, so pay attention." Seth stood at attention, observing carefully. He responded with sincerity, "Yes, sir." After a long time of kneading and folding the dough, Isu placed it in the baking tray and slid it into the oven. When it turned a beautiful crisp and golden color, he took it out and began forming the layers with the pie crust, cream, and many other fillings. After preparing more, everything was finally ready. He exclaimed in excitement, "There it is, the mili fio." After watching the formed layers on the plate, Seth spoke up in a fascinated tone, "I see, so this is how you make a mili fio." Isu nodded and explained while smiling warmly, "That's right, and you can change the filling inside to create different flavors." "Makes sense," Seth nodded and spoke in an understanding tone. "Aha." Isu then examined the pastries he made. After observing them for a while, he found the prettiest one, placed it on a separate plate and said to Seth, "I'll take the prettiest one to Hyen." He placed the dish aside and instructed Seth in a gentle demeanor, "Pack a few of these and deliver them to Lord Clay. You can share the rest with the staff." Seth nodded and packed the pastries in one of the most beautiful boxes, ensuring they didn't get crushed. After setting aside a few for the staff, he spoke out loud in gratitude, "Thank you, sir." Isu then took the prettiest milafil to Hyen. After reaching her room, he knocked on the door and called out, "Hey Hyu!" As soon as he stopped knocking, he heard a lot of rumbling and heavy footsteps dashing toward the door. Hyen quickly opened the door in a hurry and spoke out loud in anticipation, "It's about time. What took you so long to bake a loaf of bread?" As Hyen calmed herself down, Isu noticed something different about her. He then spoke up in a polite manner, complimenting her. "You look good with your hair tied up like that." She didn't reply to his compliment and kept staring at the dish she was holding. She couldn't contain her curiosity and spoke out in an eager, childlike tone, "Hand me the bread." She complied with Asu and quickly took a seat. Asu gave her a warm smile and placed the dish on the table, showing her the beautiful pastry. He then spoke out loud in a boastful tone, "Here, try this. This is a mil feu." Just as he was about to continue his explanation, Hyen couldn't wait any longer. She took one of the pastries and bit into it as soon as possible. An incredibly loud and satisfying crunch was heard. The crispiness mixed with the cream filling created a perfect balance between salty and sweet. As she finished her share of the pastry, she spoke out loud in a delighted voice, "This isn't bread, this is pastry." Isu nodded, and then spoke in a polite and gentle demeanor, "Yeah, I thought I'd make you a dessert since we already had our meals." Hyen understood his thoughtfulness and caring nature. She kept staring at the remaining pastries with great intensity. This confused Isu, and he asked her in a curious and intrigued tone, "Aren't you going to have some more?" Hearing the curiosity in his voice, she was tempted to eat more, but she steeled her nerves and pushed the plate toward Isu, shocking him. She then spoke up in a gentle and happy tone, "You can have the rest." Seeing her being so warm, Isu was baffled and spoke in a shocked manner. "Who? Hyen?" Hyen, now a bit irritated by Isu's reaction, spoke in an annoyed tone. "What?" She then turned away from him and tapped her stomach, speaking out loud, "I've never tasted such a beautiful dessert in my life. Say, how about you open a dessert shop nearby?" As Isu was taking the last piece, he spoke in a curious tone, "A dessert shop." All of a sudden, Hyen was a bit taken aback by the confused look on his face. She then asked him in a searching tone, "Haven't you heard the news?" Isu, still confused, responded, "What news?" Hyen face-palmed and then explained in a gentle manner, "The Madusi family is sponsoring artists and planning to build an art hall here." Isu was dumbstruck by how well-informed Hyen was, despite staying locked in her room. He had never seen her go out. He then asked in a curious tone, "How come you're so quick to catch up on news when you're stuck in your room all day?" Hyen replied in a nonchalant manner, "I sneak around sometimes." She then shook her head and continued her explanation. "Anyway, that's why I suggested opening a dessert shop nearby." She then complimented Isu on his baking skills. "The bread you bake is a work of art. Guaranteed it'll be the perfect spot to pursue such a business." After the discussion with Hyen about opening a shop in the capital city, Isu thought about it for a while. Several days and nights passed after that conversation. On one auspicious day, Isu was getting ready for his duties when a doubt crept into his mind. Curious to know the answer, he called for Lucas. Lucas, who was present in the room, walked over to Isu's side and waited for further instructions. Isu gave him a warm smile and spoke in a gentle manner. "By the way, Lucas." Lucas answered, "Yes, sir." Isu let his curiosity get the better of him and spoke out loud, "You seem pretty close with Kenna these days." Hearing this, Lucas jumped slightly in shock. Meanwhile, Hans, who was eavesdropping nearby, spoke in an exhilarated tone, "You got that right, I always catch them chatting during break time." Listening to Hans spew out what he considered nonsense, Lucas became extremely flustered, a huge red blush appearing on his face as he yelled in denial, "It's not like that." Hans, now confused by Lucas's reaction, questioned him, "It's not?" Hans was deliberately trying to figure out what was going on. Whether what he saw was real or not, or if it was some kind of tomfoolery, Lucas continued in his flustered mess, "I was just teaching her the chores." Seeing Lucas's flustered reaction, Isu chuckled, enjoying the heartwarming scene. He then spoke in a teasing manner, "It seems more suspicious when you get flustered." As Isu and Hans teased Lucas about his little crush on Kenna, the maid of the mansion, it was a pure coincidence that she entered the room at that moment. She turned to Isu and spoke in a formal tone. "Oh sir, do you need anything?" She smiled in a very cute and adorable way. Isu gave her a warm smile and spoke in a soft and kind manner. "No, nothing at all, continue with what you were doing." She bowed gently and continued her tasks. Meanwhile, Lucas, who was in a trance from her cuteness and smile, stood there all flustered and awkward. Isu and Hans, watching from behind, laughed and giggled, enjoying the cute scene. Isu thought to himself in a touched manner, "How cute." As they continued enjoying the moment, a soft knock was heard on the door, catching Lucas's attention. His ears perked up when a familiar voice called, "It's me, Clay." Lucas calmed his racing heart and gathered his professional demeanor. He then announced to Isu, "Baron Clay is here to see you, sir." Isu gathered his noble presence and spoke in a slightly shocked tone, "Oh, he's finally arrived." Lucas opened the door and greeted Clay. Clay greeted Lucas back with a warm smile. Isu then greeted him and they both walked over to the couch. Lucas brought out tea for them and placed it in front of them. Clay, after settling down, asked Isu in a curious tone, "So why did you want to see me today?" Isu replied in a nervous and slightly shaky voice, "Oh, you see, I would like to open a restaurant, but I have no idea where to start." He then asked politely and with a kind smile, "Do you know where I can find someone to help me out?" After hearing Isu's request, Clay went silent for a while, thinking. He then spoke up in a gentle manner, "Well, I could ask around, but if you're searching for a professional, the guild is the way to go." After listening to this explanation, Isu looked confused and unsure. He asked in a confirming tone, "The guild? Do I need the guild's help to open a store?" It was quite clear that Isu was extremely unfamiliar with the guild system. Listening to Isu's naive and genuine question, Clay laughed a little before explaining in a gentle manner, "Since the guild has connections, you can get materials at a lower cost." Paying attention to Clay's explanation, Isu thought to himself, "Using personal connections. I see." Clay continued his explanation. "If you don't join the guild, you'll end up bringing in materials at a higher price, which will also raise your prices. In the end, stores affiliated with the guild can offer the same products at a cheaper rate, causing private stores to go bankrupt." Seeing Isu giving it some thought, Clay then offered a solution in a kind manner. "How about hiring an agent to find suitable guilds or professionals for your situation? They can also handle errands. Go ask the information guild. They'll help you out." This was a huge help to Isu. He then asked in a curious tone, "Aha, will hiring agents solve the problem?" Clay understood his genuine concern and replied in a kind voice, "With you having so many great recipes, trying to scout everywhere on your own might lead to leaks and that could be risky." Clay waited a moment to let his words sink in, then continued, "So hiring an agent would be more useful in that sense." After this conversation, Isu and Clay went silent, enjoying the tea and engaging in small talk. After a brief pause, Isu spoke up in an intrigued and kind manner. Oh, by the way, managing the moccasin business has been on my mind. Following your suggestion, I should indeed explore hiring an apprentice through an agent. Thank you for informing me. They both exchanged pleasant laughs and warm smiles. Clay then thought for a while before speaking in a suggestive manner. Now that it's settled, I've been thinking, since we're of similar age and title. Isu was thinking the same and spoke in a similarly suggestive tone. Should we cut the formalities? Clay nodded and spoke in a kind manner. Yep. After this short meeting, they enjoyed a fun conversation, and then Clay took his leave. Isu then turned to Lucas and ordered him, call Corky. Corky arrived and waited for instructions. Isu then spoke to him about hiring someone from the Information Guild. Corky nodded and contacted them. After a few days of searching, a young and capable woman arrived at Isu's mansion. The staff led her to meet Isu. After knocking on the door, she entered the room and greeted him politely. Nice to meet you, sir. I was introduced to you by the Information Guild. Isu gave her a warm smile and spoke in a gentle tone. Thank you for coming all this way. The woman replied in a formal tone. The pleasure is mine. Please call me Lena. Isu then got straight to business. He spoke in a formal and serious tone. I've been looking for a guild to help me open a restaurant. But first, let's go over your contract. Isu then passed. Contract will be in effect until I request termination. After 3 years, I'm planning to move elsewhere. Would you be able to leave Renai and come with me? She then took her cup of tea and spoke in a formal and business-like tone. Did you mention your father is a knight banneret? Yes, sir. He's the one who taught me swordsmanship. Listening to her say this, Isu was a bit startled and spoke in a surprised tone. I had no idea. You're quite different from what I imagined. She then placed her cup down on the coaster and spoke with a tinge of sarcasm. Did you expect me to have sword scars all over my body? She then calmed herself, and her voice turned polite. Even during our training, we wear gloves to prevent calluses from forming on our hands. This is only possible because we're trained to predict the opponent's every single move. In the heat of the moment, Isu became more curious about her and asked, well then, I'd like to see your skills in action. After listening to this request, a dangerous glint flashed in Lena's eyes. She took her secret dagger out of her dress and in one swift motion aimed it at Isu's neck. She then spoke in a mischievous and villainous manner which made her resemble an assassin. Your guards were lenient with the body search because I'm a woman. That's why it's more advantageous to hire women to gather information or assassinate someone. She quickly retracted her knife from his neck and spoke in an apologetic tone. Forgive me if I startled you, sir. Meanwhile, Isu, who was still in shock from her performance, thought to himself in a frightened manner, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Lena then continued in a gentle and formal tone. And please don't punish the guards. No one has ever found this dagger in a body search. She then smiled warmly at Isu and spoke her thoughts clearly in a formal and kind manner. If you contract with me, you can assign me any task you want, but only on one condition. I request that you establish a guild with me as the leader and provide me with a building upon your return to the estate. Isu nodded and gave her a warm smile before speaking in a guilty tone. Sure. Agreed. However, be prepared for a busy schedule ahead, especially since I'm new to the city. After hearing this, Lena didn't seem to mind the busy schedule and spoke in a happy tone. Then I look forward to serving you, Baron Bloom. After their conversation, Isu gave her a warm smile showing kindness. Meanwhile, Lena stared at his good-looking face which was quite appealing to women. Seeing her stare at him, Isu was a bit confused but kept his smile. Lena, lost in a deep trance, started thinking about her past, a memory from a while ago. Her father yelled at her in anger. Lena, get to work. You can't keep turning down customers. Meanwhile, Lena, who was picking her ears, spoke in a disinterested tone, saying her thoughts out loud. I told you I won't work until you find me a handsome and wealthy customer. Listening to her being a complete brat, Lena's father then spoke in a less irritated tone. I don't know about wealthy, but I do know a good-looking baron. Hearing these words, Lena's attention perked up. She stood up so quickly that the chair fell back and yelled in an eager tone, Sign me up. In the present time, Lena turned her head to excuse herself and coughed slightly while thinking to herself in a delighted tone. Things are going well so far. Seeing her stare at him and then turn her head away, Isu was really confused and baffled by her reaction. After some time of silence between them, Isu then spoke in a gracious and gentle tone. For the time being, it's fine for you to come and work when I call for you. He said this, taking into account that she had taken good care of him as his employee. Lena gave Isu a warm smile and spoke in a really kind demeanor. Nonsense, sir, what are you talking about? As your agent under a long-term contract, I should stay close by. Isu nodded, understanding her vision. He then offered his hand for a handshake to show it was a deal, and spoke in a benign tone. Very well, you may use the small room on the first floor. As they were about to shake hands to close their deal, a familiar voice was heard calling out, Hey Asa. After a moment the door burst open to reveal Hyen. She entered the room with an elegant walk, her hair tied up and looking extremely beautiful. Lena and Hyen saw each other for the first time. Hyen then turned her attention to Isu and spoke out in her usual cold demeanor. I hear you hired an agent. Meanwhile Lena, who was confused by the sudden disruption from Hyen, thought to herself in a panicked manner. What is this? A mage? Where did she come from? On the other hand, Isu spoke out in a cheerful tone. Perfect timing. He then walked in between the two ladies and introduced them in a cheerful manner while smiling. This is Lena, my new agent. She'll be living here with us, so try to get along. During the introduction, Lena was a bit confused and thought to herself in a baffled manner. Who exactly is this baron to live under the same roof with a mage? When they revealed they were betrothed, Lena composed herself in front of Hyen and spoke in a polite and formal tone while bowing in respect. Pleased to meet you, my lady, I leave myself in your care. Hyen gave her a nod and spoke in a formal yet distant tone. Yes, you'd better assist the baron well. I'll be keeping my eyes on you. After this short exchange, the atmosphere among the three of them became quite awkward. Isu then turned to Lena and gave her a warm smile, issuing an order in a gentle manner. Great, then I'll give you a week to gather the information I requested and find me an apprentice or a master craftsman in leatherworking. Lena nodded and replied in a formal tone, Yes, at your command, sir. She then bowed to both of them and took her leave, leaving Isu and Hyen alone in the room. Isu turned to Hyen and, feeling her behavior was eccentric, asked in a curious tone, Why are you reacting like that? Do you not like her? Hyen replied in an uncertain tone. How would I know, we just met? However, seeing Isu hire an agent made Hyen feel his actions were unusual, and she asked him, But why hire an agent all of a sudden? Isu replied in a calm and gentle manner. You suggested I open a dessert shop, so I thought I'd look into a guild for it. While I'm at it, maybe I'll also hire an apprentice to craft moccasins. After hearing Isu's reasoning, Hyen was quite impressed and spoke in a mindful tone. Hiring a female agent was a good move, but you need to be cautious. This confused Isu and he asked in a curious manner. Cautious of what? Hyen shook her head at Isu's naivety, then explained in a warning tone. There's nothing more desirable than a handsome and wealthy man. They are often targets wherever they go. Isu was a bit taken aback by Hyen's warning and thought to himself in a confused manner. Is that a compliment or is she just warning me to watch my back? After hiring Lena and in issuing her his first order, several days and nights passed. Then on a regular day while Isu was busy with his work, he was disturbed by a knock. A familiar voice announced, Excuse me, sir, Lena is here. Isu then called out loudly, Tell her to come in. The door opened with a creaking sound, and an elegant woman appeared, striking her dress to remove the water that had soaked into it. It was Lena, the agent Isu had hired. She was a bit irritated by the climate outside, and complained in a stressed manner. It's been snowing all day. My dress is completely soaked. Seeing her waggle her dress, Isu quickly responded with a gentleman's kindness. You must be cold. Come sit near the fireplace and warm up a bit. Impressed by Isu's kind gesture, though she didn't show it on her face, Lena replied in a grateful tone, Thank you, sir. As she took a seat close to the fireplace, she began to feel better and took a moment of silence to calm her nerves. Isu then took a seat across from her and asked in a curious manner, "Did you gather all the information I asked for?" Still feeling a bit cold, Lena gave Isu a warm smile and replied in a gentle and serious tone. She then handed over a brown package and said with a prideful smile, "I organized them all in this document." Lena turned her head away while having a bit of fun, then spoke in a gleeful manner, "It's a secret. A true merchant never shares her secrets with anyone." As Isu flipped through the pages, he asked Lena about the apprentice. Lena nodded and said in a polite manner, "I already recruited one." She then spoke in a slightly gloomy tone, hoping that Isu would understand. "He's got the skills, but he's got a backstory." Pausing to let her words sink in, she continued in a serious tone, "People like him tend to be loyal with a bit of generosity." The very next day, a young man was called to Isu's mansion. He was brought by Lena and then shown to Isu's room. After entering, the young man started with a polite and respectful tone while bowing slightly. "Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Tor the shoemaker." Seeing his tension-filled body and signs of stress from work, Isu spoke in a gentle and kind voice. "You know my name, right? I'm Baron Isu Bloom." Tor nodded and smiled a bit warmly to reassure him. Isu continued in his gentle manner while maintaining his polite smile. "I'm thinking of starting a shoe business. That's why I need your help." After understanding Isu's idea and vision, Tor was a bit confused as to why the Baron would choose this particular niche. He then spoke up in a nervous and careful tone. "Well, surely handmade products like shoes are custom made by artisans, right?" Tor continued in a curious manner. "When you say business, are you planning to sell ready-made products?" Isu nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, still keeping his warm smile. "Yes, making shoes in various sizes and selling them in stores." He then waited for a moment to let Tor absorb and understand his business vision. After taking some time, Tori then spoke up in a surprised yet confirmation-seeking tone. "Then I guess those shoes would be targeting commoners." Isu nodded, and then added with excitement, "Perhaps the nobles might be interested too, if word spreads." Isu then passed a paper containing the contract to Tori and spoke in a polite and gentle tone. "So, with that said, how about you work for my family for 3 years? I'll start you at 5 gold per year, and if you perform well, I'll raise it to 7 gold. He waited for Tori to read the contract. While doing so, Tori thought to himself in an assuring tone, "I heard that once someone becomes a vassal to the household, they are obligated to maintain silence about whatever occurs within the house." Isu handed the paper over to Tori and thought to himself, "If I can secure ownership of my products for 500,000 won, that's quite a profit." After carefully reading the contract, Tori nodded and gave a polite smile to Isu. He then signed the contract and took his leave. On one of the days when things weren't so busy, Isu popped back into his old world. It had been a long time since he visited his apartment, and he kind of missed it. Isu then freshened up in the bathroom and sat at his desk surfing the internet while thinking. While browsing through pages, Isu thought out loud in confusion. What should I cook?" He scrolled aimlessly, trying to find the perfect recipe to make. Taking a break, he then spoke in a thoughtful manner. "Hyen's birthday is coming up soon, and I want to make her something special." He continued scrolling, keeping in mind that she liked bread. Finding the perfect recipe was difficult, but not impossible. After browsing for a while, he finally stumbled upon a recipe. Reading through it for a while, he then exclaimed in excitement, "That's it! Lasagna!" After deciding what to cook for her birthday, Isu returned to his new world and ordered Corky to contact Edro. After a short while, Edro replied back. Isu then asked Lucas to ready the carriage for an immediate departure to Edro's greenhouse. Upon arriving, he left the carriage and walked toward the greenhouse. Surprised by its maintenance and size, watching Isu approach, Edro gave him a warm smile and spoke in a polite tone. "Oh, Baron Bloom." He walked toward Isu and asked in a curious and respectful manner, "What brings you here, sir?" Isu greeted him and returned a polite smile, replying in a very gentle manner, Oh, I'm looking for something. The greenhouse was quite fascinating from the outside, but watching it from the inside was an entirely different experience for Isu. He spoke up in an amazed tone. By the way, your place is gorgeous. As Asiu complimented the place and looked around, Adro stood by, fascinated by Asiu's interest and kept his warm smile. However, a doubt crept into Asiu's mind, as it was really cold outside yet the plants were thriving and given total care. He turned to Edro and asked in a curious manner, "Did you hire a weather mage?" Edro nodded and replied in a soft tone, "Yes, I did." Sensing that the conversation was drifting from its original purpose, Edro then asked in a polite manner, still willing to help however he could, "So what is it that you're looking for?" He kept his warm and kind smile while waiting for Ayazu's reply. Ayazu calmed his excitement and spoke in a requesting tone. "Oh, I would like some tomatoes, the red and brown fruit that grows on vines." Understanding Iu's request, Adro then gestured toward the path that led to the tomatoes. He spoke in a gentle manner, still smiling warmly, "Come this way." After walking for a while, they arrived at the vines where tomatoes were growing. Adro then announced in a kind manner, "Here they are." As soon as Iyashu saw the tomatoes, he thought to himself in an excited voice, "Yes, tomatoes." Edro remained quiet for a long time, but curiosity got the better of him. He spoke in a confused tone, "Tomatoes aren't commonly sought-after crops. What do you plan to use them for?" Seeing Edro's confusion and intrigued expression, Isu replied in an excited manner, "I want to try making some dishes with them." He then turned back to Edro and asked in a gentle and happy tone, "Do you mind if I pick 5 to take home with me?" After hearing Isu's request, Edro's smile slowly faded. His face drooped and his body slumped as he spoke in a dejected manner. Oh. It was clear he really cared for his plants. Seeing his downcast expression, Isu felt a bit guilty and thought to himself in a concerned manner, "He looks noticeably downcast." Edro then shook his head, knelt in front of the vines and spoke in a formal tone. However, something felt different about his voice. It seemed unusually gloomy. "Of course you may take them, sir. However, I'll pick them for you." Although Isu felt guilty, seeing Edro's helpful nature, he spoke in a grateful tone. "Oh, thank you." Edro then carefully picked 5 tomatoes, caressing the fruits he had grown with love. After placing the tomatoes on the table, Edro spoke in a sad tone. "This is why I prefer ornamental plants over edible ones, as long as the sacrifice of these tomatoes will bring someone happiness." Seeing this dramatic performance from Edro, Yosu felt really bad and guilty. He then thought to himself in a remorseful manner, "I should have just bought them from the store." After carefully taking the tomatoes, he thanked Edro and took his leave from the greenhouse. While waiting for his carriage, he sat and soon traveled back to his mansion. Upon arrival, he went straight to the kitchen and asked Seth to prepare a few ingredients for him. Once the ingredients were prepared and placed on the table, Isab eyed all of them and smiled warmly. He then spoke out loud in excitement, "I'm going to make what's called lasagna." He turned to Seth and politely ordered, "You can make the dough, Seth." After listening to the order, Seth was really happy and spoke in excitement. "Yes, sir." Isu nodded and gave Seth a warm smile, then instructed, "We need 2 levels of flour and 9 eggs. Let it rest until tomorrow." Seth nodded and started working on his part. Meanwhile, Isu spoke out loud about what he was going to do. "Then I'll get on with the sauce." Suddenly a mysterious figure appeared from the shadows and spoke in a curious, scary voice. "Are you making bread?" Hearing the sudden voice and feeling the creepy vibes, Isu squealed like a young girl, almost dropping the tomato from his hand. Meanwhile, Hyen let out a sigh due to Iyasu overreacting to her sudden appearance. Iyasu then calmed his nerves and steadied his breath. He spoke up in a shaky voice. "Unfortunately, I'm not baking bread today. It's called lasagna, one of the pasta dishes." He then turned to Hyen and asked in a curious manner, "Come to think of it, do you like pasta?" Hyen quickly replied in a cold and straightforward manner, "I'm all about bread, no matter what." Hearing this, Esru spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Fine then, I'll eat it without you. Cheapskate." Hearing that, Hyen grew a bit curious and asked, "Is this tastier than bread?" Listening to the curiosity in her voice, Isu replied in a suspense-filled voice, that you can decide after trying it for yourself. Hyen then left the kitchen, now anticipating how it would taste and whether it truly could be better than bread. Meanwhile, Isu worked on the sauce using chilies, garlic, tomatoes and spices, such as sugar, salt, pepper and cayenne powder, boiling the concoction on low heat and thickening it to achieve the perfect texture he desired. Seth, who was done preparing the dough and had covered it to rest overnight, accepted Isu's request. Isu then left the kitchen to head to his room for the night. The next morning he woke up and quickly freshened up. He made his way back to the kitchen, where Seth was already present. Seth greeted Isu warmly as he arrived. Isu smiled and responded, then ordered Seth to bring out the dough and the sauce. Seth smiled politely and quickly brought the items to the table. Isu then asked him to observe how he cooked. Seeing Seth paying attention, Isu spoke out loud and clearly explained what he was going to do. Now I need to take out the dough from yesterday, roll it into thin sheets, then layer it in a wide glass dish with the sauce, and bake it in the oven. That's how lasagna is made. After preparing 2 glass dishes filled with uncooked lasagna, Isu spoke to Seth in a gentle and polite manner while advising him, I'm going to serve this on Hyen's birthday, so make sure you practice making it. As for what I just made now, you guys can share it among yourselves. Seth, feeling grateful for Isu's kindness, agreed and spoke in a thankful tone. Thank you, sir. After putting the uncooked lasagna in the oven to bake, Isu gave further instructions in a polite tone. Make sure you prepare other dishes as well. Rest assured, sir, I've got it covered. Isu gave one last warm smile to Seth, then took his leave from the kitchen, heading straight to his room. As he walked, he thought to himself, Valentine's Day is the day when all mages pay respect to the late Grand Mage, and it's also Hyen's birthday. Deeply immersed in this thought, he decided to travel to his original world. After arriving back in his room there, he dressed properly and searched online for a famous jewelry shop. After finding the name and location of one, he made his way to the store while trying to figure out what to gift Hyen. As soon as he reached the location, he entered the building. The glass doors opened automatically with a soft ding. Isu walked straight to one of the staff members. A male staff member greeted him with a polite smile and spoke in a warm, welcoming tone. Welcome. What items are you looking for today? Isu greeted him as well with a warm smile. Entering the jewelry shop in his old world, he looked around, browsing through all types of ornaments and different types of jewelry. He then made up his mind and asked the staff in a polite voice, I would like to see your necklaces. The staff member nodded and then asked in a curious manner, making sure not to offend the customer in front of him, Are you giving it as a gift to your girlfriend? Hearing this, Isu's face contorted into a disgruntled and disgusted expression as he replied in denial, Yay? Nope. Maybe. He then relaxed his face and asked the staff member in a curious yet polite tone, Do you happen to have birthstone necklaces? The staff member nodded and carefully selected the birthstone necklace that best matched Hye's birthday. After picking out a beautiful and elegant pink ruby-embedded necklace, the staff member asked in a polite voice, How do you like this design, sir? He then explained in a slow and understandable manner, It's 2 million won. It's from our Prem line, so the price range is a bit high. Isu examined the design and the embedded birthstone carefully. After his evaluation, he nodded to himself and spoke in a polite tone. I'll take this one. The staff member responded in an excited and persuasive manner before Isu could change his mind. Excellent choice, sir. While the staff member checked the jewelry and prepared the bill, Isu thought to himself in a contemplative manner, 2 million. Not bad. Way cheaper than the ones in Araman anyway. Suddenly, a great idea popped into his head. He thought in a fantasy-like manner. Hold on, what if I sell amethyst there? I'd be filthy rich. I wonder what the price of precious stones is in Araman. While Isu was lost in thought, the staff member finished inspecting and packaging the item. After placing it carefully in a beautiful bag with the store's logo, he handed it to Isu with a polite smile. Isu received it with a warm smile of his own and took his leave from the shop. He then walked back to his apartment and arranged the necklace in a wooden box so it wouldn't raise any suspicion. Once the packaging was complete, Isu took the package with him and walked through the portal to return to the other world. After cleaning up, he headed straight to bed and slept soundly. The next morning arrived. Isu's eyes twitched, and he woke up quickly to get ready for his duties. As he was working on something, Lena sat in the living room drinking a fine cup of tea while enjoying the scenery outside. After some time passed, Isu spoke up in a requesting manner. "Lena, there's something I need you to look into." Lena turned her head toward Isu and asked in a polite tone, "What is it, sir?" Isu then continued his request in a formal and polite voice. "I want you to look up the prices of precious gems distributed by the Craftsmen's Guild in Aroman." Lena placed her cup down and, after listening to Isu's request, replied in a polite tone with a hint of confidence, accompanied by a proud smile. "If that's what you're asking for, I've got you covered." This confused Isu. He tried deciphering what she meant but couldn't, and stared at her in a dumbfounded manner. Lena chuckled softly upon seeing Isu's expression and explained in a calm, understanding voice. "It's like people being experts in housing prices despite not being able to afford a house. The same goes for me. I happen to have a deep interest in precious gems." She then continued her explanation, thinking for a while and trying to remember the various types of precious gems and their prices. Diamonds, only for the imperial family, cost 50 gold per carat. As for amethyst, sapphire, and ruby, they're 14 gold per carat. Other than that, opal, amber, topaz, and pearl fall within the 1 to 5 gold range. Once Lena was done explaining the different gems and their prices, she spoke in a cheerful tone while giving Isu a playful wink. "Now that we've covered the prices, it's time to search for a skilled jeweler." Listening to Lena explain, and then hearing her next suggestion, Isu responded in a nonplussed manner. "It's like you read my mind." Lena gave a teasing laugh, stood up from where she had been sitting on the couch, and then spoke in a serious tone. "Then I'll be off to get started on the second mission." Isu nodded and gave her a warm smile, replying gratefully, "I leave it to you." "Thanks." Lena bowed gently in front of Isu, then left the room. Isu stood up from his seat and spoke out loud in an excited voice. "Now then, off to bake the cake." He walked straight to the kitchen, where Seth greeted him. Isu greeted him back with a warm smile. As soon as the greetings were over, Isu asked in an expectant manner, "I'm assuming you've already mastered the pound cake, yes?" With a proud and gentle smile, Seth replied in a polite tone, "Of course, sir." Hearing this confidence, Isu gave him a warm smile and a nod. He then explained in a calm voice, "This time, we're going to bake a victorious sponge cake. You know today is Hyen's birthday, right? Have you practiced making genoise?" Seth nodded and replied in a very excited and happy tone, "Yes, sir. It turns out much softer and fluffier than pound cake." Isu gave Seth an appreciative nod, then spoke up in a loud and clear voice, "Then I'll put you in charge of that. I'll take care of the rest." A doubt crept into Isu's mind before he started working on the cake. He then turned to Seth and asked in a curious manner, "By the way, how's the surprise party going?" Seth replied in a gentle and excited manner, "Great, sir." Isu then continued to ask him in a curious tone, "And, did you all master the songs?" Isu waited for Seth to reply. He was really excited to see the happy smile on Hyen's face. Seeing Isu's expectant look, Seth stayed silent and averted his eyes, not wanting to disappoint him. Isu understood it was a bit difficult to memorize the songs. He then spoke in a hurrying tone while whipping some ingredients together in a bowl. "Let's hurry and get on with the cake for now. I'm sure you guys will do fine with the songs." Seeing Isu's slight disappointment, yet his gentleness, Seth felt really guilty and replied in a shaky voice due to embarrassment, "You bet, sir." They both worked hard on baking the cake, decorating it with cream and fruits, pouring all of their love and happiness into it. As soon as the cake was finished, it was taken to the room where the surprise party was planned. Lots of food and different types of drinks were served, and all of the staff members were present with eager anticipation. As Io observed everything in front of him, he gave everyone an appreciative nod and spoke out loud in excitement, "Awesome! Everything's ready." He then called out to one of the staff members in a mischievous tone, Dawi. The female staff member and personal maid of Hyen responded with the same mischievous glint. Yes, sir. Isu continued, bring Hyen over. Dari nodded and replied in an excited tone, understood. She then walked straight to Hyen's room, knocking gently on her door, making sure not to disturb her. As soon as Hyen let her in, Dari blindfolded her to keep the party a secret. Dari carefully guided Hyen to the room where the party was located. Hyen, frustrated by the blindfold and the anticipation, asked Dari in a foul mood, how long do I have to keep my eyes closed? Dari calmed her nerves due to the excitement and replied in a polite manner as they stood outside the room. I'll take it off now, miss. As the blindfold was removed from her eyes, Hyen blinked for a bit, adjusting to the light. Dari then opened the door, waiting for Hyen to see the people inside. As soon as Hyen looked inside the room, all of the staff members, Ayosu and Lena, yelled in a happy and excited manner. Happy birthday, Hyen! Happy birthday to you! Everyone present had warm and welcoming smiles and clapped for her. The staff then sang in sync, filled with happiness and love. Happy birthday, dear Duchess. Happy birthday to you. Seeing all of them waiting for her with bright smiles and cheering her on, Hyen was in a daze and couldn't comprehend that all of this had been done for her. Isu then placed the cake on the table and gently pulled Hyen to the center. He spoke in a polite and gentle voice. Here, make a wish and blow out the candle. It's what we do back in my hometown. Hyen nodded and leaned forward slightly, bringing her face close to the cake. She took a deep breath and gently blew out the candle, extinguishing the flame. As soon as she did, everyone cheered and clapped, celebrating with her. Isu almost forgot about the gift he had planned. He then put his hand into his pocket and spoke in an excited tone. And one more thing, here's a present for you. Dari, following Isu's order, replied in a polite tone, yes, sir. She then took the necklace from the box and carefully brought it closer to Hyen's neck. She tied the clasp gently, making sure it wasn't too tight and wouldn't hurt her. Once it was on, Hyen looked at it and spoke in a grateful tone while smiling. It's beautiful. Meanwhile, Lena, who had been watching the scene, felt a pang of jealousy and thought to herself in amazement, holy cow, look at all those amethysts. How many are there? And why do those two look so good together? As Hyen admired the necklace and continued enjoying the surprise party, Isu had a mischievous idea. He scooped up a bit of cream from the cake and booped it onto Hyen's nose. This is how we express our fondness for one another back where I come from. Hearing this explanation, Hyen wasn't convinced. She replied in a mischievous and suspicious voice. Really? Isu, who had been enjoying the moment and laughing, was suddenly splattered with cream. Seeing this, Hyen had a wide smirk on her face. As cream dripped from his face, Isu noticed her teasing expression and called out to Seth in a mischievous tone. Wow, Seth, bring the leftover cream from the kitchen. He then turned to Hyen and spoke with a grin full of playful revenge. Just you wait, Hyen. Seeing the grin and the vengeful glint in Iosu's eyes, Hyen turned toward the balcony and shouted in a teasing voice while running,